Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck.
My first short, people mentioned Lisa G, Ja Rule, Taylor Swift, Bruce Springsteen, Susan Hendricks, and Rick Allen from Def Leppard. My first short, people mentioned Lisa G, Ja Rule, Taylor Swift, Bruce Springsteen, Susan Hendricks, and Rick Allen from Def Leppard.
All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack, my neck. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. All you ladies pop your pussy like this. Shake your body, don't stop, don't miss. Just do it, 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 do it now. Lick it good, suck this just like you should. Right now, lick it good, suck this just like you should. My neck, my back, lick my pussy and my crack.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Stop. No, thank you. Stop the laughter. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Standing ovation. It's okay. Keep standing. Stand it. Stand it. Sorry. Stand up, I said. I want an ovation. Yes. Yes. Stand up. Now, on your knees. On your knees. On your knees. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Now, be quiet. Hello. Hi, everyone. Welcome to, oh, look at this, a superstar first. Oh my gosh, look at all this. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see you guys there because I had the sound effects thing up and I was, oh my gosh. Hi, Dana. Hi, Nicole. Oh my gosh. Who's this guy? Shibby. Hey, hello, sweet dude Shibby. Paula. Pop Culture Paula. Hello, hello. Nice to see you too, boo. And Mimi, one of my dual mods that I had modded on 2 different channels before I even recognized I had done that. And Marissa, hey. Hello, I hope everyone is well. Well, I hope you're well too. And Gowdy loves you. Abby, where is Gowdy? Oh my gosh. You guys. So here is episode, I believe, let's stick with episode 33 of the Shibby's Bedtime Stories. My outro will be probably another hour, so I'm sure we'll get to our regularly scheduled program soon. and I'm definitely prepared. Like, I literally have so much prepared. But just in case I missed anything, I'm going to scramble through this like a buffoon, just because I know you guys love watching it. All right. So, first, hey, 4-Pits, number 33, brah. Yep, that number's been following me, so I'm going to go with it. Maybe they're recruiting me like they're recruiting Brad Holder. You know, these guys are poaching each other, if you've noticed. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, a superstar enjoys me? Oh my God, I'm going to faint. Oh my God. Can't wait to call Mom. She's going to be so happy. Mommy. Wowza. It's damn those chickens. Well, that's everyone. I hope you realize that that's a Dana Rotting Jewels made that specifically for me. Like she said, you know, she was so amazed that I was trying to get a channel started, and she volunteered. I didn't contact her. She volunteered. Right. That's the story. And I hope in a year or two that sticks, and you guys don't find out the truth that I emailed her begging her, and she was like, "What? All right, yeah, it is pretty funny. Oh, I forgot all about that. Yeah, I made that in 2 seconds, but it was hilarious. Yes, you're a dork, but you can use it." And I was like, "OMG, thank you." And I was like, I just wanted something for people to see when they clicked on my channel, you know, because I just wanted to set the tone, and that's the tone. And see, it started with 4 chickens, right? So I had started with 4 chicks as my fan club, and now so the guys that come are my fans. They join me because we're running in like a 800 horsepower 4x4 Sahara Desert monster truck. We're running in that. So the guys piled in the monster truck with us, and we're smoking doobies and drinking beers, and these are my chicks. You know, they're all my chicks following after me. So thank you. I'm so gosh dang flattered that you made that specifically for me and nothing else. Not that you had it up 2 years ago and forgot it or anything like that. It was made specifically for me, and I'm going to go with that. Look at, see, she agrees. So when somebody puts 4 laughing emojis like that, that is an agreement, a contract signed like in blood, basically, for real. So I forgot the music was on. Sorry. Oh, this happens to me now. I can't turn the music off, guys. What do I do? Because it won't let me scroll down. Oh, for some reason it's stuck, and I can't get past. I can only see the sounds. How do I turn this off? I'm gonna have to refresh. If I get booted, I'll be right back. I have to refresh my browser because I can't scroll down to turn this music off. So please hold. I don't know why it does that. Now I can turn it off. All right. Okay, 13 people. Oh my gosh, 13. My lucky number, which it really isn't. I like 9 better, but I'll go with 14. Holy crap. Okay, enough farting around. So what we're going to do here is get serious and just know that was severe technical difficulties. The browser like froze, literally froze up. Basically, yes. Basically, Dana made that chicken video years ago for whatever I don't know, whatever reason, and then I emailed her for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and I begged, and she said, "Fine, okay, dude, if you use it, will you leave me alone?" I said, "Yes, I'll stop bugging you." Sort of like that. So thank you so gosh dang much, because I literally I made a comment that it literally like say I had the worst day and I was got in an argument with some idiot I don't even know in like the comment section. Then I watched that video. It was like, boom, fresh start. And I was like, yay. Just brings me joy, that ridiculous video. The song is perfect, you know, my neck, my back, my pussy, yeah, my crack. Like it's everything. It's perfect. It's how I feel. My neck, my back, my pussy, my crack. It's Just amazing. Thank you so kindly. Uh-oh. I didn't. Oh, no, you're not. You're not. No, no, no. Okay, so she was very happy. Yes, yes. She bestowed upon me her chickies. She said, they weren't bringing her so much as joy, and they were like, they were kind of pooping on the carpet and stuff and making mess. So honestly, she when I asked, she said, yes, you can have my chicks, and she graciously gave them to me. And I only had to ask once, and she was so gosh dang kind because she had no idea who I was, emailing her like, oh boy. She's like, have I seen you at Prof's? Oh, you said hi to me in my chat. Yes, you can use it. Nice man. And I was like, thank you kindly. She's wonderful. And thank you. And Derek comes in. yes, it's tight. It's tight. Jokes aside, you women with the whole baby thing, and we're babies. To have a baby, and I honestly, that thing is amazing. It turns back to like almost perfect, like right out of the box store. No pun intended. Oh boy. You guys are amazing, and we appreciate you. And that whole thing, there's that joke where us guys, when we start life leaving it, and then we spend our whole life trying to get back in. But all jokes aside, the whole pregnancy thing and mothers and women, we appreciate you, and you're amazing. And yes, a snug fit. Oh, oops, I read that wrong. Snug in their bed, listening away. Rebby Ann, welcome, welcome, welcome. And before I say anything else ridiculous, I will get into tonight's unscheduled, unplanned program. So have I said hi to everyone? And thank you to the nicest creator, superstar extraordinaire, Dana. Hello, Derek. Nicole, thank you kindly because you're helping me out so much. You kind of yell at me and poke me and push me and bring me back down to earth when I start, complaining and whining. And Nicole's just like, sends me like a mushroom emoji or the little cactus tree fingers. And I'm like, oh, you're right. No, you're not. No, look, just in time to change this up. And here comes Ja. I like to call him Ja because it's easy to type. It's Ja Rule, Hey, brother, how you doing, Jotan? Anarch 001401. Welcome to tonight's unscheduled program. So I'll stop babbling. So if you, what we're planning on doing is, sharing my screen like this. Welcome, everyone. And feel free to, before we get right into the what do they call it? The meat and potatoes of this, share anything you would like in chat. How was your day? Did you see a butterfly fly by? Did you pet a puppy? Did you purr with a kitty? Anything. Let anyone know. We'd love to know because I'm just going to jump through what we can do to get started. And I'm so interested in everything else that's not this or politics. Fuck politics. We're all sick of that. So, music, movies. If you have a question for Pop Culture Paula, drop it in chat. She'll answer before you hit enter. If you went to a concert, if you bought downloaded a, whatever they call them now, albums, track, song, movie, TV series, anything, drop it in chat. And I'd love to hear it. And so I'll finish saying hi. Marissa, did I say hi? Hello. And TJ shows up, says hello, TJ. Here's what's happening, TJ. Because TJ is the one who is basically loving this contempt stuff, and I do too. And TJ made me realize how great it was again. Like, I was down on life. I was gonna just, I wasn't gonna read these docs anymore. I was gonna quit my budding career, like the star was kind of dimming. And then TJ said, "The contempt hearing, dude. Get to the contempt." I'm like, you know what? You're right. And then kaboom, here I am. Thousands of fans and listeners. So jokes aside. So what we've done is we read up all to these, right? So now the contempt hearing is here on page 67. So to jump right into it, I mean, it's a lot, right? Like it's a lot. The contempt hearing starts, right? And I'm going to do it. But I really think if we missed anything in between, I'll be so gosh dang upset. So it's ready to go, guys. Just know it's right here. March 18th is the day it all starts, like the record of proceedings at the hearing. So is everyone familiar with what happened with the wheat and all that stuff? Because that was in January, and all this writ of man, because basically the wheat thing is, I'll give it to you in a nutshell. The wheat thing was at the Supreme Court, Gutwein on Diener, on behalf of, the Gull or whatever, the state, even the Attorney General was like, this was the Supreme Court level stuff. So it was about Gull. It was about Andrew and Baldwin and Rosie. So Gull was basically the what is it? They're not, so the defense were the defendants, and Gull would be like on that side. I'm not even sure what she would be called, but because actually there was two things at once. Actually, Gull would be a defendant also because the case. So that's what it is. So there was two. Baldwin and Rosie were defending themselves against their ridiculous contempt charges. At the same time, before they got into it, they were also talking about removing Gull. So she had to defend herself from Baldwin and Rosie's removal, if that makes sense. So there's two things going on here. So the whole wheat thing was Gutwein, on behalf of Gull, stood up in the Indiana Supreme Court with all the 5 judges there. And oh my God, we should be looking at video of that. Oh, thank you. I am, ain't I? TJ, my first guest. Super sweet yourself, girl. So there's I should look for it, guys. Really, it's so amazing, that idiot standing up there and going on about wheat. Before I get distracted anymore, I'm going to explain to you what's happening here before we jump into it. Because honestly, I'm going to jump into it. It's here, but there was things that happened before that we must at least brief over, okay? And I know you'll agree, TJ. I know it. I'll go every night until you're satisfied, okay, TJ? Just know I'm not avoiding. I just think if we jump right into this right away without covering. So if you're on All Eyes website, I'll do this also for you guys. I'll put this in chat. If any of you have like an extra device, see how it's page 67? So basically where it starts is around page 39. So I'm going to put this in. And the contempt hearing where I left off was here, page 39 on this website. And on this website has all the links, right? So we read this. You click on this and it goes, each one of these links is a thing. So all these things, the Relators brief, these are all big deals, right? And then, so I'm not even going to click on these. We're just going to talk about them. And I'm going to get there in 2 minutes. Yes, the shenanigans. So there's things that happen between, I swear to God, I'm going to do it. I might even do it this show. We're going to start this. May even start in 10 minutes but we have to. I insist. We have to blow over. So I'm on page 40 of that website, and this all starts on page 67. So between 40 and 67 is what leads right into that contempt stuff. So basically, Rosie and Baldwin say, "Hey, we'll do it for free," and then Librado and Scremen show up, and Gull thinks they show up, and then boom! Remember that day? Rosie and Baldwin walk in as pro bono. No longer state defense appointed counsel. They're pro bono. They walk in, and as it's about to start, they fucking sit down right in front of Scremen and Librado and like, "Hey, dudes, get back. We're here." And they just fucking walk in, their balls swinging right around, and Hennessy's just dragging his lead pipe along the ground, like a Walking Dead with that bat. He comes dragging it in, and they're just like, whoa, what the fuck? Because Gull thought she got rid of these guys. And then Hennessy shows up, and I swear to God, you can hear his balls clanging down the hall. Like clickety-clack, clickety-clack. And then, just kidding. And then there's these orders too, like I'm just going to quickly look at them. Okay, guys? So we're going to brief over them in one page, order comes now. Hennessy's jumping in and swinging his big balls. Okay, guys? So is that okay with you? Fishy. Yes, do it, girl. Yes, yes, yes. Exact. Fishy. You always know what to say at the right time, too, girl. Pro boner. And what I always say is, they want to go pro bono, right? But I just say, not me, my bono. My bono's a hack. He's like a 2-bit hack, He's no pro. So there's that. Awesome. Well, you're going to be listening, and I'll be in chat in a bit. Okay. So Fishy, thank you for being here. I can't wait till you come back and make chat a better place, like all of you do. Hennessy is awesome. Yes. So picture Hennessy coming. So there was that. The gull thinks she off these guys. Baldwin kind of, was kind of like, hey, I'll lay down on the tracks and take this because, I'll take one for the team because he knows he screwed up. And Rosie got away, snuck out and saying, yeah, we're going to write that up and I'll fucking sign it and you'll get it right now. But he never does. Ha ha. So Rosie walks in and everyone's like in the court that they just picture it because fucking it's so amazing. Gull's sitting there and fucking McClellan marches in, all bunch of high up law enforcement, Carter, all these fuckers, all in their full garb, freshly, full LEO uniforms. Sits him in the jury box, ready to testify in a fucking contempt hearing that these guys have no idea about. And then fucking they all go back to the back room and everyone's like, ooh, what's going on? Then they can see that little square door there where they can see, like, to the right of Gull's desk, heading out towards the back where they all come in and out of the court from. And they see it. They can see the hallway. And then fucking people are, marching around. They might even have seen Richard Allen get hushed out. And then they fucking Baldwin walks by huffy, like going to his car because he's just after this whole big thing. And then fucking Rosie comes storming in that room and it's silent, right? Rosie comes in with his jacket probably over his arm and his briefcase, like, fuck out of here. Like, and he comes in, walks past everyone, the jury box, everyone, goes to the first row there, whispers to Kathy Allen and Richard's mom, come on with me, takes them by the hand or whatever, like, not for, and they ushers them out. And then they're all like, what the fuck? And then Gull comes out and says that ridiculous thing. And I wish I should have had that ready. Fuck. I should have had that ready to play while I'm moving on. I'm going to, 1 second. I think I should play it because it's fucking awesome. Now you guys love it. It's only 3 minutes. Oh, I'm doing it on another screen, guys. So we're going to do it. Just know we're going to move into it. But I honestly really believe that there's a few, just we got to kind of at least talk about what's going on. And the whole, so I'll discuss this one. Here it is. I found it. Which one? I'm going to double check on another screen to make sure I have the right one. Yeah, it's got to be this one. Here we go. And I'm going to move it to that screen and hopefully it pops up for you guys. Kaboom. Does that pop up? Let me check. No, wait. Oh, I'll have to unshare. There's only 2 minutes and I fucking love it. And I know you guys do too. So 1 second. Because I got to do the audio on it too. I never did. 1 sec. So then we're going to just quickly talk about this and we're going to do the contempt. You guys trust me. OMG. And I got to switch audio on. Awesome. Share like a fucking professional. I'm so goddamn amazing to you guys. I know you know. Girl, you know it's true. Ooh. I want, this one. There it is. I want to be right there underneath you, girl. Judge Gull, you guys ready for this? The volume is on. We're on regular speed. So all this shit's going on. Fucking everyone's a buzz. The world is a buzz. Everyone's freaking out. And this woman comes out.
We've had an unexpected turn of
Everyone's
events,
freaking
ladies
out.
and gentlemen.
And this woman comes out.
Earlier this afternoon, the defense attorneys have withdrawn their representation of Mr. Allen. Mr. Baldwin made an oral motion to withdraw. I granted that oral motion to withdraw, and Mr. Rosie will be submitting a written motion to withdraw, I'm assuming within the next couple of days. They have confirmed with the court that Mr. Allen's financial situation remains static, meaning he is continuing to be entitled to appointed counsel. Financial situation, I will reach out to public defenders to make that appointment. As Mr. Allen is now without counsel, I've ordered him transported back to the Department of Correction. Mr. McClellan, I know that we have already scheduled a hearing in the Carroll Circuit Court October 31st at 9 a.m. I'd like to maintain that hearing if we can, please. I think at that point,
Take note, I was there that day. I'll be honest. See me? That's me up in the top right corner. I'm up here. See? I had my mask on and my yellow tie matching my mask. I'm up here in the top corner, and my turquoise green, whatever they call that shirt, and I'm writing notes. I was there. Okay, guys. I just had full disclosure. I was present that day. And it was COVID area, so I was worried with my mask on. Those are N95 on the end of them, so I was there. Full disclosure.
we can have counsel appointed. I'd like to set a new trial date. Obviously, I don't believe counsel will be prepared within the next couple of months to try a case of this magnitude in January. So we'll set dates for the trial. I think we need to set a date as well for the suppression hearing that was filed now by former counsel. I have asked the attorneys to provide all of the discovery previously provided back to the state of Indiana. I know I entered a protective order on the discovery, and honestly, I don't remember when that was. I think it was in April of this year, perhaps, maybe sooner. But the attorneys have been ordered to provide all of that discovery back to the state. And if you would maintain that until such time as it can be turned over to successor counsel, I would appreciate that, Mr. McClellan. I've also asked the defense attorneys to cooperate with successor counsel. They're not required to do that, but I think that they will in the best interests of Mr. Allen. They're not required to provide any of their work product, but they will be required and have indicated that they will cooperate with successor counsel. So obviously, without counsel, Mr. Allen's hearing cannot proceed. I apologize that I know many of you have been waiting for several hours. I know, Mr. McClellan, you and your staff, and you had some witnesses here that came earlier to have the hearing, but clearly this is outside of our control. So is there anything, Mr. McClellan, that you'd like to state?
Totally outside her control. I want to see, when I heard her say that, look at my eyes. That's at the point where my fucking eyes almost popped out of my head. Check it out. Check me out. I was like, what the fuck did she just say? Out of her control? Because I also had her possibly had her chambers bugged, and I was listening in live to what just happened. So this is why I'm the only one who's here surprised, because I knew what was going on, and that's the truth. Or maybe I had a dream and thought that, but either way, I think that may or may not have happened. Here we go. She's surprised. Unforeseen events. What the? She has no idea what happened. Right? Here she goes.
For the record.
No, Your Honor, I think we can address the other issues at the October 31st court date.
All right. With that being said, then, we are in recess. Thank you. I'll see you in October.
So before we move on, what are you guys thinking? I know you're thinking. Love it, eh? Oh, which one? Look at the girl in the black glaring. Yes, that's Hannah Shakespeare. Yes, we may or may not have went to lunch. And at this point, I think that's Hannah Shakespeare or something. I forget her name. It was like I can just tell you one thing. She may or may not have handed me her hotel room key. She may or may not have handed me right there her hotel room key and then smacked me in the butt and walked away. That may or may not have happened. All right. Look at this smug prick, eh? McClellan, did you hear him there? What a fucking jerk. Like, picture this asshole. He's there. He knows what's going on, right? He knows what's going on. He's ready to fucking have a hearing that's not on the docket. I know we've gone over this, but guys, you got to understand that the defense shows up this day to talk about Richard Allen and his trial upcoming dates and all these things, right? And then they had an inkling a week before, all those emails, bullshit. She's saying this, this, I'm not happy, this, and this, but nothing was scheduled on the docket. So you got to figure, as a lawyer, that's what's happening that day, because nothing was scheduled except for what they were going there to do. And this motherfucker, they had something else scheduled that they didn't tell them about. It was a whole ambush surprise, Hobson's choice by Hennessy said, which is a awful choice and a really awful choice. Resign here now or go out there and I fire your ass. So that's fucking wild, right? So, okay, we're going to move on. But I'm going to keep this here. I wish I should. Wonder if I could. Oh,
Cleveland, that you'd like to state.
Sorry. I wonder if I could play that again at another time, because I really love that. Okay, so now we're going into this. Okay, you guys, I trust me. I seem discombobulated, like I'm, but this is the plan, to entertain you guys. Have you laugh at me because I do foolish things. I say foolish things. I make faces like that when I'm in the courtroom, and I'm here to entertain you guys. So if you laugh at me, with me, or at me, or even just in this chat and you have me muted, honestly, makes me so happy, honest to God. So just smile, have fun, talk about anything you want in chat. Yes. Uh-oh. Greta Thunberg, whatever you think of her, she's got a lot of people all worked out. And, imagine like that little, whatever you think of her, for whatever her reason is, like she's fucking going over there on boats and going through the fucking whatever those, and dropping off aid. And I mean, I think we can all agree, whatever happens, we don't want to see, like, okay, so let's say the part of them, those guys, I won't get into it, but let's say there's a murderer, right? And we go to his house to get him, and his little baby's there, right? Do we kill the babies too because we're trying to get the murderer? No, we kind of, I don't know. So what? I didn't mean to even go into that. So fuck it. I did not even say that. 33 minutes in, everyone. 33 minutes and 33 seconds right now. Let's move on. So, honest to God, here's Gutwein. Okay, so I'm at least going to explain to you the wheat thing and tell me. I'm sure you guys know. So that's what we're going to talk about right now. Yeah. Well, he wears his hair like that because you would know that his hair is fucking not real if he tried to style it any other way. That's what those guys do. And you'll probably notice he probably goes each week. He probably goes and has like a quarter of an inch of his hairline put back, because if you do it all at once, it's obvious. So those motherfuckers, he's got hair plugs, and they're fucking. He uses honest to God, when we were friends before all this, I used to talk to him, possibly, allegedly, or maybe. And when I used to talk to him, we talked about hair care products when we both had hair. And I was like, dude, how do you get your hair like that? And he's like, 10W30, Quaker State, full synthetic, 10W30. No lie. That's what he said to me, I believe. Or he didn't. So, yeah, man, if you got those hair plugs like that, I mean, they look like fucking, what's that stuff? AstroTurf, like it's made like out of plastic. You would know how fake they are if you try to do it any other way. Or, in my opinion, like, just go with it, guys. If you're getting bald, you just buzz your hair. I haven't gone for a haircut in so long because I just buzz it. Like, once or twice I went and I spend like $100 and it's cool. Like, they massage your face and they trim your beard and they give you all this special attention and, it's great. But I look the exact same as if I were to just fucking get a buzzer, right? And just buzz it myself. So it's not that there's literally no difference. Just have to, it's a little harder to clean the back of your neck and stuff. But if you do it, it's easy. Like, oh gosh, like even once a week or twice a week, I just buzz my hair. It's so fucking easy. So thank God you women aren't picky. So, okay, before I get distracted, we're going to just quickly cover over anything that leads into it That's important. So the defense motion, so they want the transcripts. So now everyone's going on and on. They want the damn transcripts because they're all trying to pretend they don't know what happened in chambers, right? So the written for the extension, nothing here. So I'm just going to quickly check a couple of these guys, and we're going to do it. So the affidavits from the attorneys. So sworn upon attorney Baldwin's of Indiana court certified trial. Okay, so this is just saying, you know, now we're pro bono, but we're professional. We have experience. So here's where we get into some other stuff. And if you guys know what I'm clicking on, holy fuck. Okay, this is just stuff that they're going to be entering, exhibits and stuff. Okay, and the whole timeline, and it starts from like day one. This is day one. You know, where's day one? Like right there. Day one, 2/13/2017. There's a murder statute, right? And obviously, so it's obviously going to jump to what there. Here's when they fucking, the guy that came and talked to them. Look at this. So here's what happens. Unfortunately, I'm not making light of Abby and Libby because it just pains me to think someone would do this. So I'm not, I repeat, not making light of anything that happened to those two beautiful little girls, okay? 1 second, hey, drink. And we're back. So this is all about these fools and the sham trial, and this is not justice. You know, this is Richard Allen's trial, so this isn't. You know, unfortunately, people don't want to hear that. You know, but if we're to get justice for these girls, it's not this way. So they jump. So what I'm trying to say is, if you hear me making light of anything, it's the law enforcement and their shenanigans was the right word, right? Oh, Carol, perfect time. Carol, perfect timing. Carol, my love, thank you for being here. Carol, if you probably notice in chat, you better read her messages fast because she redacts them. Watch. This one's going to disappear. Carol, which one? Oh, keep that one and disappear the other one. Disappear this one. Or anything you want, Carol. Girl, I just love when you redact messages. It makes me look like a bozo. And I just love it. It's so fucking funny. You're wild. Carol, welcome, welcome, welcome. So Carol, if you're just getting in, we are kind of just buzzing through the contempt, just before the contempt hearing, between the whole in-camera, oh, what happened? Like this, the whole, oops, which one? This one. The whole, unforeseen events. You know, what the fuck happened? Whoopsie, we have no idea. And look at, Carol, I don't know if you know, I was there that day. You see me? Watch. I'll just make it full screen. I had to do full disclosure. I admit I was there that day. Wait, I got to go full screen. Sorry. Here, see? There. I was there that day up in the top right corner. That's me. I'll admit it. So, that being said, so we're between there and about to get into the whole thing. We're going hardcore. The contempt hearing, March 18th. But I honestly, I must skim through the important things. I must. And if you, I know you guys will appreciate it. So they arrest, the girls get murdered, unfortunately. 2 days later, what's not here is 2 days later, Richard Allen comes to them to help them. And then what happens? Oh, here's my phone. Here's what kind of car I'm driving, because 2 days after, you know, sure as fuck, he knows what car he's driving. Let's see, he even said black Ford Focus, you know, all whatever they, even how they kind of tried to mess with what he said. And then boom, what happens? They clear him. This guy's not involved. He's too fucking nice. He's too short. He looks nothing. Nobody's tipped him in. He's the fucking nice guy at the CVS that we always talk to. Let's clear the motherfucker. Right? What else makes sense? Because, and another thing is, the fact that they said at trial that they didn't bother looking for the car is bullshit. And even though they say that, when now that we do look for it, there's only one black Ford Focus in this area. Well, I don't know if it was Carol, whatever they said, in Delphi, whatever. They said there's only one. So as if at the time they didn't look for that one car, or they could have rounded it down to, what, 3 or 4 different models, right? And found every one of them. Let's say They chose, let's say they chose Subarus, Hondas, Mazdas, and Ford Focuses. They went to a mechanic. Somebody expert would have said it's one of these three for sure, or four. So then it would look, hey, well, there's only one black Ford Focus because it's 20. It can't be older than 2017, right? It's 2016 and beyond back. There's 3 Hondas. There's 7 Subarus because there's a Subaru plant, black ones, and there's 6. Like how many? These guys, they want us to believe that they didn't do that, regardless of having a license plate or any other description. Like bullshit, major bullshit. So the only thing that makes sense is they did all of this, and the car was parked 1 mile away on his fucking driveway, sitting right there, or he would drive it to CVS and park it out front there, and their fucking cop shop was right there, and those assholes probably parking beside it half the time. You know what? Picture that. The CVS, he parks it back there because, when you're at work, like you kind of park way at the back to get a little walk in or to be, whatever. And if you want to go out for lunch and sit in your car, you're kind of away from everybody. So I can just picture those fuckers parking right near it or by it over those 5 years. Not, they knew, and they cleared them, is what I'm trying to say. And then boom, 5 years later, we get this fucking shit show. Bullshit. Sorry, where was I? So we're going to kind of just brief through it. I'm going to pay attention to chat. Hoosier, hey bro, where you been? Dude. Hoosier, my daddy. Hoosier daddy is here, guys, if you're listening. Where you been? Is everything good? Where you been, bro? You gotta, dude, I've been going live like 10 hours a day. 9 hour, catch up. If you guys are bored, look at my live streams every fucking day. I've done like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 9 hour live streams. So, dude, you gotta, I insist, every one of you, if you can't make it, I totally get it, but you must come say hi. Say hi. I'm doing good. I'm busy, or I'm kind of taking a break from this shit show. And even if you don't want to hear it from me, like I said all the time, guys, come here, mute me. Make the screen, I don't know what you can do, make this chat full screen on your device, and don't even look at what's going on in the video, and just, listen to some music, and then chat with these lovely, lovely people, like, okay? Because even if you're having a bad day or whatever, you know how we all kind of just come here to chat. I swear to you, we'll make you feel better. Becky B, hello. Hello, Becky B. Yes. Do I? Oh, that's so sweet. Hoosier, if you can't see, my Hoosier daddy, the awesome Hoosier daddy, all good. You put me to sleep every night. So that is so awesome. You guys are listening to me. So thank you. I'm so honored. But if you could, Josh has to dip out, but he's on night shift like us, and I guarantee you he'll be back. I just know it. All right. Hopefully everything works out. Oh my gosh, are you kidding? You got mice? Dude, I have a perfect, so let's help. Do you really have a mice thing happening? First of all, get a cat and don't feed him. Or, feed him, right? But make sure he's kind of cleaning up stuff. Just, you know what I'm saying, right? Maybe put some dry food down, but take it away until he's caught, at least, because he'll eat them. He'll get rid of them. You need to give him some incentive. I'm not saying starve your cat, but my cat was an outdoor cat too. And he always had food, but he would rather eat that fresh stuff. So if you have mice, were you kidding? Or do you really have farmer? Are you really having like a little mice issue? Or did I miss that? Because I can tell you exactly what worked really good if you have one. Here's what you do, guys. So obviously get a cat that can go take your dog. If that dog's there, take him to the Humane Society, and they'll let you see which cat would get along with him. Get a big ass male cat or whatever, or female cat, and make sure they have their claws. Obviously, a tabby. Fucking tabbies are awesome. They just love mice. And so you get one of them, and they're great companions. They won't bug you, and especially if there's a little outdoor cat hanging around, and give him some places, trees and that to hide from. So if he becomes a prey, he'll have somewhere to hide, and just keep a ladder around. And if he has a tree to climb up, not much will catch a good, healthy cat who's on the ball. and get a younger one too, because he kind of needs to learn the ropes and not of the outside. So this is just my opinion. So also, and if you don't want to, or you also get a go to Walmart, Amazon. Up here we have Canadian Tire, and I purchased for, I think they're like $60. You get a mouse trap, but it's like a little black thing. You put like 6 AA batteries in it, and it connects to your Wi-Fi, and you download an app, and you give it a name, and you turn it on, and you push the button, and you just set it down. You put one tiny little bit of peanut butter in the very back of it, and you close it up, and it electrocutes them. It's like the electric chair. They walk in, only a little mouse can fit in it, and right when they get to the very back, they step on that last plate, and they boom, fucking fries them, 60,000 volts. So those traps are good. Those real, the cheap real traps are very effective, and they're easy to set. And it's just, if you ever seen come down on the back of a mouse's neck, because I used to put cameras on to watch to see what would happen, and I didn't think it would be so goddamn brutal. But I mean, if you're fine with that, just don't use, for me, and I know a lot of you probably won't want to, don't use that fucking chemical shit, poison, because those fuckers, if they don't eat enough of it, then they go off and get eaten by something else. A bald eagle swoops down and eats them, and then you fucking kill a bald eagle too, so no more animals. Dude, do you have, when you get an extra 30 or 40 bucks, find the electric mouse traps. You only need one of them, and the great thing about it is you don't have to check it, because you'll get a notification on your phone. Boom, you killed the motherfucker. Then it's like 5 minutes later, you open up the door and you dump them out in the garbage or wherever you want to put them outside, or bury it wherever you put your little, and then you close the lid, push the button, and put it back down. And then like an hour or two later, if you have lots of mice, and if you put a little bit of peanut butter in the back of it, I mean, your dog can't get in it. It's so small. So a Wi-Fi mousetrap. If you don't, you think cats are problems? Cat is more. Wow, you guys are wild. Hi V. A cat. You have problems with cats, guys? Oh boy. Oh boy. No roosters. We're all joking here, but I mean, I can't see how a cat is a problem. I mean, barely have to put food down, especially if you have an outdoor cat. Mine, for fucking 15 years, he wouldn't use the litter box inside. He would go out and down to the back of my yard, digging in the garden, and it was all, So I mean, he was never a problem. Every morning I'd wake up and he's sitting on the windowsill, give him a little food, treats, whatever, and he'd go outside and fucking just eat everything. And in a way, it's good because I'm not being a dork, right? Like animals, they need predators, right? And even the smartest, fastest, strongest cat. I know a lot of people like to think that they're kind of eating everything, kind of it's bad, right? But I don't believe that, because I've watched him, and he was an amazing hunter. And as smart as he was in hunting and patient, hours waiting, stalking, full claws, he would have a hard time catching things. And most of the time it was like, not to be weird, but something had a broken wing, right? Or something was slower, or couldn't see so good. So he's not most of the time they're not catching healthy birds and all that stuff. So they're kind of doing everyone a favor and cleaning up. And then the ones they clean up, like if they're getting caught, that means they're probably not as fast or smart. Not to say, but maybe they have bad eyes, and then they don't go on and pass those genes on because they get eaten. So I mean, my cat didn't decimate the area. He kind of just would get lucky and clean up stuff. Maybe babies that fell out of the nest. Not to say that's good. Anyways, you know what I'm saying? So all in all, if as long as people aren't doing stuff for fun, he would literally eat them like for meals. He wasn't just killing and for fun, like a hunter going and blowing away shit for fun. If you hunt and you at least use some of it or get somebody, if somebody can benefit from it and eat and survive, then I'm all for it. I'm all for it. Or protection. If you're saving someone's life or, and your animals, I totally get it. So, oh boy, it's almost an hour in and I'm going on. So Farmer, that's the best thing. Trust me, dude. If you can get it, I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. Get a, yeah. Well, yeah. That's fun too. I mean, dude, yeah. If you're getting rid of the little, oh yeah, yes. Oh, I reckon that's fun. I'm not fun in a way, but like, okay, I'll be honest with you. I killed a rat, and V's gonna love this. I killed a rat with a hockey stick just a couple years ago, and it fucking, I don't know, it was weird. I was so mad at him, but not. I saw, well, this is a rat way down the back of my eyes, and he was like, and he fucking ran underneath my shed, and he kind of, I had it screened off, but he was able to squeeze through these little holes. So I was like, fucker. So I put my security camera there, and I grabbed my hockey stick, and I chased this. I'm not chased him, but so one day I go out there, and I see him on camera. I'm holding my smartphone, looking at the camera around, and I'm hiding just on the other side of the shed. He runs out, and then I see him, and I kind of let him get out so far, and then I run around the corner, right? And I got my hockey stick. Picture me, fucking big, gigantic wooden hockey stick. Like, I mean, if I bonked a guy over the head with the hockey stick, like, he would be in a coma for 10 years. So this is a serious, heavy-duty wooden hockey stick. And the rat sees me, and he runs. And he fucking, instead of running into the hole, there's a hole. It's like a checkered lattice kind of, not screen, but it's like you'd see at the top of a fence. Like they call it lattice. And it's kind of like checkered, and there's just tiny holes in it. And it's at the bottom of my shed, so critters can't get under. But he was just enough to fit in. And he jumps, instead of going in the one he usually went in, because he was running from me, he kind of jumps to the second one up, and he gets stuck in it. And he can't, his legs are kind of, he can't touch the ground. So I'm like, oh, fuck. And I brought the hockey stick down on him as he was halfway in and halfway out. And then, oh boy, it was fucking wild. And I didn't chop him in half, but he was fucked up. And I felt horrible. That was like 3 or 4, 5 years ago. I don't even remember. I wasn't like traumatized like a big pussy, but I mean, there's that whole, So what I'm trying to say, if you're going to use a BB gun to do that, get a good BB gun. And I mean, if you're getting rid of them because they're a nuisance, I understand. So there's that. So, but the best way is, honestly, the real traps, the cheap ones work great. But, when they go off, it could sit there for a while and you don't know, right? You have to kind of check them. If you get the Wi-Fi one and a mouse goes in, it's like instantly it sends you a notification. So it's like, boom. So that's just my suggestion. You only need one of them if you're inside your trailer, especially if there's, and then also plug the holes up. So no, I don't either, but this had to be done. Like it was, you can't let the rats, it was a rat. So there's that. Yeah. But I mean, I'm over it now, but I felt horrible. So what I'm saying is that's using the traps is better. And they have them even for rats too, So you get, and they just walk in and they get shocked. Boom, they're done. And I think if you're going to do it, that's the way, in my personal opinion. And you get a notification, so they're not sitting there for days or whatever. And you don't have to worry checking them. So there's that. So I hope it works out for you. If anybody has a rodent problem, go to your store, Amazon, wherever, and get a Wi-Fi mousetrap that connects to your, Wi-Fi, and you'll download the app, and just boom. Once you set it up, it alerts you. You forget about it. It's like hours later, boom, and you open it up, and there's fuckers dead. Dump them out. If the peanut butter's still good, you just close it back up, reset it, and just, so there's that. All right. Oh boy. Yes, V, you smart ass. Yes, here, V. Girl, are you in my head? V, so much rat talk in this contempt hearing. I'm surprised. She was, yes, V, I'm shocked too. V, you're hilarious. You're a noodlehead. Yes, a rich person. Oh, I'm rich. A fucking $30 rat trap and some peanut butter is a rich person. Ay vey. Yeah, I'm rich. Yeah, I'm fucking loaded. Yep. I'm so loaded. I fucking shop for t-shirts on Amazon. I know what you're saying. Look at you, Becky B, coming in. You guys are funny. Yeah, that, V, that's like one of the funniest comments anyone's written in weeks. You're so right. I honestly mean it. So much rat talk in this contempt hearing. I'm surprised. Wasn't expecting that. You shithead. It is so true. So the contempt hearing. Right. Mm. So if you're rich like me, get the peanut butter. Oh, that's what it was, right? Yeah. The peanut butter I get is the one that costs like, what's that one that's like $700 for a half like, small jar. Yes, because it's the top. Yes, it was the rich, and I used the good batteries, the good AA batteries. Yes, I know what you're saying. But guys, a little rodent problem like that, it's the most humane. Because to see that, even to empty them after that trap has come down in the back of their neck, I know it's just a mouse, but I don't know. And then if you've ever seen the poison, one of my neighbors must have did it to about 6 years ago. One of my neighbors, I don't know, must have gave the rat a poison, and the rat walks into the middle of my backyard, and I see him on camera. And I'm like, in the middle of the day, I'm like, what the fuck is this guy doing? And he starts walking around in circles, and I'm like, oh, this isn't good. So I locked the door so my cat couldn't get out because I kind of figured what was going on. Then I go out there and look, and it's just like walking in circles. And about a half an hour later of torture, he's fucking laying there, and it's like his stomach is like the poison ate him from the inside out. So, I mean, that's horrible. And then I had to actually, went and I buried him deep because, I didn't want anyone getting at him because, if they ate him, there's poison, right? So there's, the poison is just, I don't know. If you're the type of person that can use poison, I hope if you wrote it in this chat, I won't hate you. It's just, I don't know. Good for you if you can do that, but I could never. Just the torture and the other animals possibly eating it. It's horrible. There's much better ways. Like fucking blowing her head off with a fucking 357 air what is it called again? There's a name for that shit. Yeah, I order them all the time, stuff, crossbows. They're fun. I wouldn't use you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't use a crossbow for a fucking rat. But they're fun. Oh, before I say anything stupid. Pepper shot? Oh, like non-lethal. I know what you're saying. You don't have the right correction. I know what you're saying. Try it. Yeah. Like did I have like a paintball gun with the pepper in them? And those are it's always, if you can, especially if it's something annoying, and if you could like if say there's something running by your bar and you just kind of, you don't want to kill it, but like, hey dude, like get away from my chickens. If it's a fox, like, so you shoot at it, and if you hit it with a pepper ball, especially in the butt, it's probably good, and then the pepper will spray and kind of annoy them, and they're like, maybe I'll go elsewhere, kind of. So like if it's a fox or a coyote, and it's like it's if they're gonna kill your chickens, you hate them, but yet look at a fox. Foxes are beautiful, right? So what do? So if I saw a fox, I have foxes here around my yards all the time, and they're beautiful orange fox. And I'll go out there, and if I had a BB gun, when they're near my metal shed, I don't even shoot it near the fox. I pluck it off that shed, and just the sound of it when it hits that metal, those old cheap sheds, I have one, it scares the living fuck out of them, and they kind of just, so no. I'm talking, no. But if they did, like if you had one of those pepper balls, and if you shot it in the area, and it just makes a big puff, and it just kind of, but I would, no. And like also if the fox is kind of doing stuff and I wanted to leave, if they stick around too long, if they cut through, no problem. But if they're sticking around too long, I just can't have them living on my property. If they want to cut through, grab a squirrel or two, and then fucking keep going, that's fine. I don't hate them. I love foxes and the coyotes here. Oh my God. I put up a video of coyotes in my front yard just a couple months ago, and they're huge, and they were puppies. But we have coy wolves, like they're getting a little bit of wolf in them. And down here in the city, we have coy wolves. They're coyotes with a bit of wolf hybrid. And they're fucking beautiful. They're amazing. But they cut through. And hey, what's up, Dom? Just in time. We're 1 hour in, and we're going to start for Fishy. Because I know you're listening, girl. We're about to start. So I know Fishy loves the 1, 2, 2.5 hour intros I do. And I agree. Fishy. She requests I talk for at least 1 hour before I start any show. So here's to you, Fishy. Oh, yes. See, she sees me. I see you too. I see you, girl. Hey, Dom. Hi, Kelt. Did I miss you, Kelt? Oh my God. Okay, but we're having fun here. I'm gonna. So if you're just getting here, no, I see you. Dom, Kelt. If I missed anyone, OMG. And now that it's midnight here in East, so I'm gonna switch tones. And if it's wherever you are, 11 p.m. Central, 10 p.m. Mountain, 9 p.m. for you wacky fish out on the West Coast. If you're gonna kind of calm down now, I'll switch to bedtime stories with Shibby and get serious. So, like I said, get your PJs on, those cute PJs, those little bunny slippers, your little claw teddy bear slippers, whatever you have. You know, cuddle, get yourself all cuddly and warm. Take a selfie and send it to me. Oh my God, I snorted. I didn't mean that. Sorry. And there's that. Also, so we are just kind of covering anything we've missed until we jump in to the contempt hearing, which is been special request by TJ, my first caller. First time, long time. Right, Derek Farmer? First time, long time. Hey now. If you know what hey now means, hey now. Baba Booey to y'all. Howard Stern's penis. Derek will know. Watch. Anyone who's listened to Howard Stern knows that. Hey now. All right. Yes. So, enough screwing around. I'll put the link in again. Do any of you guys want to look through and see if you find anything good? Last time I do this, and I'm gonna seriously, this was planned. Everything I've done now, like I'm reading from a script. The rat talk, me and Farmer worked it out beforehand. I was like, dude, at the 33 minute mark, talk about the mouse and stuff, and then boom. And then I was like, okay, Hoosier, come in and then talk about anything you want. And he comes in and talks about games and Uno. This was all planned, guys. So I hope you enjoy the preparation. You know, we all got together. Hoosier, Farmer, and V. We all got together and planned this for you guys. So now let me flip the page. Okay, now, yes, start the show. Okay, page 10 says start the show. So I will. I'm going to find us. So what I'm trying to say here is I'm going to, if there's anything important between between page 39 here, between 67 and 39. And that's this area. I don't even know if it's, why doesn't that page come up? How do I get it? Whatever page I'm on now. Oh, I can look. Page 44 I'm at now. I'm briefing through on All Eyes site to find, to make sure we're ready to go into the contempt hearing. So there was an extension for the writ of mandamus. So, what I'm trying to say is, and I'll talk about, so the wheat thing. We're going to cover the wheat thing, and then we're going to do it. So the wheat thing is, about a month before, and we're almost up upon it in early January. So they go to the Supreme Court. All 5 of the Supreme Court judges are there. Let me see something. Indiana Supreme Court disqualification contempt hearing. Hennessy, Baldwin, Rosie. Just see if we can get a picture of them fuckers. What? Oh, news. Oh, there's Bob Motta's socks. Oh, everyone, sorry. See, we don't want to skip this stuff. Yes, that is, I believe, Stacy Diener. How do I make this full screen? And we had Bob Motta's socks, I believe, or Rosie. I'm pretty sure it might be Bob Motta. Yes, you see? See what we would have missed if we didn't do this? Because we know you girls love it when a guy wears a boring suit and has cute socks, right? Yes, the whack pack. Yes. Oh my God, Beetlejuice was fucking amazing. And I know it looked like they were making fun of Beetlejuice, but I think behind the scenes, they kind of, they took care of him in ways like he had, it's I don't know, Beetlejuice and them. I think they all kind of, they got paid and they, so it turned into a thing. And even the little Eric, what do they call Eric the actor? Even though he passed, he was a little guy. But in the beginning, it might have seemed like people were making fun of the whole whack pack on Howard. Yeah, Ass Napkin Ed. Oh my God, Riley Martin. I can go on for days. Yeah. Oh my gosh, I haven't thought of that in years. But yeah, yes. O Kwantan Zinwan. Elajuan, something like that. Remember that? Oh, Quantans. Oh, Eileen, you lick, dude. Feel free to keep popping names in because I love them. So basically, if you don't know, Howard Stern Show had a thing called the Whack Pack. And they were just different, obviously entertaining, cool people. What was the Hank the dwarf? Yeah, Eric the actor. Let's go with Eric the actor because he liked that. And in the beginning, it seemed like they were exploiting them or making fun of them. But I believe behind the scenes, it was kind of, they played into it and they were well paid and taken care of. And I think everything except the only one that bothered me was Hank the dwarf, Hank the angry dwarf, right? He was a drunk and he would come in and drink a lot. And he was on his deathbed. He was a little person dealing with health problems and they kind of let him get hammered a lot and he drunk himself right to death. So, yeah, the Naked Cowboy, man, fuck. You guys all watched that? So, sorry, we won't get sidetracked, but oh my gosh, yeah, Marfon, yeah. Ask Napkin Ed, he was a little phony. It was funny to think he's putting napkins between his butt crack or whatever, because I don't know, and he ended up calling, Jelly, what was the Jelly Bean guy? Sour Shoes, boom. I got that one right. That's my addition. Sour Shoes. Fuck, if you don't know Sour Shoes, oh my God. He used to wear shoes without socks. And fucking guy's feet stunk, but he played all these wicked songs. Sour Shoes. Oh boy. Look where this is going. Okay. So before we get too far off, you guys talk about anything you want. I'm going to move on, but feel free to. We can go on for hours. Yeah, Sour Shoes. Yes, V. Yes. The Whack Packers and Howard Stern is all up in this contempt hearing. So, special request for V, move the fuck on. Continue to talk about what you want in chat, though. So, we're at the contempt hearing. So, the whole wheat thing is, see, I got distracted by the socks, but the wheat thing is here. This is what it looks like. Like you got a picture. Judge Rush here is sitting there, and they're all like this. She's in the middle. She's the head judge. There's two guys to the side, two on this side, and they're kind of walking up and doing this to her. They're right in front of, so this one, it looks like this is Diener, right? So she's representing Judge Gull because Baldwin and Rosie are trying to get Gull removed. But Gull is trying to get Baldwin and Rosie removed. So this is a whole thing. Now this is beforehand. This isn't the day of. This is beforehand. They're arguing about wheat. And wheat is Gutwein referring to a case, wheat versus somebody, where the guy was selling weed and all this stuff, and his lawyers got removed, right? And they wanted to remove his lawyers, and then so he kept referring to wheat, and we all know the story, right? So there's that, and I found that very important. So what I'm doing is I feel there's so many things I have to make sure. So for myself, this is my show. It's a request for TJ, and I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. But I also have other people to think of, like Fishy, for instance. Fishy loves the long intros, and I'm only at 1 hour and 11 minutes and 33 seconds. So Fishy, she demands I do at least 2 hour intros. And then V wants me to cover everything that I'm reading between the lines in the contempt hearing. Howard Stern, rats, hockey sticks, 8 cops piling in one van. V by special request. So I can't make you all happy, but I'm doing my best to cover what you guys are requesting. So I know you appreciate it. So I need to know from my petulant little brain, my goldfish little brain, that we're not starting something and forgetting something special. So I think it's only the wheat argument, and then we get into it. So I put in there the link to All Eyes. I'll do it again. If anybody wants to go to this between the pages of, I'd probably say, where am I at now? Ooh, this is 20 pages. So this, if you know, respondent's brief in opposition to Relators verified petition, the writ of mandamus. Like I just will feel horrible if we don't cover something that I know must be important. So I'm on page 47. So, and between 47 of this All Eyes and 67, there's millions of things that happened. And for myself, I must know that I've satisfied the people. And that main person is myself, because I just can't go on knowing I didn't kind of properly brief us, because this whole contempt thing is amazing. So I have a feeling we're going to start very soon, right? Yes. You can teach a goldfish to jump. Can you? Oh boy. So thank you guys for putting up with me. This is just my process. And just know, TJ, if you're listening, girl, we are so goddamn close. Ooh, we can't just jump into it, right? There's got to be a little bit of, right? A little bit, for read play. Okay? We can't just jump into it. We got to ease, there's no hurry. That's Savior. Bedtime stories with Shibby. Dead rats. Mice traps. Oh, look at this. Look oh my fucking, I stumbled on something I can read, I believe. Oh, this looks interesting. This has to be interesting. I'll see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This, so the Attorney General, oh my God. You see this, guys? So, executive decision. I'm going to read this. Executive, I don't even know what I just clicked on. So so Nicole, or if anybody is paying attention, on page 48, I believe it was this one here. And there was a few things there was 3 things on November 30th, 2023 on page 48. So the show is going to start hour and 15 minutes. So Fishy's had enough intro. V has had enough talk about rats, Howard Stern, Whack Pack and stuff. Yes. Please don't take it the wrong way, but for read play, like, before we get into the good stuff, girl. You know what I mean, right? I know you know. Because TJ, this is for you, girl. How does this look, TJ? Like, I mean, this looks important. And even if I just read this part here, it looks like Rosie's going back and forth with Gull, and I'm not exactly sure. Rosie's frustrated. Disqualifications mentioned. Like, we have to cover this, guys. You know it, right? I know you know. I know you know. Oh, that was so nice, Kelt. Kelt, this in case you're listening. Kelt, I am Kelt says this. 12:15. So 1 minute ago, hot off the press. Dude, hanging out with you guys has been the highlight of my night. I thank you. Well, Kelt, that is so nice. And I agree. And everyone, I'm sure, feels the same because they're here. Yes, yes. Well, I mean, it's reading. So, I mean, obviously, you know, like, yes, yes. I know you guys are messing around. 2 hours of foreplay. I mean, you know, I mean, if it's, I'm prolific. So here, I could be already done this. So I'm going to do this. And I know, yes, I know you guys love it. And I'm not trying to milk this, but I kind of, we have from now until, like, let's picture the appeal comes, what is it, the 17th, they decide. Like, I mean, even if they do get an appeal granted, like, what's next, right? It wouldn't be January, February, March. I mean, whatever. I don't even know. So I'd be just guessing that. So it's still, we have all of December. So we're going to cover this, and then we're going to cover the contempt hearing, the trial, and talk, and we're going to do this. Where's Kelt's comment? We're going to do this mostly. Okay. Dude hangouts. It's a free ball hangout. And that includes ovaries too. Your ovaries are, you guys decide to store them inside, and we have to carry them around in a bag. Sometimes we put them in your purse because we're big pussies, and I'll admit it. So a free ball, let your ovaries swing, girl. We're going to just let it all hang out here. We're going to hang in and hang out. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Savior. Yes, chew your food, right? Chew. No rest, Shibby. Still have 6 more. Exactly. Well, it's 12. I work till 7 a.m. and it's 12 midnight, 12:19. And I'm hard at work, hard at work until 7 a.m. my time East. So I'm not trying to kill time. It's just I'm taking advantage of this situation to spend time with you guys. And so we're about to start the show. 1 hour and 20 minutes in. All right. Enough screwed around. Okay, guys. You guys can continue anything. I love it. I'm going to actually get serious. So I'm going to read this. And if it seems not good, and if you guys, the relator's response to respondents and attorney general's objections. Ooh. So that fucker, where's his name? He's probably in here. The attorney general, Todd Rokita, was it? He's trying to say no to something. And if you guys understand what's happening here, let me in on it. Because I think I should just read. And I kind of know I know, but so the summary here. I'm such an idiot. As like I'm sitting here saying, if you guys could sum it up for me basically in words. And I wasn't even looking at this page. And it's like, fuck, there's like one paragraph summary right here in front of me. So there's that. I do that. Like I'll sit there and say, conclusion. I wonder what the conclusion would be. Like, if only there were a summary, and I sit here for fucking 10 minutes pondering it, then like the next page, I'm like, ooh, summary. And I'm like, oh, fuck. If you just kept going, the question you're pondering would have been answered and you'd move on. So I admit it. It's me. I'm flawed. I think so. I overanalyze and I think about it too much. But I guess the alternative to me is like not thinking of it enough, and that's just not going to work. So 1 second. Sorry. Need a drink. So here we go, guys. Oh, this is that time of the show where I remember I made a coffee in my Manly Stanley. And while I'm waiting for the water to boil, I put cream in a mug and I microwave it for 2 minutes. So it's going to be super hot. So when I drink my smoothie and wait an hour or two and forget about the coffee, like right now, let me tell you, wait one. Oh my God. It's like perfect. It's like almost too hot to drink, but not. So I do that. So now we're ready to begin the show. 1 hour and 21 minutes in. Coffee's perfect. So the summary. This writ is the only remedy. Any trial without Baldwin and Rosie, Rick's counsel of choice, would be merely for show. Only 2 lawyers can be ready for a speedy trial and carry out Rick's well-developed trial strategy. And only one court can grant that relief, this court. So they're at the Supreme Court saying, hey, you can't remove them. And, Gull's like, oh, it's for Rick and all good consciences for Richard Allen. I must remove these 2 guys. Meanwhile, it's like the worst thing for him because they're 2 new people would be fucking, oh man, you can just imagine. Because at this time, what is it? I said it was November or something, right? November 30th, and they were talking about starting trial at the beginning of January. Like January, what was it, 9th or 19th of 2024. They were talking of starting Rick's trial, not the contempt hearing. So Rick's trial will be delayed longer and even more public resources will be spent. But more importantly, the public's trust in the judiciary will be permanently undermined while the world watches. An appeal is inadequate at that time. But I mean, now they probably didn't even think they would need an appeal because nobody, I repeat, nobody, even those full-on guilters on the prosecution side, were thinking it would be a unanimous decision. And whatever they fucking say now, if they do, I don't even know. But if they do say that they knew it was going to be unanimous, I'll fucking say bullshit right to them. Because even them guys thought, there's got to be 1 or 2 juries that ain't buying this shit. They knew it was fucked up. So, in my honest, humble opinion. So the response, I believe this is the Attorney fucking General or the Indiana Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court of Indiana, 5 fuckers and Judge Rush's queen judge. This case presents the paradigm situation for a writ of mandamus. This court routinely relies on its original jurisdiction to address claims where attorneys have been or should have been disqualified. Yeah, they should have been. So here, I bet you wheat must be in here. State versus Myers versus Tippecanoe. Love that fucking word, Tippecanoe. Indiana 82, Kurtz, Delaware v. Delaware, Kurtz v. Indiana 2009, Senel Marion. Whatever. So wheat is another one of these. We're going to see it. Wheat is another precedent that they go to about defense lawyers being removed. So, and respondent to the Attorney General do not dispute this fact. The unlawful disqualification of a lawyer strikes at the heart. Oh, so it's still the defense saying this. So wheat comes up when they use wheat on the prosecution side to defend Gull, I believe. Maybe wheat. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Maybe wheat was more of a thing about the defense trying to get the judge removed. Sorry, guys. It could be. The unlawful disqualification of a lawyer strikes at the heart of the public trust in the integrity of the judicial process and requires this court to invoke its inherent authority to supervise the conduct of lower courts. See in Indiana's original action rule. A. Respondent severed the attorney-client relationship on her own motion. So the respondent, which would be Gull, she severed their relationship and just her own motion, basically saying she didn't do it properly. She didn't have the hearing that day. Even if it was a hearing, they didn't allow it to happen. They fucking took off out the door. And Rosie even bamboozled her and said he was going to sign something. I'm going to go get it written up, Judge, and we're going to sign it. and you'll fucking, oh man, I'll come and hand deliver it to you. And just didn't do any of that. Just, so that was good. I know fishy like that got fishy hot. She won't say it here, but when Rosie did that, she melted to her chair. I think, girl, you know it's true. And so Judge Gull, Anoint, and Hennessy would say that she just declared it by proclamation. Fucking, I saith so. She waved her fucking magic wand gavel. Hear ye, hear ye. I declare you off the case. And you just fucking can't do that. So when she argues a writ is inappropriate in Jones, this court denied a writ of mandamus and prohibition petition that challenged the trial court's decision to disqualify criminal defense counsel in a murder case, ID 134. There, the attorneys initiated their own withdrawal. This court did not deny the writ for failing to have a clear, unequivocal right to reinstatement of counsel. But because this court will not countermand the trial court's ruling that placed defense counsel in precisely the position their motion indicated their willingness to be. Hopefully in here, I get to read Hennessy's old as dirt comment, because I haven't seen that yet. And snookered. Hennessy uses the word snookered, meaning like it's kind of like a tricky pool game. If you don't know snooker, the one with the red balls and the colored balls, not the balls, not the solids and stripes, you know. So when you play snooker on it, it's usually a bigger table with really tiny, smaller balls. It's called snooker, and you kind of it's tricky. You got to trick, you know, it's tricky. So he says snookered and old as dirt, and people just fucking love that. And I haven't read it yet. That's Hennessy. So this court did not doubt for a moment that a court-initiated discharge would properly fall within the court's original jurisdiction. ID. This court is generally of the view that a trial court is limited in the authority to remove a criminal defendant's court-appointed counsel. Here, respondent made it clear that she was discharging attorneys Baldwin and Rosie on her own declaration. She said, she saith so, boom, it's so. Motion. Regardless of how defense counsel proceeded or what the prosecutor wanted her to do. Respondent initially suggested defense counsel just read between the lines. Yep. She told Baldwin that in the office, like, dude, like, you should have known. Like, I was hinting. You should have, like, that's fucking bullshit. Because Baldwin and them insisted that the day they got there, they kind of figured she was pissed and mad or whatever, but they didn't see nothing on the docket except for what they went there for, to talk about Richard Allen's trial. You know, nothing else was happening yet. They were ready to fucking go to town with the whole. I wonder. Sorry. Just one last thing. I wonder if they went through with it, guys. What do you think would have happened? Like, if you're in this and you understand what happened at that time, imagine, because it would have been so wrong, right? So although they did the right thing, I'm sure, and they're, you know, because I mean, they're being sprung. This, you know, we've had the benefit of what, almost 2 years to think about, over 2 years to fucking ponder it and shit. But back in 23, they show up. Like, imagine they just went along with it, or even Rosie took off and Baldwin went out and kind of got the schlacked in front of the cameras. Like, she might have gotten more trouble, because it's almost like she was bluffing them to get them to sign this and bow out, you know, in my opinion. And she kind of got what she wanted, but it didn't go as she wanted, especially with Rosie not actually signing anything or agreeing to anything. Kind of tricked her. So she's probably hates that she fucked up. But also, what if Rosie went out there and just sat there? Baldwin just went out there and sat there, and they fucking just had a whole trial to give him due process, yet it would be the exact antithesis, the opposite of due process, because he had no clue what was going to happen. He wasn't able to prepare for it. He wasn't able to call witnesses of his own. He wasn't able to prepare the questions for the fucking witnesses that were there in the jury box, aka, I believe, Doug Carter and those types, and their fucking freshest fucking little Indiana law enforcement what do you call them? Some will call them uniforms. I'll call them costumes. So I like that better. You know, like these guys running around in fucking costumes that we pay for, and we give them these power, right? And we give them these cars and these fucking all the gas, you know, fucking everything, and they deserve it because they're, you know, we need police, we need law enforcement. I fucking all for it, but these guys just kind of I don't know, like if we're not breaking the law, you're not lords, you're not fucking lording over us, like we give you this power to use when we break the law, legitimate, you know. So then you have this power, but you don't fucking run around with that. If you're walking down the street and I wave at you, you're not fucking a lord over me. You're a public servant. Not that you have to be a servant. And that's, I wish they named that something else, but like a public, what would be a good way to say that? A public benefit, a public hero, whatever you want to call them. But they're not a fucking lord. They're not, you know, especially if we haven't broken the law. They're either equal or lower in that form because they do that, the humility of that to, okay, I'm human because when something goes wrong, I rush in and I have extra powers. We award them and it's good. The system would work, right? Costumes, exactly. Like, so picture them. I mean, running in there with all these fucking, how much, you know what I'm trying to say, guys, right? Like, just, it's good. Yes, exactly. Yes. They take advantage of it. They abuse it. Then they start poking around and arresting people for no reason and stealing their money on the side. Oh, so, I'm not even sure what I was trying to say, but you guys kind of get the point, right? I'll move on. But, so, respondent initially suggested defense counsel just read between the lines in Chambers Hobson's choice, meaning a really awful choice and a really, really awful choice to resign or I fire your ass. So that's what I was saying. So imagine Baldwin went out and had let them do it, just sat there. Just humbly sat there, didn't say a word, and fucking bit his tongue because he'd probably want to say some whole shit like, you fucking assholes, this is wrong. And imagine they went on with it. Fucking, oh, Nick, you saw McClellan? Where was that motherfucker? I got that video up still. Here he is. He'd be like, hey, judge. He even says something here. What does he fucking say?
Not proceed several hours. I know, Mr. Our control. So, is there
The 31st court date.
This is
Look
outside
at
of
him
our control.
right here, motherfucker.
So, is there anything, Mr. McClellan, that you'd like to? This is outside of our control. So, is there anything, Mr. McClellan, that you'd like to state for the record?
No, Your Honor, I think we can address the other issues at the October 31st.
Look at his face there. Look at that. He's fucking shame. That's a shame. That's the look of shame. Imagine he got the chance and he would have took it. Imagine he got the chance to fucking make a fool of Baldwin. They would have fucking took it. And they're pissed because they're not getting to do that right now. Look at, they're fucking, but the cry. Oh man, we came here ready to make idiots of these guys. And there's a camera there for the first time, and just, and even I'm there. Look at me. I'm there. I forgot. If you're just getting here, Shay, Kelt, everyone. Hi, Shay. No, that's okay. Honestly, Shay, we're just finishing the fishy intro. So you're just in time, girl. So Shay, you didn't really miss much. We've been kind of, we've been talking about the whack pack, rats, mice, girl. So we're really just getting started with the contempt hearing. And if you can see me on screen, I was there with my mask on in the top right corner. I was in the front row in my cool turquoise button-up shirt with that's a clip-on tie. That yellow tie I'm wearing is clip-on because I forgot how to tie a tie. And I got my COVID mask on with N95 filters and my goggles in case. I hate when I'm talking to people and they spit flies out their mouth. So I had to wear goggles that day. I was in the front row that day. You see me. So look at the fucking shame on this guy's face, or the shame and disappointment that he doesn't get to do. So imagine they went on and did that. I'm like, they would have been like, it would have been so wrong, and they were so ready to do it. Like, how? That's shameless. That's the word. It'd be so shameless to do that, because knowing that there's nothing on what they weren't there for a contempt hearing, and these guys were ready for one. There wasn't a contempt hearing on the docket. There was talk of one in an email and a phone call, not official. And these fuckers are ready to have a contempt hearing against the defense lawyers. Wow. So wild, eh? So I'll get over it. I'll move on. One last chance to look at the shame on this motherfucker's face.
I think we can address the other issues at the October 31st court date.
All right. With that being said, then, we are in recess, staff, and you had some witnesses here that came earlier to have the hearing, but clearly this is outside of our control. So is there anything, Mr. McClellan, that you'd like to state for the record?
No, Your Honor, I think we can address the other issues at the October 31st court.
Outside of their fucking control. All right, guys. So thanks for bearing with me. I was going to continue reading this. And Nicole, or if anybody who's paying attention to this, I'm reading this one here. I can see the title, The Relators something. It might be this one here, I believe. The Relators, yeah, starting on the 30th. November 30th, 2033, the Relators motion for leave of file. If anybody is a better person than me, you'll be able to, when I ask about that in a few minutes, because I forgot, if you can let me know. Page 48 and 67. So I'm just going through the pages. I just need you guys to know. Sorry. That we can't start the contempt hearing without covering a few of these things, okay? And I know you know. So thank you for putting up with me. And I need a quick drink, okay? And we're back. So just know I appreciate you guys. And I know I don't mean to get it off, but I kind of sense you guys are enjoying some of it. So, and you're enjoying chat. So I'm not trying to milk this. I'm not trying to prolong this, but I do, as Rebbe Ann would say, Rebbe, I do get a little distracted sometimes, but just know I'm doing it because I think you will enjoy it. All right. So here we go. The respondent initially suggested defense counsel read between the lines. Gull said that to Baldwin in chambers. Camera, I won't get distracted. Okay. I was about to go off on everything I just told you. I was like about to repeat. Oh boy. I'm sorry. I can't help it. I'm fucked. I'm on some kind of fucking spectrum somewhere. I'll tell you that. Probably a couple different ones. So regarding what she was saying, you're a lawyer. Read between the lines, motherfucker. What you do, it's what you do for a living. Eventually, she made it clear that she was unequivocally severing the attorney-client relationship and that there was no situation where attorneys Baldwin and Rosie could proceed with representing Rick. No, she just couldn't let it happen. She, in all good, in all good intentions, she just, she wanted nothing but the best for Richard Allen, and she just couldn't let these two grossly negligent, horrible lawyers, especially one emailed the wrong Brad, right? Wrong. One emailed the wrong bra, and she's wrong. She's fucking gross and negligent. In that same sentence where she said they were grossly negligent, she said they emailed the wrong Brad, and they didn't. Baldwin didn't. He emailed the wrong bra, B-R-A, Brandon. There's only one motherfucking Brad here, and it's Brad Rosie, who was the intended recipient. He emailed the wrong bra. So you're gross and negligent, Gull. Fuck you. And away we go. So Rosie gets up and says, so basically what you're saying is you guys either quit on your own accord or you make me fire you. That's what? No, I'm saying to you that this is what I plan to say in court on the record when we convene at 2:00. So I'm not reading, they just kind of quoted this part. So this is from that in-camera thing that we read, but it's just a little highlight as to where she's going to go on about reading between the lines and stuff. So So this would be at this trial later on, a month later, quoting from the transcript of them in chambers just before she walks out and says that fucking ridiculous shit. Well, so oh, sorry, this is Rosie. Excuse me. Well, so is the culmination of that you're removing us from the case? I will, based on what I've just shared with you. Okay, well, just want to make sure and I'm just giving you the opportunity to have conversation, which, how do you want that to go? How do you want me to hand you your ass? I don't want to do this. But I will, will if I have to. I don't want. This hurts me more than you, you know? Just like you say to your fucking meal, the chicken you're going to eat before you cut its head off. Dude, this is going to hurt me more than you. It's for your own good. I'm going to eat you. Respondent acknowledged that the prosecutor had initially asked to remove defense counsel during an informal phone call, but she concluded that she did not need a formal hearing. She just wanted to declare it on that request or even pleading on file because she was acting to sever the entire defense team on her own motion. And here's another quote from that. Mr. Rosie, I am an extremely, I'd say frustrated, probably a soft word. Frustrated's probably a soft word. With the idea that we showed up today without any real opportunity to prepare for any of this. And I just think it's improper. And did I miss a footnote? It's going to drive me bonkers. Sorry, guys. No, it's here. Sorry. Okay. Excuse me. Because I just saw the footnote down here. Number 1. Sorry. My peripheral vision. It's almost like I'm reading this, but thinking of fucking this at the bottom. Ooh. Damn you, peripheral vision. Any real opportunity to prepare for any of this. And I just think it's improper. And that's where I am. And that's my position. Well, I think we talked about when you, the prosecutor, footnote. So here's the prosecutor, I guess. I won't read any of these precedent or whatever. The affidavit from attorneys Baldwin and Rosie and the email correspondence between parties, Nick and Gull and them, provide helpful context for this discussion and eliminate any ambiguity regarding who and what the judge is referring to here. The Attorney General has objected to these exhibits. The objection to these 2 exhibits, L and V, should be overruled. So yeah, he's objecting to the exhibits that prove that she was fucking doing stuff she shouldn't do. Something along those lines. Yeah, and the Attorney General, I believe, comes in to try to save her and help Gutwein, Mr. Wheat, and Mrs. I'm not sure she's baby Bloodlust Diener, if she's related to that judge. Is that his daughter, Bloodlust? So I call her baby Bloodlust. That's a lot. Sorry. So there's precedent here. It's not Wheat. To the extent that any of the facts recounted adventure and derived from the portions of the record to which the state objects, they are not pertinent to the legal issues here and simply provide context. Sorry. See Tyson v. State, Chief Justice Shepard considering affidavits from defense counsel. So Chief Justice Shepard considering affidavits from defense counsel and various other letters filed by the Attorney General when deciding whether the Chief Justice should vacate his decision to disqualify himself from a case. Exhibit U, the affidavit of Westerman, was filed in the proceedings below on October 18th. Yep, right before, the day before 18th, Westerman fessed up. I did it. My fault. I did it. They didn't know nothing about it. And then they went and charged him, therefore make Baldwin a victim. So there's that. I won't get distracted. So, well, I'll just read this again. The court. Well, I think we talked about when you, the prosecutor, asked for disqualification, and I indicated on our phone conversation, I'm inclined to do that for you, baby boy Nick. Anything for you. And Rosie, it was a phone conversation. That was not on the record. And then some follow-up emails. And then a couple days later, we showed up and nothing was on the docket except us helping Richard Allen. So turns out, true, she says, true. So she's kind of admitting, yeah, I'm admitting, okay, so I didn't have anything officially. Yeah. Rosie, there's an informality to that. True. And you also said that you hadn't even done any research and you hadn't, had time to talk to your senior judge and all these other things. And the prosecutor hasn't filed a pleading with the court either. No, I'm doing this on my motion. And my motion is I wave my wand, my magic fucking wand, declare shit. So attorneys Rosie and Baldwin offered an alternative to avoid eliminating. So this is just a brief of what happened. So I kind of like this, a summary of the in-camera hearing, because we need to do this. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. Attorneys Rosie and Baldwin offered an alternative to avoid eliminating the entire defense team and to ensure some semblance of continuity of counsel and efficient administration of justice, but responded were flatly rejected. 1 second, need a drink. Yes, V. Hooked on monkey phonics. Did you guys see that? So for V, I'll stay on the Relators. That's what you're saying. I won't get distracted. And for Kelt, hooked on monkey phonics. Do you remember that one with the South Park when it had the Cartman? He was helped to do spelling and stuff, and his mom bought him a little monkey phonics thing, and it was just a tiny little monkey that would help him spell or whatever. And he would have a drum set, and he'd go. So the little monkey was playing the drums. If anybody remembers that, let me know, because it was hilarious. So again, okay, stay related, focused. Is that what you mean? All right. Or V, Rosie, is there a scenario where the court would accept if I stayed in the case? I'm a team player, and I'm not the kind of guy that just bail out on somebody just for the sake of doing it. But I think it's obvious that, Attorney Baldwin jumps in. Oh, sorry. I think he says about Attorney Baldwin. But Andrew can speak differently. But I'm not as connected to some of, this most recent circumstances as Andy is. Mr. Allen is in a situation where he's going to have counsel that's, if he has new counsel, it's going to take them a year to get up to speed with the depth of information that continues to come in. And so I think that this Sixth Amendment rights matter, and I'm probably the one that can at least move this forward with some sense of judicial economy. I don't like it, and that's not what I intended to do when I came in here today. But that would be kind of worst case scenario on our side. So is that an option that the court would entertain? So this is Rosie and Baldwin saying he'll take the one for the team. Keep Rosie on. And at the in-camera hearings, she's like, nope. I can't in all good conscience do that. You stood beside a guy who was a little bit grossly negligent. So you stood beside him. You're fucking catching shrapnel. You're grossly negligent too. And in my next sentence after this, I'll state how grossly negligent I am by getting it wrong, accusing you of emailing the wrong Brad. Which, again, there's only one fucking Brad, bitch. So, attorneys Rosie and Baldwin spoke privately with Rick and returned to chambers to advise that the judge, Rick, objected to severing the attorney-client relationship. He wants us to continue with his representation. Attorneys Rosie and Baldwin suggested the respondent hear this directly from Rick. I think it's appropriate that the court let him speak into the record his thoughts, unless the court just accepts that as notice that those are his opinions. The expressed concerns that Rick's rights against self-incrimination would be prejudiced if he was forced to speak on the public record without counsel. So they suggested bringing Rick into chambers. it seems a little bit of a difficult position to put a man who's accused but not been found guilty, put him in a courtroom and have him, have to speak in this circumstance with 15 minutes notice. So I think it's appropriate that the court let him speak into the record, but, if they had time to plan for it, not just spring it on him. So the judge declined to hear from Rick directly because it would make the DLC uncomfortable and because she would not be comfortable having him in her office. Yes, she's fucking... So she doesn't want to put the Department of Corrections in a, to move the guy from where he was in one room to probably walk him down the hall in his leash and chains, shackled like a fucking Hannibal Lecter. Fucking 5'4" garden gnome with no history of violence that they're breaking like a fucking horse, torturing like a fucking Guantanamo terrorist. Worse, she's afraid of the fucking garden gnome in her office. You fucking bitch. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Sorry. That wasn't me that said that. Somebody get lost. Keep that to yourself. Sorry. The judge removed attorneys Rosie and Baldwin over there and Rick's objections. B. Respondent had an absolute duty to refrain from severing the attorney-client relationship. Not a single Indiana case has tolerated similar behavior from a trial judge to just declare the defense go away without any due process of their own. There are only two narrow situations in Indiana. Wheat. It's time for some wheat. Read 'em in wheat. Oh boy. There are only two narrow situations in Indiana where a trial court has jurisdiction to sever the attorney-client relationship against the client's wishes. 1, the lawyer is not a member of the state bar. Wheat has entered the building. Finally, officially. Wheat versus United States. In 1988, there was a trial. So the precedent of this, let me repeat, there's only two narrow situations in Indiana history. One of them is the lawyer is not a member of the state bar, Wheat, or the lawyer has an actual conflict of interest that will obstruct his ability to provide effective representation. And that's TCH. Not THC, but it's TCH. So it's Wheat and TCH. Remember that. They're both the two narrow situations that set precedent for something like this to happen. And this one was 1999. This was 1998. So, and I know this Wheat guy. So I'll brief it to you because they don't talk about it. I don't think. Wheat is some guy who had storing huge amounts of weed in California in his home. And he was running, I think, to Mexico or from whatever it was. It was all about weed, which is THCCH is funny because THC would be funnier, but that's the other precedent. It has nothing to do with it. So I don't know why I'm linking them except for they're the same letters in different order. Wheat is a guy whose lawyers they removed his lawyers and all the same type of bullshit. It's the only precedent. So Wheat is a case, a man who was charged with smuggling and storing weed in his home and running it like large quantities of weed in California. So no Indiana court has ever tolerated a trial judge removing a lawyer from a case over the client's objection. Right. Let's read that again. So after both of those narrow precedents, no Indiana court has ever tolerated a trial judge removing a lawyer from a case over the client's objection. So Richard Allen says no. They've never, ever done what she's doing. After he's like, so let's say she punished them and they were agreeing, we'll take dock us a day or a week's pay or something, Now put us in a fucking slammer for 3 hours and we'll have a lunch and fucking put us in, they were volunteering themselves for a reasonable, type of reprimand. But it would have been like a day's pay or a week's pay, or we'll write a letter or apologize, something what's that called? Restitution type deal. But no. So based on anything other than these two reasons, and throughout their 8,000 words and nearly 50 pages of briefing, the responding parties fail to present a single Indiana case tolerating this behavior from a trial judge. One sec, need a drink. I was muted that whole time, and I was saying so much nice stuff. V, if I can remember, oh my God, I was muted that whole time I was talking to you, V. And honest to God, I was thanking you, saying I first noticed the little yellow thing, and I then scrolled up and read what you wrote. And what I was saying was, thank you, I appreciate you for letting me know that. And I was saying, despite all the dumb shit I say, I appreciate you, because that's very good. So I was asking a while ago about Diener, this Stacy Diener, whatever. So they are related by marriage, but not by literal blood. But I think we can still connect the bloodlust, right? So it's family, right? So thank you. Just know that whole time I was muted, I said more, even nicer stuff, and I'm just paraphrasing now. But thank you. That's awesome. Anything else? Did I miss anyone to say hi? No. All right. Sorry to stall, guys. And I hope you're enjoying yourselves. And here we go. So I can call her what? Blood. I'll think of something. Every Indiana disqualification case cited by the responding parties involves one of the following. 1, a conflict of interest. 2, an unlicensed attorney. Or 3, a judge being reversed because she removed a lawyer from a case for some other reason. Probably a judgment being reversed. I bet you they meant it. In my opinion, I think they meant to say a judgment being reversed because they removed a lawyer from a case for some other reason. I think. So there's precedent, few cases of precedent, conflict of interest precedents, conflict of interest precedent, conflict of interest. None of them have the word wheat in it, so I'm not going to say anything. I think wheat is just the buzzword for today. I will read anything that has wheat in it, but none of these do. Conflict of interest, unauthorized practice of law, fuck a fake lawyer. Free representation. Oh, pro bono. This might be good. State v. Romero in 91. Conflict of interest, but the judge reversed for rejecting lawyers. See that? So it got reversed. Oh, maybe it was this one here. Barham v. State in Indiana Court Appellate 1994. A judge reversed, I guess, whatever. A judge reversed for rejecting lawyers' conflict-free representation. Oh, I thought that was more of a pro bono thing, like how they offered to be pro bono. If she denied that, it might have been something like this, possibly. I probably have that wrong. Sounds like it, though. That if they offered to be pro bono, no longer defend state attorneys. So I may have that wrong. So attorneys Rosie and Baldwin were licensed attorneys without any conflict of interest. The judge had an absolute duty to refrain from severing the attorney-client relationship. You guys can talk Christmas. You guys getting ready for Christmas? Everyone got their shopping? I'll throw it in that holiday trespassers. Oh yeah, Christmas carolers. Yeah, that could be sweet and fun, I guess. I don't know if anybody still does that. I doubt it. Throughout the year, I just like to say my secret to Christmas is I purchase, when I buy stuff on Amazon, like Bluetooth headsets or Bluetooth speakers or just something small shit, just cool stuff. Fucking coffee kettles, electric kettles for, $25. I ordered like 2 of them, or, and then I keep them, I keep all the ones I like say I order a couple of them, right? If I don't like it, I would send them all back. I try one myself. And if I do like them, which is a lot of the time, now I keep the one for me and I keep the other 2. I have like a box I have with all these cool, for Christmas presents. So this time of year, it's like, boom, like Christmas Eve, or then, I fucking, my kids, or I'm going to my kids during the afternoon the next day, or, they're coming over, whatever works out. I'm like fucking up late at night. Like right now, I'd be wrapping a bunch of presents, like Christmas Eve. Actually, it would probably be Christmas Day because it'd be after midnight. But I'm about to go to sleep and go to their house, so it's like I leave it right to the last minute and just start wrapping shit up. So that's all. But it's, at least I don't have to. Yeah, rich. Yes, it's a rich person. When I'm buying cheap $22 Bluetooth headphones, I buy 2 pairs because I'm fucking loaded. You smart ass, V. I know what you're saying. Why you got, man, that would be so much funnier if you had a LOL or emoji. Just saying. Right? So be a big girl and use your emojis. I'm only kidding. You're funny. C, respondent obstructed the attorney-client relationship for reasons totally unconnected to the Sixth Amendment. When respondent severed the attorney-client relationship, she was acting on subjective opinions about the defense's conduct outside the courtroom. Yeah. It was her opinion. Like, she's not the, what is it again? The right of what's right or wrong, right? Like either they're following the rules or not, so not on any Sixth Amendment concerns that might alter the trial's outcome. Respondent argues that attorneys Baldwin and Rosie committed multiple violations of the rule of professional conduct and that she acted to protect Richard Allen's Sixth Amendment right to effective assistance of counsel. Like, it's so over the top that she's protecting from these 2 guys. No, you're fucking protecting Nick from getting his ass handed to him, because if you were a proper judge and let the stuff in, they would have fucking smoked right over him. And so you're protecting McClelland and the state from having to actually talk about 80% of the discovery that they handed these 2 guys. And, so there's that. The rules of professional conduct are not coextensive with the Sixth Amendment guarantee of assistance of counsel. Precedents, ethical standards can apply to a broad range of attorney conduct, totally unconnected to the Sixth Amendment. So they're just, this is a few things of precedence, like stating some court cases. And another one, so the Sixth Amendment is concerned with deficient performance that is reasonably probability, that has reasonable probability to alter the trial's outcome. More precedents. So, one sec. I disagree, V. I disagree. But you're not explaining the joke. See? You're not explaining the joke. But people won't know if you're sarcastic or not, because that rings true when you're talking with people. But when you're typing, the connotation, your hand movements, your whole typing, people half the time aren't sure you're joking. So if you want to act like dropping an emoji is explaining or letting people know you're joking, it's more like if you put LOL, it's kind of like you're smiling and putting your hands out, which is what people need to understand if you're being sarcastic or joking. So that being said, if you don't want to be understood, then don't even use proper grammar. Go ahead, do it. See if I care. But in my opinion, it's not. You're not. You think by putting LOL is telling people, explaining that you're joking? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, V. I'm moving on. If you think doing that is, oh boy. I know. I guess we can look at things differently. I agree. I respect your opinion. But I like to know, I like people to know I'm not being a dick. Okay? So if you, okay, people thinking you're a dick, go ahead. Don't use your emojis. I'm only kidding. See how that works? I tell you, and everything's better. Oh boy. Attorneys Baldwin and Rosie did not violate any ethical rules, and the judge, if she believed there was a violation of the rules of professional conduct, should have reported the violation in accordance with her obligation under the Rule of Judicial Conduct 2.15. But this never occurred, despite respondent claiming there was a violation of the ethical rules nearly a year ago when counsel issued a press release in November 2022 affirming Richard Allen's innocence. Yeah. So in any event, respondents' subjective concerns with attorneys Rosie and Baldwin are wholly unrelated to the Sixth Amendment. Respondent's primary ground for her subjective belief about counsel's performance was the evidence leak discovered in October. Yet attorney Baldwin was a victim of a crime allegedly committed by Mitch Westerman. Because they got to say allegedly, because even though he put in his affidavit or whatever saying he did it, I don't think it had gone to trial yet. But yeah, he's a victim of a crime. And Holeman took the bait and charged Westerman, which is, they're dumb because they wanted to use it to get Baldwin and Rosie. But by charging Westerman, you're saying they're victims. So then you go fucking charge the victim too? Boy, oh boy, that's crazy. Who surreptitiously took photographs of evidence. Law enforcement, a prosecutor, and the Johnson Superior Court have reviewed this matter and found probable cause to believe attorney Baldwin was a victim of a crime. State v. Westerman. Ooh, they're mentioning that as precedent. And that's him. That's Mitch Westerman. State v. fucking Mitch Westerman. No, V, you're twisting my words. Don't be. I never said, I don't want to think you're a dick. I don't want to. I said, if people that don't understand you're joking, but I most of the time do, many people don't understand that people are being sarcastic, especially if they're new here and they don't know we joke. And so there's that. That's all I'm saying. Other people might think you're a dick, not me. Oh, boy. B. Don't do it for me. But I don't know. Sarcasm's hard. Look at this. Boom, 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 boom. V, you're amazing. You see that? I'm not going to add LOL to everything. No, you don't. You don't have to add LOL to everything. Do what you want, V. I'm not going to talk to you ever again about this. Do what you want. Do what you want. But your awesome, awesome sarcasm may get misconstrued by some people. Not me. That's all. Do what you want. And sorry I even brought it up. Okay? Don't use your emojis. I ban you. I forbid you from using LOL or emojis ever again. There. How? You feel better? There. Take that. Yes. There. See? Look at this. Fucking Derek is having a fucking laugh. I hear it from here. I hear it. I'm fucking like 700 miles away from this guy and I hear it. I fucking feel it. He's fucking LOL. He's not just LOLing. He's LOL. So don't do it. I forbid you, V. Never ever use another emoji or LOL on this channel again. I command you. I proclaim it like Judge Gall did proclaim. All right? And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I mean that with such vigor and no LOLs, no emojis there. I'm fucking so goddamn serious. Oh boy. Away we go. Rick clearly and repeatedly asked respondent to refrain from severing the attorney-client relationship, but she acted anyway. Right. But this is my channel, and I don't want that. So you don't understand that? I don't want people to misconstrue others and have angst. I don't think you get that. But you don't have to do anything you don't want to. I'm not telling you to, but I mean, you make amazing. Yeah, let the people fight, but also let them LOL, because you don't want to fight first, right? Like, if it happens, I get it, but then you need to do this. It makes it so much more funny, in my opinion. But yeah, I get it. You're amazingly sarcastic. You're super smart. You're a wonderful addition. I love having you around. Your jokes and comments add so much. Without it, I would feel horrible if you weren't here. But some people just don't get it, and I just know. That's all. Just my opinion. My opinion. Yes. No. See, no, it doesn't happen often because I put a nix to it. I end it before it gets like, I won't say any names, but there's this scaly creature that swims in water. And let's say she was doing a live stream the other day, and somebody came in and fucking blew up a beautiful chat we were having, and then started muting her guests because they were telling them to stop, and almost ruining chat for everyone, I believe, in my humble opinion. Again, these aren't my proclamations. They're just my opinions. I'm not going to lord over you guys and like some, because it's my channel. I'm not going to be that dorky, but I mean, I would rather people do, I don't know. Don't you find it nice when somebody just, after they joke a few and then drop an emoji to let, and I don't know, it just makes me feel good. So I never said you fought with Fishy. Oh, see, so I don't know what's up with you. I never said you fought with Fishy because you just wouldn't listen. I was on another channel and it was Fishy's, and somebody came in, and I was called in on a live stream the other day for an hour. I was on panel. We were talking about stuff, and Josh called in, and then this person came into chat, started telling people they were dumb and they were low IQ, and that they were stupid, and that they would beat them in IQ tests of chemistry, physics, and science. And I was like, Fishy, fucking imagine somebody came in here and did that, and they were obviously not trying to talk and add. They were trying to get people fighting and blowing up her chat. So on panel, I said to that person, I started refuting them because they were sounding ridiculous, and then Fishy muted me. So there's that. So I was never saying you, oh boy. Right. Like, I mean, Scrappy, it's all great. It's all great. Like, like I play hockey. We fucking fight each other with bare knuckles. Or brothers and friends and cousins on the ice with razor blades strapped to our feet. But then afterwards, we get over it. I'm only talking about the people who, no, I'm not complaining, but I have to be detailed, because if I'm not, you guys don't understand it. That if somebody like a Mustang were to come in here and blow up my chat, I'll fucking disappear him. Simple as that. Simple as that. I don't want angst. I don't want fighting. Nobody does. I think we're all sick of it. And I just have to explain myself. And I'm not doing it for you per se. I'm doing it for the people I think may have just came in or new. So that's the risk you take when you try to explain to people. Danny, well, dude, there's that. Yes, I'm okay with you guys, taking jabs at each other. Like, look at me and Dino. Oh my God. If me and Dino didn't use emojis, some people would think, oh my God, we're going to kill each other, But the things we say to each other, it's kind of like to benefit the rest of people in chat to know we're not fighting. So that's all I'm saying. But you don't have to do it. You don't have to. Yeah, it's ridiculous to say that I'm joking constantly. But when you're typing in chat to get your point across, sometimes it comes off wrong. That's all. And I would rather explain myself too many times and have you feel annoyed than have me not explain people, and then in 2 days you're coming back like, what? You never told me. I'm like, what the fuck? Yes. Yes, they're called skates. Ice skates. Ice skates. And those fucking, oh my God. The way the skates get sharpened now, they'll fucking cut right they'll cut right your calf muscle right off if you get hit the wrong way. Oh boy. I should stop reading. I wouldn't. I know you wouldn't, V, because you're a reasonable, lovely, wonderful person. But we don't always have that type of people. So that's all. Of course not. Oh boy, V. Hope you don't think I think that of you. Of course not. I know you wouldn't think that because you're amazing. And if everyone were like you, I wouldn't even be saying this. So I hope you understand that. Okay? So don't use LOLs and emojis ever again. Oh boy. I'm going to just keep reading. You guys are having fun. And I'm going to jump in and totally fuck everything up. So, hey, here we go. E. Just know I appreciate you guys. And I just, if only, it's never, ever, ever because somebody were to oppose me. Or if they want to talk, or, even if it was a little bit of shit talking and then we kind of let it go, no problem. But if you go back 10, 15 comments and just ruin chat for everyone and intentionally kind of get people to start fighting, and just I won't have that. I don't like that. That's all I was doing. So if anybody wants to let you know that it was anything other than that, and if you believe them, I don't know what to say. I hope you don't, because I'm not like that. I wouldn't want that. And if you stick with me, you'll see over time. Time proves it all. Stick with me. I'm not that way. I'm okay if you oppose me. Just if people blow up and ruin chats, they're going to disappear. You watch. I've had to do it, and I'll do it again. Not you guys, obviously. And if everyone was as beautiful and smart and wonderful as Derek Farmer, Shay, V, Fishy, and most of the people, it would be great. But it's just that, it's just that one, you know how it is, guys. That one person comes in and kind of ruins everything and kind of gets people fighting. If you ask them 2 or 3 times to stop and they don't, is it free speech? Do you let them go on? I mean, that's fine. On your channels, do what you want. Here, I'll fucking ask them a couple times. And if they're going to come ruin chat and get people fighting, ad hominem, ridiculous, stupid shit, I'll fucking disappear. I would remove them from YouTube if I could. So there's that. And away we go. Let's repeat it. Yes. Yeah, I'm a grandpa. Fuck the dad. That was a grandpa lecture. Of course. Exactly. That's my Virgo old grandpa, overly specific, detailed. Yes, I'm neurotic. Yes, I agree. It's going to happen again too. So be ready. Yeah. Because that's my point. Because if I don't explain to people, let me repeat that. Oh my fucking God. Let me repeat this for V. I'm not going to repeat it. But enter my previous comment here. The one I repeated 3 times. I'm going to move on because you guys are funny. So Rick clearly and repeatedly asked respondent to refrain from severing the attorney-client relationship, but she acted anyways. The old man fucking repeating stuff? Well, yeah, I agree. Let me repeat it. Oh boy, I'm sorry. Disqualification was first mentioned by the state in a telephone conference on October 10th. Right, that was the first time so the hearing was, 9 days earlier, she kind of said to them, hey, disqualification is on the table. I'm thinking about it. Right? But that's not fucking, official. So the very next day, Rick unequivocally affirmed, yeah, he wrote that letter. Right. In writing, he still wanted attorneys Baldwin and Rosie to represent him. And the whole picture thing, if anything, it's going to be bad for the defense for people to see, Abby and Libby. So for them to think that, and if they're so worried and they're saying that there's no Odin stuff there, right? So what are they worried about these photos getting out for? Right? The state. Just think of the state. Now, that's the first time I even thought of that. Think of that. Yeah, Grandpa's playing. Oh, definitely views. Oh, yes. Derek, she's wonderful. She's super smart and amazingly sarcastic. But I'm just saying, sometimes people misconstrue it. And that's all. That's all. Not me. Not all of us. Most don't. But I don't know. It was a suggestion. It wasn't a command. So, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Jenny. Hey, hi. Yeah, but Jenny, you do it funny. Look at, you do it funny and there. Perfect example. Boom. Did you just come in? Hi, Jenny. Where you been? Everything okay? You were around so much and then you disappeared. Is everything okay? It's good to see you. Are you subscribed? Are you watching are you catching up on my replays, girl? Yeah. Give me the rest of that number. Oh, 867-530. 9. You changed it. Or was that whatever? And that's not a 0. That really is an O. So that's cute. But yeah, perfect. Look at Jenny comes in. She's fucking smiling. Look at her smile. She's smiling. She fucking drops a bomber, but then puts those 2 emojis and kaboom. Everyone's fucking right now. Look at you. Look at you. You're rolling. Perfect. Let's go. You're rolling. That's it. Now that I know you're rolling on the floor or you're laughing out loud and your neighbors hear you, you woke your kids up laughing. There's so much laughing going on. LOL, OL, 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 like so out loud. I'm fucking love it. You got me excited. I'm gonna LOL. I'm gonna mute my mic and LOL. Listen. Did you hear that? At 2:22:22, I fucking LOL'd so goddamn loud. I'm not gonna type it. So here we go. Thanks, guys, for having fun. Jenny, are you okay? Been around much? It's good to see you. Yeah, you're hilarious. Like fucking look at this. Her first comment. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. You sound like my arguments with fucking dipshit Charles. Who's been missing? Where the fuck is he? Goddamn, he's good at sarcasm too. Like too good. So good he gets fucking people to, his girlfriends want to fucking stab him. And I'm jealous. I'm fucking jealous. I've never had a girlfriend want to stab me. It's fucking, I feel shit. That's like fucking passion. Man, if I can get a woman to want to stab me, I'd feel, oh my God, you're doing something right, Charles. Keep it up. Nobody's ever tried to stab me. That's not sarcastic for V. Rick clearly and repeatedly asked a respondent to refrain from severing the attorney-client relationship. Disqualification, yes. So I read that. Sorry. Oh, I was at the blue. I did the blue thing and I didn't follow it. So here I am. Trial counsel filed Rick's letter with the court and included a lengthy letter to the court that explained that the court lacked jurisdiction to disqualify counsel because there was no conflict of interest. So I'm gonna get this going here because we're almost done and I'm not stalling. So I feel you guys angst. You're having fun, but you're probably thinking, let's get this done. So I'm gonna go right to get this through, and we're gonna get to that contempt hearing for TJ, who's laying there right now thinking, she's loving this, having fun, but I just know she really enjoys the serial Shibby sometimes too. So that same day, the trial court ordered counsel to cease working on Rick's case. Before the hearing on October 19th, attorney Baldwin retained counsel and filed a memorandum, again informing the trial that it lacked jurisdiction to remove counsel absent a conflict of interest. During an in-chambers proceeding held before the hearing in open court, when respondent revealed that on her own motion, she was going to declare it, she was disqualifying counsel. Attorney Rosie argued that respondent lacked the authority to do so. So fucking Rosie stood up, said, you can't do that. You don't have that power, woman. Not woman, sorry. You don't have that power, judge. You're acting, And Hennessy also says, like, she can't just declare shit. So it's good that they stood up to her. After the in-chambers proceedings, attorney Rosie filed a notice informing the court that he was remaining on the case of Rick's attorney. Like, fuck, I told her I was going to go and resign just to get out of there. And I would, I didn't do anything because in this world, they have to do things officially by filing it. So if he says he's going to do something and then, turns around and changes his mind before he's filed. Like, he hasn't done that. So he kind of tricked her, which was great. And not only does he trick her, he fucking doesn't go do what he said he was going to do. He fucking turns around and says, hey, I'm staying on the goddamn case. I'll go pro fucking bono, whatever you want. I'm staying. Deal with it. So the court struck the pleadings and indicated it would take no action on them. Attorney Baldwin, by his counsel, filed a motion to reconsider his removal as counsel, arguing that respondent lacked the jurisdiction to disqualify counsel. So yeah, so he did the same thing, except he kind of did sign something, I think. I'm not sure. Particularly considering that a motion for her recusal was pending. Right. So then by them at that time, instead of agreeing to quit, they filed their motion. And at that time, that's basically like them saying to her, hey, you have to stop everything you're doing until we get this taken care of in the court, Supreme Court. Because by doing that, by the defense filing that motion on Hennessy, filing it motion to have her removed on behalf of Rosie and Baldwin, she can no longer do work on the case. So it's like a slap back. So awesome. If you don't see it that way, that's exactly how it is. So she's kind of like, it's like them saying to her, hey, you fucking stop all work, what you're doing on this case, and we'll see you in fucking Supreme Court. So respondent did not take any action on the motion. It's like she probably just, So the day before the next scheduled hearing in Rick's case, yeah, so she goes on, right, so they're saying she ignored it. She ignored it. So what they did here was when they filed that, she was supposed to seize all her work as judge. I know it. They've said it. And so she didn't even care. And the next day, she's still doing stuff. Right? So that's fucked up. Like, imagine the day before the next scheduled hearing in Rick's case, attorney Baldwin and Rosie entered their appearance on Rick's behalf as private counsel. Aha. So she's fucking saying, I'll ignore yours. So they come back the next day. Oh, fuck. If you want to ignore shit, we'll ignore shit. And that's when they walk in and say, hey, they sit down in front of Scrimming and Browdle and say, no, we're still here. Deal with it. Right? Right. They're coming in and their balls were clacking away. You hear it coming down the hallway when Baldwin, Rosie, and Hennessy are coming down the hallway. Clickety clack. Their fucking balls are smacking all over the walls. They're just swinging them around. And they're going to sit down in front of them and say, hey, go. You're going to fucking not listen. You're not going to stop your work because we filed this that says you have to. The rules say you have to stop. She continues the next day. They come in. Fuck you. We're pro bono. We're not listening to you. So at the hearing, Rick's attorneys argued again that the court had no authority to remove them as counsel. On each of the 6 occasions mentioned above, attorneys Baldwin and Rosie informed the court that respondent lacked jurisdiction to disqualify them. The claim was clearly and repeatedly presented to the trial court, but the trial court chose to act contrary to her absolute duty to refrain from severing the attorney-client relationship. One sec. No, we finished the intro, Fishy, I think it was about 20 minutes ago, the intro, maybe 30 minutes ago, around the 2-hour mark. Like, yes. No, the intro finished around the 2-hour mark because I know Fishy likes it to be at least 2 hours. So I was trying my hardest. I didn't want to, but for Fishy by request, there you go. Yes. The LOLs and nobody fights. Wasn't so nobody fights. Just so those some of those unreasonable people know. And I just prefer it. It's not a command, okay? I prefer it. It makes me feel good. So if you don't want to make me feel good, don't do it. Guilt trip. I'm not kidding. Yeah, the intro finished about half an hour ago. So thank you for asking, because it really adds to the show. And I do it for Fishy because she loves a good long intro, right? And here, boom, let's move on. LOL. I fucking hear you from here, dude. You're laughing so loud. I fucking love it. Yes. Yes. I agree. I know this. I know this. I've been trying to tell you. There. I've been trying to tell you. You finally get it. Yes. You meant yes. V, you get it. I'm the unreasonable one, and you meant V. Boom. Love it. You're awesome. Thanks, guys. I enjoy you. I hate me. I hate myself. I love you guys. I hate myself. E. Respondent delayed the efficient administration of justice. Respondent's conduct in this case was particularly harmful because severing the attorney-client relationship delayed the efficient administration of justice. So a few seconds ago, didn't I say I was going to rush through this? Take two. I'm going to do it for you guys. I'm going to get through this properly because I can just feel you guys. The Attorney General argues that the need for efficient administration of justice should be balanced against a defendant's Sixth Amendment rights. Indeed, Indiana courts do not require judges to unflinchingly, I haven't really used that ever, unflinchingly grant continuances or delay proceedings so a defendant can bring in counsel of his choice on the eve of a trial. Lewis v. State. Blah, blah. More precedent, couple precedents. But one of them was about, I guess they're both about a trial court balancing a defendant's right to go to trial in a timely manner with the defendant's desired delay proceedings indefinitely while he waited for his preferred attorney to recover from a potentially fatal medical. So they had, because he wanted that lawyer, but the lawyer couldn't. So instead of making him take another one, they're allowing him, this person in the precedence, the example, to wait until his preferred lawyer was better. So defendant's last second gamesmanship for a new lawyer causes substantial loss of time for jurors, lawyers, and the court. But the opposite situation occurred here. Respondent delayed proceedings to insert counsel of her choice when the judge, that would be to insert Scremin and Librato, it sounds like, of her choice, when the judge severed the attorney-client relationship in October. Trial was scheduled to begin on January 8th. Rosie and Baldwin spent nearly a year reviewing the voluminous discovery, conducting depositions. Yeah, they worked fucking hard. Presenting 80% of the discovery and digging it up and having to go fetch it in fucking Georgia. And then not being able to use it, developing a speedy trial strategy, and pursuing a defense of third-party guilt. Attorneys Baldwin and Rosie were active members of and in good standing with the Indiana Bar, and they told the judge that they were ready to try this case in January. There is nothing in the record suggesting otherwise. The judge, on the other hand, had not ruled on several of Rick's substantive motions. The Franks memo, which sought to suppress the warrant search that uncovered a firearm, has been pending since September 18th of 2023. As of October 31st, 2023, respondent had not finished reading the motion. Yes, motherfucker, yeah. So she said she didn't even read it. So she's from the 18th, it was pending. And on the 31st, what was that fucking, she still hadn't finished reading it. Oh, yeah, because that's the, picture, it's in the bottom of her garbage pail, right? So she had over a month and a half almost. She still hadn't read it. So here's go. I haven't even finished reading it. Ugh. The motion for the state to produce Rule 404 and 405 evidence, which would inform counsel's decision whether to put Rick on the stand, had been pending for nearly a year. Also pending is an August 8th, 2023 request for a transcript of the June 15th safekeeping hearing, which counsel needed for use at a deposition hearing. Finally, a motion in limine on ballistics evidence has been pending since June 13th, 2023. The motion seeks to exclude purported expert testimony that an unspent cartridge found near the crime scene had been cycled through a gun found in Rick's home. A ruling from this motion is obviously critical to the efficient administration of justice. When respondent severed the attorney-client relationship, she was not balancing the Sixth Amendment right against the efficient administration of justice. On the contrary, she violated the Sixth Amendment when she inserted her counsel of her choice and delayed all proceedings, denying Rick, the victims, the witnesses, and the public the efficient administration of justice. And quick drink. And we're back. Everyone having fun? Yes? There, look at that. Boom. Jenny, thank you so much. We need more LOLs in this world. I love it. No, you don't want to fight. Oh, Jenny is not fighting. Oh, hard shell tacos. I'll stop reading. I'm just scanning through to see if anybody new came. I will not disrupt your wonderful chat. You guys are fun. Stay warm. Kill mice. And be happy. Be merry. Don we now our gay apparel. Fa la 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 la. La 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 la. Yeah, Farmer, how old are you? You're probably close. You're at least 40 something, 45, 50. Heated pajamas? Oh boy. That sounds fun. What do you do? Plug them in? Holy fuck. Is that real? You really have heated pajamas? Oh, but yeah, did you get your heater thing fixed out, Shay? Are you, I guess that might be why you have the heating pajamas, eh? Hopefully you at least have electricity or what? I don't know. What do you, so you have electricity, right? But your heater was not working or something, your furnace? I hope you're getting it worked out. But at least if you have electricity, it'll be good, right? Like you can have an electric heater and at least keep a few of the rooms warm, right? And fucking pajamas that are heated, battery powered. Are they good? They sound, I'm going to look into that. I'll check Amazon. That sounds fun. Especially for times like if you're fucking, my furnace started almost acting up again. Cause every few years, it's an old furnace, right? So about 6 years ago, the motor stopped. So I just ordered up a new motor, swapped it in and put it, and it's been perfect since. But this last few weeks when it's really cold, if it has to switch itself on, those big electric motors, there's like a solenoid activator thing. I think something's wrong with that. It's, it gets really warm. It's not turning itself back on. So I have to let it sit. And then I've just kind of turned the fan to run constantly. And then when it calls for heat, the burners light up and sense, but when it goes off, then it's still circulating. Like the furnace fan still stays on and it seems to be fine. So I'm going to have to order up a new fan. A new motor and just swap it in because I'm sure this motor's going. But if I leave it running, it doesn't have to switch on and off, and it kind of keeps the cool air cycling over it because it's an old furnace where the air, the motor's in the path of the air, so it kind of cools it off too. So I just kind of leaving it running for now until I'm going to do that later. I'm going to order a fresh motor, or maybe in the morning I'll go down to I'll just grab a used one. I'll say fuck. I'll bring this motor in and say fuck. Give me one just like it. I don't give a fuck. And plop it in a couple more years and it'll be fine. So I hope you guys are all staying warm. Derek, I hope you're catching the mice. I hope you're all having fun. And we're all old. Oh, you're only 72? That's nothing. Or you're born in 72. Either way, you're a spring chicken, girl. Older than dirt. That's what I've been looking for. Did you hear me say that? When Hennessy says it, and he hasn't said it yet. So we're going to hear that. It's definitely from the contempt hearing when he uses the older than dirt and snookered. So thanks for being fun and cool, guys. And putting up with me because I know I'm the brunt of my problems. I get it. No, not so I don't get rich shamed, because used stuff works great. And I mean, It's either go all in and fix this house up, or spend nothing and just wait, because the land is. I mean, this house I'm in now is like a 40s, 50s house where it would probably be worth more money if I rented an excavator and drove over it and sold it to the next person. You know what I'm saying? Because more than likely that's where things are heading. But I'm not going to spend money on it. And I don't like this type of city now. It's getting to be where I live. I mean, it's nice, but it's just, I don't know, it turned into one of those where it took you 5 minutes to drive somewhere, and now it takes you 15 or 20 minutes. And it seems like in this area, they're kind of just putting up streetlights and stop signs on every fucking corner. And it's like, oh my God, Sunday afternoon going away from this, you're in a traffic jam. What's going on? So I'm definitely just going to take off and go up north, anywhere in beautiful Canada. And so I'm not going to spend anything on this jungle. I'm just going to fix it till it works, and away we go. Enough bitching and moaning. F. So I just hope you all are staying nice and warm. Right? Yes, exactly, Jenny. Perfect. I'm an old hag. Well, but I like the whole trailer thing. Like my brother, I can show you. My brother has a really nice trailer, and I can get one where if I was going to go get a property, shitty, and fix up an old house, I would take a trailer and stay there, and then kind of work on the house or whatever, and whatever it is. I would much rather that than a nice big house on a shit. I just want land and a fucking tent. I don't care. I like the land, nature, and squirrels, stuff like that. So even a trailer for a couple of years on the property to fix up an old house, or to build one, to assemble, or to, what I'm saying, right? But it wouldn't be it would be modern. I want indoor plumbing and Wi-Fi and a beautiful home. Some of those cottages up here in the Muskoka area, north of Toronto, they're better than all of our homes. So I'm not saying I want a shitty house or a tiny little, cabin you see in the movies where it's just one room. But I would have that if I was staying in it to build the proper home. You know what I'm saying? So when you see those movies where they're just like one room cabin, and so that would be great on a big hunk of land, and I'm in there to build to keep me warm until I build or fix up the house that I'm going to live in, which is probably right there. So away we go. I drove from Nebraska to Saskatchewan. Oh boy. Yeah, Saskatchewan is a lot of flat. It's like we call it the prairies out there. It's just like flat lands, right? Anyways. So, for myself, if I were to buy a new car, I will never buy one off. If I were loaded, I would, but I would never, ever buy a brand new car. As amazing as it would be, I would always buy one a year or two old that's depreciated. So the person lost money, but it's near new. And that's more than brand new for me. Just the savings, So I'm like that. The remedy on appeal is non-existent. Only an original action can achieve a speedy trial with attorneys Rosie and Baldwin at the helm. Rick is a pre-trial detainee who is over 50 years old, has deteriorating health, and is housed in prison among individuals who have been convicted of crimes. He files this writ asking for attorneys Rosie and Baldwin to be reinstated, to remove the trial judge, and to mandate a trial within Criminal Rule 4B1 time frame. Only this court can deliver that relief. So the responding parties failed to address the interwoven connection between Rick's speedy trial request and the respondent's Sixth Amendment violation. Here, murder charges were filed on October 28, 2022, and the parties agreed to set this case for trial on January 8, 2024, which was outside the criminal rule period. Rick had a right to assume trial would be held on that date. State v. So it's about speedy trial precedents. Rosie and Baldwin spent nearly a year reviewing the voluminous discovery, conducting depositions, developing a speedy trial strategy, and pursuing a defense of third-party guilt, so they would be ready for trial on January 8th. Attorneys Baldwin and Rosie were ready to try this case as scheduled. Respondent severed the attorney-client relationship over Rick's objection and thrust new attorneys upon him who were unprepared for a 3-week trial. Scheduled to commence in 3 months on January 8th, 2024. That would be Scremin and Librato. And although it happened how it did, I think, if anything, I didn't hate Librato, the bald guy. He seemed, although he's probably like those jurors who at first appeared like they were going to be biased, but would probably kind of toe the line because he was like the head defense kind of guy for the state. But as a defense attorney, I don't know. Librato seemed like the kind of guy who would probably do the right thing or trick you and then still go along with Judge Gull, and she would have got everything she wanted. And that's just how I feel, my opinion. And it never happened, so we'll never know. But so no attorney coming into this case could be ready for a trial of this complexity within that time frame. Only attorneys who have worked on this case for over a year could be prepared. In short, only attorneys Baldwin and Rosie can be ready for trial within the limits of Criminal Rule 4. A direct appeal after a jury trial is wholly inadequate. Trial has already been continued at the request of the new public defenders by 10 months to October 2024. And the trial may very well be continued again. When trial eventually proceeds, there will be an unresolved Sixth Amendment issue. Carroll County, Allen County, the witnesses, the victims' families, lawyers, and Rick will all be dragged through a constitutionally infirm trial. The Sixth Amendment issue will permeate every aspect of this case, rendering a fair trial impossible and a tremendous waste of resources. Trial will be for fair practices only. Furthermore, the remedy on appeal will be retrial, not retrial with attorneys Baldwin and Rosie. Richard Allen wants a trial with attorneys Baldwin and Rosie, and only this court can grant that relief. Even if Richard Allen is acquitted at a trial in October 2024 or months thereafter, his rights will still be violated because justice will have been long delayed while his 50-year-old health continues to deteriorate in prison. Justice too long is justice denied. Martin Luther King from a Birmingham jail said that. Junior Martin Luther King Martin Luther King. Sorry. Let me say that again. So at the end, so they're saying Rick's health continues to deteriorate in prison. And here's a quote from Martin Luther King Jr., right? So that, yes, Martin Luther King Jr. And he said this in a letter he wrote from a Birmingham jail. Justice too long delayed is justice denied. So, an interlocutory appeal would only exacerbate the harm Rick has already suffered. Even under the best of circumstances, an interlocutory appeal takes months before a decision is reached, assuming one can receive permission from both the trial court and the Court of Appeals. And there's precedent, Shepherd Blah. And the precedent example is, we must remember that reversals are but palliatives. The cure lies in those remedial measures that will prevent the prejudice at its inception. 2. Given respondents' comments regarding trial counsel's performance and credibility, she cannot oversee a trial where they represent Rick. A judge shall be disqualified in any proceeding in which her impartiality might reasonably be questioned. Indiana Judicial Code 211. Respondent argues that neither Rick nor attorneys Baldwin and Rosie demonstrated that respondent had any bias or prejudice toward them. Yet even before the circumstances surrounding the discovery leak and had been fully investigated, respondent indicated that she was leaning towards disqualifying counsel. Respondent also claimed counsel's motion for an immediate transfer of custody for Rick had a lot of inaccuracies. When compared to the state's affidavits, respondent indicated she was denying the motion, even though no hearing on the motion had taken place, and Rick had been given no opportunity to present evidence. Respondent said the same thing about Rick's motion requesting a modification of the safekeeping order, filed back in April of 2023, that it contained inaccuracies and falsehoods. Respondent based that on the state's evidence presented at a hearing on the motion, but failed to acknowledge that respondent relieved the sheriff of his burden to transport Rick's primary witness to the hearing. Oh yeah, Judge Gall said, don't worry about it. And she wasn't even allowed to, it wasn't up to her to decide that. So Judge Gall relieved, if I can, it was Sheriff either Liggett or Leesenby, probably of his burden, or that other guy was helping him, I think, to transport Rick's primary witness, that Robert Baston or whatever, that he was going to say, even though he was a little sketchy himself, he saw and heard things and had good, he had receipts. So despite whatever he had in his past, he was saying that they were not treating Richard Allen fairly. And he was going to go and, say that at his trial. And for some reason didn't want to, or they probably he also said they were that letter was something, because although he's whatever, I'm sure, he said one of the guards stabbed him with a pen or something like that, and all this shit. That's something. Maybe we should go read those later if you want. Let me know. They're probably in here. Robert Baston guy who was going to go and represent him but didn't. So the hearing, so that they could testify in support of Rick's motion. So it was Leesenby. So Major Leesenby was advised by Judge Gull to disregard any further efforts to retrieve inmate Baston from the Westville facility. And she had no right to say this, to do it. He shouldn't be calling her because she's not, I know that. So he goes there. Baston doesn't want to come. And he's like, what do? Calls Gull. What the fuck? Conclusion. This court is the only court now that can ensure Rick receives his fundamental right to counsel. A writ of mandamus. A writ of mandamus is mandamus. I like mandamus. A writ of mandamus is appropriate to reinstate attorneys Baldwin and Rosie as court-appointed counsel, to set a trial date within 70 days from the issuance of the writ, and to remove the special judge and appoint a new one. So Leeman, Weinecke. Ooh, they counted their words. Justice. 4,200 words. They filed properly. There's fucking Wheathead, Gutwein, Matthew R. Gutwein, Stake, Delaney, Sanchez. So Sanchez is obviously with the Attorney General's office. So she wasn't like that Rakita guy, was it? Or do I have that wrong? She must have worked for him, obviously, or his assistant, whatever. All right. So there's that, guys. So I got to remember, I'm going to leave this open as something I did read. This, I looked over this, but didn't read these, right? Because it's, so I'll close this down. We don't need that for now. And this is where I was. So what's this? This is where this is it, what I'm planning on doing. So again, we're almost there. I hope you guys are okay with it. If you have any questions about that, that's just a quick, we kind of need to know what's going to happen here before we head into this contempt hearing. I will get to it. And if I see anything else, which the Relators response, which one I just read was this one? Maybe this one? How many pages was that? Sorry. I just, honestly, I think I'm going to just kind of brief over and make sure that's it. Nope. So it's this one. Oops. It's this one. The second one of these. So what's the second one on the 30th is what I just read. Ooh. So this is just a supplemental record, it looks like. Oh boy. Oh, so Liggett going to pick him up, and yeah, Baston refuses to get out, and this guy says fucking this Wysocki guy, blah blah blah. Leeman gonna call Gull somewhere here. So this is them going to pick up what's his face, Baston. Transport order. Baston on the 12th. Upon arrival at Westville, the special transport, Deputy Wysocki was informed by on-site DOC personnel that inmate Baston was refusing to exit his cell and was also refusing to be transported to Carroll County, Indiana, to testify in his cause. On the 14th day, the communication with the court, so fuckface calls Gull up, was established by Sheriff Major Chief Deputy Tobe H. Leeman. He's a Sheriff Major Chief Deputy calling up a fucking a judge, wherein Leeman was advised by the court, and judge gives him an order. Imagine that. This fucking guy, a sheriff, taking orders from a judge. Any further efforts to retrieve Baston from Westville facility. Documentation related to this incident by Sheriff Special Wysocki and Indiana blah 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 blah. So they're admitting that happened. Here's the paperwork and probably fucking bunch of inaccuracies and shit. Oh, it's always their narrative of what they thought happened. He says, I want to fucking go. All the people, look at this. No confusing, eh? There's 2 guys named Brian, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 guys named Tobe. All spelled exactly the same. I'm only kidding. So, here's Galapoo. I bet this must be Galapoo. Oh, no, who are these guys? Lieutenant. People from... So on June 14th, 2023, staff went to the cell of Robert Baston, 90210 Beverly Hills, and advised him that he is scheduled for court in Carroll County, and the trip team is here to pick him up. Incarcerated individual Robert Baston from Beverly Hills 90210 stated to the staff that he was refusing to go to court. This was witnessed by the following. These 2 guys. Oh, you don't want to get out of your cell? No problem. What can we do? Anybody who doesn't want to leave their cell, we just say, okay, you get some little nappy and we'll come back later. Right. We all know that's how it happens. All right. So, what is this? Notice to court to transfer the defendant. Probably not much. 1 page, just transferring. A notice of hearing from Justice Rush. Judge Rush, the Supreme Court, is noticing the argument will be. So he's okay. So here's, I'm going to read this because it's going to tell us what's happening. See, I'm glad I looked at these, because the stuff we're going to be reading, this is them saying, so we'll know the rules. So, she grants them, and they go to argue at the court, right? So Rush finally responds. What date is this? Did I see the date? Sorry, have to have it dated, right? On January 8th. No, did I miss it? It's December 11th. So it took her. Yeah, it was quick. I remember this. Yeah, it was quicker than everyone thought, because all that other shit was happening on like days before, or a couple weeks. So yeah, everyone was shocked at how fast. So this is the main queen of the Supreme Court, little Rush, saying what's going to come. The Supreme Court will hear oral argument on the Relators' second application for writ of mandamus and prohibition in state X on January 18th at 11 a.m. Relator seeks writ from this court reinstating his former counsel. Writ from the court to reinstate his former counsel, setting trial within 7. Yeah, these were the choices. So they wanted to see the things on for them to decide was to restate Baldwin and Rosie, to set trial within 70 days, and to remove Gall. And appoint a new special judge. The arguments will be conducted in the courtroom. So this is about what we're going to be reading. So here's the details. The arguments will be 60 minutes. And they were, each time the person was up, they were keeping track, you know. You got 10 minutes here, took 8 minutes, you took, so equally divided between a relator and the parties opposing the writ. So it's 60 minutes, 30 each, do with it what you want. Say we as much as you want, you idiot. You only get 30 minutes and you got to share it with your other people too. So the prosecution side gets 30 minutes and I'm pretty sure it's maybe 30 minutes in each of these, not for all three, right? But any entity granted amicus curiae, status may argue without further motion, but only with the consent of the party with whom the amicus curiae is substantively aligned. The relators shall open the argument and may conclude the argument by reserving part of the elator's time for rebuttal before beginning the argument, notwithstanding original action R4C appearance by the respondents or counsel is required. Attorneys of record shall file an acknowledgement of the hearing no later than 5 days after service of this order. So, Rush just saying, yeah, let's do this. We'll allow it, So this is probably another order I won't read. Sounds so. Oh boy. Oh boy, this sounds important. I'm gonna read this. Screw it. Fuck it. Don't write it. Or do it live. Fuck it. Don't write it. We'll do it live. Damn it. All right. Let me have a quick drink. If there's still people here, thank you. And 1 sec. And we're back. All right. Have I missed anyone? If anyone left that I missed to say bye, you're staying warm. Boom. V, girl, you're awesome. You're fucking with me. I know it, but you're awesome. An LOL and an emoji. I love it. That makes me feel so good. Thank you. This guy's crying. Farmer's crying. Tears of joy, I hope, bro. Tears of joy. Me too. Me too. I'm with you. 'Tis the season, right? Let's do this. So a published order denying the writ of mandamus prohibition. Richard Allen has petitioned this court under the rules of procedure for original actions for a writ of mandamus and prohibition. He requests that we, 1, order the trial court to reinstate several court records. Ooh, this is the record stuff, as publicly accessible documents on the chronological case summary. That's the CCA. So, chronological case summary. And the electronic case file. 2, prohibit the trial court from ordering the removal of any court records filed in this case from the CCS and the electronic case file. Yeah. Like, tell her she can't do things she's not supposed to do. Right. 3, prohibit the trial court from excluding from public access any court records without complying with the requirements of the rules on the access court records. Yeah. So basically they're saying, hey, fucking dude, Judge Gull's doing shit she's not supposed to. And the Supreme Court, they have to say, like, imagine the Supreme Court having to tell Gull, hey, do things properly. It's going to make her feel like a baby. Almost like if somebody mutes your microphone. Hey, girl, you back? Hi, Nicole. So we're just kind of briefing through. I'm just catching some important things before we do the, this big deal. So we're almost there, Nicole. I'll show you. We're up to December 11th. I've just, anything that's looked good. So, Allen argues our intervention is necessary because the trial court has failed to perform the clear, absolute duty imposed by our rules to ensure public access to court records. So the original actions are viewed with disfavor and may not be used as substitute for appeals. Because a writ is an extraordinary remedy, we will not issue a writ unless the party seeking relief can show a clear and obvious emergency where the failure of the court to act will result in substantial injustice. Allen has not made the requisite shown here. The requests that prompted his petition have largely been resolved. So it's like, so we're not going to have to publicly shame her for that first one because she fixed it, or something. But I mean, still, shouldn't she be reprimanded because she didn't do things properly? It wasn't a mistake. She did stuff that she wasn't supposed to do. The fuck? So they let her off, no problem there, right? This is them. The Supreme Court saying, she fixed it, no problem. Like, oh, you robbed the bank, but you returned the money. Hey, right? Oopsie. The fucking no problem. Oh, not even one fucking $100 bill's missing. I returned it. Oh, all right. Carry on. Chip, chip, cheerio. Thank you for returning the money you stole. Oh my God. And thus mooted. Yeah, the criminal gets mooted. Yeah, no problem, dude. By the trial court order entered on November 14th, 2023. This order directed the trial clerk to take specific actions. Yes, the guy who robbed the bank, he sent his driver back too, to take the money in. Yes, and him too. He's mooted, right? No problem. Placing it all back, and everything's fine. They were previously made. Yeah, no problem. We fixed it. We fixed it. The shady shit we did. And everything's accessible. No problem. Yep. Along with reinstating these documents. We fixed it all. They're complying with the rules now. They're doing everything like they should have the first time. Oopsie daisy. No problemo. Forward, if there are any remaining concerns about access to the court records here, interested parties should first seek relief. Yeah. So quit complaining, court's saying to the defense. Quit bitching. They did shady shit, but they fixed the shady shit. We now take this opportunity to clarify the requirements in our ACR rules, which recognize the strong societal reasons for allowing public access to court records. The ACR rules presume the public will have open access to court records with limited exceptions. Yeah, limited exceptions, not fucking everything fits in that exception. That's limited. It's a big word, limited. Meaning, yeah, every now and then you get to fucking redact or refuse, but for the most part, get the fucking shit to the people. And they weren't. They were using excuses to fucking just hide shit and not put stuff out and stall. So those exceptions are found in Rule 5, which identifies two types of records that are excluded from public access. Yeah, this is what Peggy's covering too. So if she were to see this. First rule, set out several categories of entire cases excluded from public access, including when either statute or court rule requires the records to be treated as confidential. For these records, exclusions from public access is automatic, and no other notice is required. So second rule sets out 13 types of individual case records excluded from public access. For records falling under this rule, documents must be filed as confidential and include an ACR form identifying the specific basis for exclusion. Aside from these two exceptions, Rule 6 permits a trial court to exclude otherwise public but only if they're limited and necessary, not the stuff she was doing. Not all of it was. Wasn't there like hundreds? It's like 180 or 190 things she did. Oh my. Was there that much that needed to be excluded? No. So the circumstances and by following the rules process, that she didn't follow. Fuck, jeez. The process requires any person affected by the release of the court record to make a written request to prohibit public access. Yeah. And then you go and write this written request, and then it's like going to the cop shop to complain about a cop, and they're like, oh, we'll send it to internal affairs. And then a fucking week later, you go, yeah, we looked into it, and we investigated ourselves, and we found no wrongdoing. So there's that. That process requires any person affected by the release to count of the court record to make it. Oh, I read that, sorry. Which must give notice to the parties and allow them 20 days to respond. Yeah, then they'll get right on it. And before a trial court excludes the requested record, it must hold a public hearing and issue a written order explaining why it's granting the request. ACR rules. We expect all Indiana courts to comply with these rules. Yeah, you do. So when they don't, you don't just let them off. The justices of this court have reviewed the briefs and others filed materials and conferred with each other. Because Allen bore the burden to persuade this court to issue a writ, and he has not done so, the petition is denied. That's just for that one. The disposition is final. No petitions for a rehearing or motions to reconsider shall be filed in this original action. Blah, blah, blah. So they denied that request to give her shit about the fucking filings, not about the other two. Then they go to court. They do allow it to go about having her removed and reinstating the other two. So, So the letter. Oh, do you guys want the letter from Baston? Sounds. Oh, this is it here. Is it? Oh my gosh. Oh, is this the one? Published order denying. That's the one I just read, right? Yeah. So it says, where's this letter? How does that get jumped in here? So letter from court. Nothing here to click on. Letter from court, December 12th, 2023. Ooh. Look at me. I'm a fucking pro. What? Where is it? Motherfuckers. Some letter. That's all it is. Letters from Robert Baston to the court. Or is it redacted? We don't get to see it. I can't click on anything, so I thought I was onto something there. There's only one there. Defense, Wabash Valley visit. So they go to visit. RA expressed concern that he was receiving medications and that he was unsure what he was being given. He also stated that whatever medication he receives, he does not always get the same type. Yeah, they were fucking with him for sure. Motherfuckers. Hate reading that stuff. Let me just quickly, I might as well, since I'm in here. This seems interesting. Notice to record. No, that's nothing. To transfer. Discovery notice was all turned over. Oh, that's just them getting the discovery back. Sorry, guys. And this was the only other one, 11. The notice of hearing from Gutwein, which is the stuff we just read, those two. So that's nothing. All right. I feel better having looked. So this is the one. I'll leave it open. And we did December. I was way down here, right? When I saw that letter, this. So we're going into January. Oh boy, here we go. Fishy girl. Nice emoji. Emoji back, baby. I'm sarcastic. Yeah, everyone's sarcastic. I know. I'm just grumpy. Yes. Boom. Boom. Yes. Protocol. The protocol. But see, you're not following protocol because I commanded with my magic wand here. I got my wand in my I got my wand in my hand. I'm waving it around now. And I commanded you not to use. You're the only one who's not allowed to use emojis or LOL. Look, you broke the rules. So apparently you're not following them. So Damn you, girl. Hi, Fishy. Hi, Nicole. Hi, Derek. Hi, V. And whoever else is still here. Who's still here? Who hasn't shut this down and unsubbed and just blocked me? Oh, Carol's still here. Hi, Carol. Anyone else who's listening? I'm an idiot, and I know it. So here's those confidential orders. Anything good? We're almost there, girl. We're almost there. Just bear with me. Because my petulant, tiny little brain can't move on thinking he might have missed something. Because then if we do the other stuff, and I admit it's kind of like, to go back, it's like, it's not as juicy or exciting or pertinent if we didn't do it before in my mind. So sorry. What's this? And just if there's something good, I don't want to. Oh, this is just people paying because like boom, transfer. Just to see if there's anything in there because there's things that happen here that that's just for them to transfer. So amended charges. Nicole, have you found anything? So these were the charges they changed. So McClellan changed the charges from Nicholas McClellan duly. So the amended charges. Nicholas McClellan, being first duly sworn upon his oath, says that on or about February 13th in the county of Carroll, the state of Indiana, Richard M. Allen did kill another human being, to wit, victim 1, while committing or attempting to commit kidnapping, all of which is contrary to the form of the statute in such cases made and provided, to wit, all these numbers, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Indiana. I affirm under the penalty of perjury as specified. So, look at all these names approved. Look at all these names. So Kathy Allen witnessed Betsy Blair. So I guess they had to go around and get everyone to they would say, hey, we're changing the charges to whatever. Wow. So everyone had to be notified. Harshman, Holman, Harper, Kelsey, Josh Edwards, Doolin, Jeremy Clinton, Matthew, Sarah Carbaugh, Buckley, Betsy Blair, Kathy Allen, Vito Wilson, William Cuffers, Liggett, Wesley, Steve Moonman Mullin, Melissa Ballistics Oberg. So does he change it? Because it just kind of says, or is that the same thing? Looks like it's a repeat. Oh boy. I'm not even sure what I'm doing, guys. I'm sure. Okay, so I'm going to move on because so he changed the charges to, we all know. No. So I missed this one. In Indiana Supreme Court. This is that one. This is a lot. So is this just a transcript of what we're about to? No, this is beforehand on January 18th, right? Oh boy. So this is what I saw this the other night. So the Indiana oral argument. So they got to go in and argue. So this is the pre-trial. What do I do here, guys? Do you want this? Shibby, I've been to sleep. That's cool. Get your sleep. So this here is going to be the transcript of what they're saying at not the first one. Sorry, not the second, not the trial, but the other trial. Help me with this, guys. I should know what this means. In the Honorable Francis. So this is them. All right. So they go in, they're at the Supreme Court. So this is the wheat argument. So they're at the Supreme Court arguing why they should be able to do this. Yeah, this is the argument. And this is where they would say, and this is the part where they say, okay, we're not going to give her shit for the filing because she fixed it, but we will let you have the hearing on March 18th of 2 of them. The one is to, we'll consider removing Gull, and you guys give us our arguments why we should do that or why we shouldn't, and why we should remove the attorneys too, why we should remove all these fuckers. I believe it's 2 separate ones. because it was 3 things. So this is that one saying, hey, you need to consider this. So this is a big deal, I think, but I'm not sure if you guys want me to read this. It's a lot. It's 40 pages. Tell me what you guys want. Or I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I'm responsible enough to make a big decision like this. Hello to Kelt, are you just getting back again? Hello to all the wonderful chatters that came in while I was away. Well, welcome back. And I know you've been listening intently, right, girl? Yes, welcome everyone who's here. I hope you're warm. If you feel like you need to sleep, get your sleep. Then come back. I'll probably still be here because I'm working hard, so hard. It's 2:20 a.m. East where I'm at. I'm hard at work for at least another 4 to 5 hours at least. Hard at work. So, that being said, decide guys. Do you want to cover what happens right before they go in? The whole wheat argument, or just blow over it, or come back to it, or skip it? There's a lot of different people here. Yeah, I'd have to do a lot of dumb voices. How about we save this, and if we ever want to do something, we can kind of. But see, if we do this, this is not going to be that interesting if we blow over it. I'm just going to take a drink, and I'm going to be, the interlocutor. Oh my God. I know these are some important things, guys. So let me know if you want to cover this at all or skip it. I'm going to take a drink, but I'm going to be looking still. And the neat thing about this document is so like they're talking about the interlocutory review, right? But this actually shows you, well, great example. Like an amicus filing. Oh, fuck. I took a chance there. I was going to say this is a great docket because if we want to understand what a request to recuse really is, we just click this and boom, it fucking informs it. But that's the third one. None of them work. What the hell is negligence and incompetence? None of your business, motherfucker. Ooh, the 6th Amendment. We should read up on that. Ooh, there is a 6th Amendment. Ooh, dear readers, fuck off. Get lost. Let me see if you're any good first. The 6th Amendment guarantees the right of criminal defendants, including the right to a lawyer, the right to an impartial jury, the right to know who your accusers are, and the nature of the charges and evidence against you. See, so what I was trying to say was, so the right to counsel. So when they're saying stuff, you have, I just think that's cool. Being able to stop and think, ooh, what do they mean by this? This guy says, structural errors are, and if I were a smarter person, I'd probably read that to you guys. So I'm going to move on. But this is here. So Nicole, are you there? I'll write it down. How about that? I can do it before I even find it if you're here. Probably went back to sleep because you hate me too, like V. Don't you? I know you don't. I'm going to write this down. So I'm here. I'm skipping this, but it looks interesting. How's that? I'm skipping this cool shit. What was the date? Motherfucker. Oh, did I make, that's why. Date was January, I'm skipping Scoyne oral argument. Scoyne, they call it Scoyne? I thought it was the ISC, not the Supreme Court of Indianapolis. I thought it was supposed to be the ISC, the Indiana Supreme Court. I heard people saying it's not Scoyne, it's ISC. I'll look into that. From January, so 01, 18, 24. Skipping it, but looks cool. No, sir, it's but needs more people. So if I can get people to read it, I'll need some help reading that most likely, but because I can't do all those different voices or people. I'll need a couple of women. You know any guys? Let me know. Needs more people to read. Yup. So, if you guys, if anyone want, Nicole, you want to do that now or skip it? Probably skip it. So how about this? There's a lot of people here, but I know it's important because wheat is all up in this. So, you know what we could do? Oh, we should go watch this, right, Nicole? Fuck, why don't we go watch this? It's like a quick, instead of me, would you guys like that? Because it's Supreme Court. We've got to be able to watch it for free on YouTube. Nicole, oh my God, I had an idea because this is great. So maybe how about this? It was this one. Indiana Supreme Court oral arguments, January 18th in, I wonder if, Indiana Supreme Court oral arguments, January 18th, 2024. Video. Hey, good night, Derek. Good night, bro. Take it easy. Thanks for being here. I think we could watch this, right, guys? Let me try that. Crime Lights. So, the Indiana Supreme Court oral arguments. I'll say Judge Gull, Baldwin and Rosie. Removal. Contempt. Yeah, it was contempt. No. What was it called again? This to amend. I'll just say Indiana Supreme Court oral arguments, January 18th, 2024 video. Indiana Supreme Court oral arguments, January 18th. Indiana Supreme Court oral arguments, January 18th, 2024 video. Boom. You guys want to watch it? Oh, it's an album. I can skip through it, but holy fuck. We have to be able to watch this legally, right? Right? Oral arguments in the Delphi case. Go to the channel. Indiana Supreme Court. Here's, that's the Prosecutor's podcast. No, fuck those guys. They'll be striking me before they might even strike me for murder sheet. Look at, I got a strike. I fucking said their name. Murder sheet. Boom. That's it. Can't even fucking say their name. So WTHR 102. And what was this one? WTHR heart. Good
morning and welcome. We're here this morning to argue in the case of State XREL Richard Allen Relator versus Carroll Circuit Court in the Honorable Fran M. Gall Respondents.
Two things. A, do you guys want to watch this? And I can speed it up. I can maybe put it on like 1.25 or do you want me to skim through this? Is it echoing? You guys tell me. Because it's there. But it doesn't seem so good. The quality doesn't look that great. So that's this one. This seems better. Yeah.
Good morning and welcome. We're here this morning to argue in the case of State XREL Richard Allen Relator versus Carroll Circuit Court in the Honorable Fran M. Gall
to give him a
Respondents.
boost.
Counsel for Richard Allen.
It's an hour long. What do you guys think?
Hearing this case,
Any thumbs up?
in a prohibition case.
Instead of me reading it, let's fucking watch them all.
Later today, we have Mark Leeman. Good morning. Welcome, Mr. Leeman. You'll be arguing the case. At council table, we also have Kara Winicky. Good morning, Ms.
Winicky.
And Bernice Corley. Good morning and welcome.
Bernice.
Corley.
And
representing the state of Indiana, council table, we have Angela Sanchez. Good morning, Ms. Sanchez, and welcome. You'll be arguing first, correct?
Bernice. And
representing the state of Indiana, council table, we have Angela Sanchez. Got that. So
are you guys hearing an echo at all?
Judge Fran Gulp, and you will be arguing first. And
Yes, you wanna
we
watch
also have Chris Stake, who's also here.
How does it
on behalf
sound?
of Respondent, correct?
Good?
Good morning and welcome, Mr. Stake and
Oh,
counsel.
fishy.
Counsels
Right
will
on.
be conducting oral arguments.
Thanks.
We'll each have about 2 minutes before we may start asking questions. Each side has 30 minutes. Are you ready to proceed? I am. All right.
Is 1.25 speed okay? Because it might be a little better. I can put it to regular speed. Okay, okay. So regular speed? Or 1.2, it's on
Good morning,
1.25.
Justices. No Indiana court has tolerated a trial judge removing a lawyer from a case
Sounds
over
choppy
the
to me,
client's
or is it just
objection
me?
based on the judge's subjective belief the lawyer is negligent or being ineffective. Cases across the entire country do not tolerate the removal of the entire defense team
Should
from
I
a case
slow
over the
it back
client's
down?
objection,
Because it sounds
where the lawyer
choppy.
is licensed in the jurisdiction and prepared for trial on the scheduled date. When a judge severs the attorney-client relationship over the client's objection, the integrity of our
Yeah.
entire judicial
So am I doing something wrong here? I mean, listen to it on my YouTube.
objection, the integrity of
Yeah.
our entire judicial
Sounds good for
So
you
am I
guys. What are
doing
you
something
talking
wrong
about here? I mean, listen to it on my YouTube.
objection,
Sounds good.
the integrity of
Yeah.
our entire judicial
Sounds good for
Wait,
you
am I
guys. What are
doing
you
something
talking
wrong
about here? I mean, listen to it on my YouTube. Wait, so I was just listening because it's delay. Sounds good to you. Yeah, it's so are you behind, Fishy? That's what's going on here. I'm trying to talk to you. I think you're a bit behind. Anyways, I'm going to do that. I'll put regular speed and I'll just play. And I heard it. It sounds good for you guys. I think the echo is from their microphones. Maybe. Yeah, but it sounded good with it. I'm just going to play it. Sorry, guys. Let's do this. And if you want me to jump in and do anything, I'll be right here, okay? I'll mute my mic too. Maybe that's affecting something. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to just be right here waiting for you guys to say something.
system is undermined, and the unauthorized action necessitates that this court intervene and invoke its inherent authority to supervise the conduct. And the unauthorized on October 12th, the judge ordered counsel to intervene, cease work on Mr. Allen's case until we meet on the 19th. This was a period where intensive work was occurring in the case, where Mr. Allen and his lawyers were in the middle of tactical decisions and strategy review. This time the right to counsel. When October 19th rolled around, the judge took clearly coercive action to sever the attorney-client relationship on her own motion. The judge was without jurisdiction to sever the entire defense team over the objection of Mr. Allen's wishes. And his licensed counsel, who both remain in active and good standing in our state.
Without jurisdiction? Explain that. Why was the judge without jurisdiction?
Judge, I think the judge here exceeded her jurisdiction when she refused to accept Rick Allen's wishes when she had an absolute duty to act upon them.
Thank you, V. That makes sense. But I did turn it down. How about I do this? I think if I'll try to unshare it and share it. Plus, I also had other browsers open. So maybe I'll get rid of the other video browser I had open too. Something is definitely confusing it here. I had the Judge Go one open. And anything else? Oh, I had this open, my old YouTube. Maybe that's confusing them or something. And I had this open is what I want. I don't need it because I know where that is. This is where we're at. And this is what we're looking at. And this is what I read. And this I don't need. So there's only this. So what I'm going to do is quickly, I'm going to unshare my screen and kind of put it back. And then I'll mute myself. And I'm not going to start fresh. I'm just going to start from the 3-minute mark because they're kind of just getting started. Okay. Thanks, guys. I'm going to remove it and then reshare it. Ooh, you know what I will do? I will close all just to be sure. I'm going to my third monitor. I'm not going to spy on you guys through chat. So if you guys are moderating, you're going to have to watch chat. I'm closing all my other browsers down because I have YouTube open, but it's muted. But that might be affecting it. So I'm going to do that. And I have YouTube open here too on my other monitor, so I'm going to close that down. So there's nothing else open here. Ooh, I have Discord open. I'm going to shut that down. Fuck Discord. Nothing else is open except this browser. Nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. All right. Thank you for putting up with me. StreamYard is here. All right. So I'm going to unshare. I'm going to remove it from there. I'm going to kill this. Stop the screen share. Maybe I'll try the sharing of the other shares. So when I hit share screen, it says I can go to Windows or entire screen. And when I go to Windows, I'll try that first because I usually choose just It shows my 3 screens and I picked the one. Maybe I should just do entire screen because nothing else is going on. And I'll choose the one I want to show, but I'm just going to choose this. And I'm going to hit allow audio, share. Sorry, guys. I'm adding it to the stage. And I'm going to, I'll keep my face there so it don't get, and I'll make it full screen. I hope it sounds better.
Judge crossed the barrier of neutrality and entered the realm of being an advocate. And when the defendant is saying, this is what I want, this is what I desire, that the judge is without jurisdiction and has an absolute duty to act upon the client's wishes under those circumstances.
So isn't your argument more accurately phrased that she's under a duty?
Is this
to let
okay,
her
guys?
back
Let me
into the
know.
case?
I think it's going to be the
It's not a
same, but
question
it's going to be
of
okay.
court's jurisdiction being exceeded, is it?
No, Judge, I see those as one and the same.
Are you talking about authority or jurisdiction? I mean, we have a lot of cases that define both of those differently.
Judge, I think that under either construction, and I see this as the judge is without authority, or excuse me, the judge is under an absolute duty to act upon the wishes of the defendant under these
Okay,
circumstances.
but you don't cite a lot in that. So when you talk about absolute duty, a court, we have cases that say courts can remove counsel for various reasons if they're not a member of bar, if there's a conflict that really is to the detriment of the client. So there's not an absolute duty to always leave counsel on, correct? There is some discretion that the trial court judge has.
There's an absolute duty to follow the client's wishes. And then when a conflict of interest arises, the issue is whether the client fully understands that whether he's making a knowing and voluntary
And
decision.
the absolute duty is found under the Sixth Amendment?
Judge, I think the absolute duty could just be under this court's case law, but I think that in the aggregate, that the 3 violations of the Sixth Amendment provide this constitutes 3 situations where in their totality, they clearly place the limit on the judge.
Is there a reason why you didn't file a state constitutional claim? I was sort of surprised by that under Article 1, Section 13.
Judge, we didn't feel like we had the record that had preserved that issue and developed a separate argument under the Indiana Constitution. But we're not arguing that this court isn't free to proceed under that analysis. We had basically 5 or 6 days under a situation where the judge wasn't even giving us a transcript to see exactly what took place within that.
You have a lot of concerns, but I've got you've got a lot of concerns and you do a nice job laying those out in your brief, but there's a couple of things. You're asking the court to issue a ruling for a speedy trial. It appears Mr. Allen signed that with his attorneys in August, but they had never filed it. So correct?
Yes, I think when he signed it, they were outside of the 70-day, but the speedy trial.
But you acknowledge that you're asking us to grant something that wasn't requested at the trial level.
Well, it wasn't requested at the trial level, Your Honor, because it wasn't necessary until October 31st when the judge removed them the third and final time.
So they sat on it they had it for 2 months and didn't file it. Your client signed it in August under the.
Yes, Your Honor, they had it and did not file it. One, there wouldn't have been a reason to file it. They had it made. So the speedy trial was an intimate part of their strategy here, and they had developed strategy and tactics with Mr. Allen when specifically to file that. The request for the completion of discovery was granted by the judge. That deadline was submitted or ordered by the court to be November 1st. And then the tactic there would have been to file for a speedy trial right after that to lock in the trial date and to close down the evidence that the prosecutor can then introduce at that point. But Your Honor, that request is because it's the relief that our client wants, and so we needed to present it to this court. Obviously, if this court reinstates attorneys Baldwin and Rosie and orders the judge off the case, that if we proceed forward with the trial, that they can refile that with the senior judge who would take over the case. But the relief that Mr. Allen wants is he wants attorneys Baldwin and Rosie on the case, and he wanted a speedy trial. And in order to show that that's an intimate part of the trial tactics and decisions that were going on was to present that to the court and make sure that this court had an opportunity to rule on it if it wanted to do so.
Does your argument depend on our having found that the trial court's underlying findings of gross negligence and incompetence were wrong?
No.
Well, if she's right about those findings, why isn't the relief that she ordered appropriate?
First, Justice Slaughter, she's not right about those findings. Second, there isn't a record to even substantiate those findings. But third, those issues don't involve.
If there's not a record, maybe then the findings aren't proper. But if the findings are correct, why doesn't what she did follow from those findings?
Because the client has the autonomy to choose the direction of his representation. And if he is aware that there may have been some sort of violation, or the judge feels that there's a violation, he is allowed to waive that concern and to proceed forward with the lawyers that he has developed a relationship.
Waive any, for example, she's concerned, at least as I understood the record, she's concerned that with these counsel proceeding on his behalf, if they go to trial, he may well have built-in reversible error because his counsel are ineffective, constitutionally ineffective. And if you're talking about a waiver of rights, are you suggesting that your client would waive whatever Strickland violation might occur were he to proceed to trial with these lawyers?
Judge, that's almost essentially what happened with regard to the disclosure of the Westerman's material. He filed with the judges. I'm aware of that. I know what's happening. I'm ready to ride.
I'm asking you to tell us on the record whether that's something you're asserting on your client's behalf. If we grant the relief you want, there will be no Strickland claim that can be asserted because you're waiving it.
I think on the West, if the judge was to build appropriate record, that can happen. The judge, that's what happens in all conflict of interest cases, and that's what happens under the court's case law. You bring the defendant into chambers, you say, listen, in Lada, he's representing the wife, he's representing you, or excuse me, he's representing your husband, ma'am, and he's representing you. Do you fully understand that by proceeding forward, that could cause some problems for you? And he may not have fully disclosed those to you because his interest, his loyalties are divided.
Well, if I hear what you're saying, you're invoking your client's right to counsel of choice, but you're disclaiming your client's right to competent counsel if and when he goes to trial.
Disclaiming, no.
You're waiving your client's willingness or right to invoke a Strickland argument on collateral review.
The client can knowingly and voluntarily waive conflicts of interest, and he can waive certain issues for collateral review. Absolutely. But none of that happened here because the judge didn't hold a hearing. The judge didn't hold a hearing and say, listen, I feel like this pretrial publicity somehow a year ago is going to contaminate your trial.
Counselor, we're not talking about waiving conflicts of interest. We're talking about waiving ineffectiveness.
Yeah. None of these things that the judge is citing have anything to do with ineffectiveness of trial counsel at trial. Ineffectiveness is not coextensive with ethical violations.
She thought his representation was grossly negligent and incompetent.
She said you're grossly negligent and incompetent. I don't know if it was about trial representation at all. And in the arguments that she advances in the brief regarding what she says is grossly negligent and incompetent have nothing to do with whether a fair trial is going to happen here. And if there was a hearing where these matters were discussed and fully vetted, that either the client could waive any Strickland issue as to those issues, or the issues would be proven that the judge there's no foundation for the concerns that she's had.
Mr. Leeman,
Yes, Judge.
that's really what I'm struggling with. Our original jurisdiction is very limited. And so if we were to agree with you on the substantive arguments that you've made, why is it that the regular appellate process is wholly inadequate?
Justice Goff, interlocutory review and direct review are impossible and don't get us anywhere near the relief that my client's entitled to. My client was entitled to a jury trial today. My client's entitled to a jury trial with effective lawyers that he spent a year and 3 months developing a well thought out strategy of third-party guilt and a speedy trial to catch that prosecutor on their back foot. And it was blown out of water from a judge who exceeded her authority. And so we would have began that interlocutory review process by putting a motion in front of the judge, asking her to certify an order that we weren't even sure what her order was, because she wouldn't give us the transcript until we came to this court and insisted that she get it to us so we could figure out what the scope of what happened was. So she would have had 30 days to rule on that interlocutory request. Meanwhile, Ms. Winicky and I got this entire case briefed on an original action to this court in less than 30 days with amicus filings on all parties, and that was even with the judge asking for an extension of time. This gentleman had attorneys Baldwin and Rosie, who he'd been working with for over a year to develop and get ready to get that prosecutor on their back foot with a well-developed third-party guilt strategy that was to be going now.
Wait, Mr. Leeman, we would have a full record if they hadn't agreed to withdraw, correct? It would have gone to hearing?
I don't think we would have had a full record even then, Judge. The judge was saying that there was the coercive action, the judge. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to say these things, and Mr. Rosie presses at her. Well, what's that proceeding going to be? And the culmination of it is, that the judge says, the culmination is you're removed. So the record, I don't know, would have been any better. And in fact, it would have harmed Mr. Allen even more, because it would have put on the public record the judge's personal bias towards the strategy that he had developed, which is a strategy of these two gentlemen.
That's one of the things you have to prove with regard to the request to recuse.
Well, we believe, Your
Because you're
Honor,
saying there's not enough for this, but there is enough for that. There's not enough information with regard to the negligence and incompetence, but there is enough with regard to personal bias.
correct, Your Honor. I do think I don't think those positions are inconsistent. That there is no evidence of incompetence, certainly no evidence of trial incompetence, which is what the Sixth
My
Amendment
concern is
requires.
getting this case back on track. All
Yes.
right. So your argument is that you have a constitutional right to counsel of your choice in this circumstance, and you acknowledge there are some circumstances that you do not. And if this case would go to trial, if there was a conviction, it's structural error, it'd be reversed, and everybody would have to go through this again, correct?
Yes. Judge, but I do want to clarify that this is more than just a choice of counsel case. Like, this is an interference of counsel. This is the right to counsel itself, because the right to counsel is meaningless. If a judge can say, stop all work, I know you've got a relationship going on, stop it all till you come to my chambers, and then says, you're off the case, whether we go into the courtroom or you stay in here, you're off the
A
case.
lot of events in this case that led up to that hearing, correct? With regard to sending information on a case to another criminal defendant, with regard to, well, there's a lot. I don't need to go through it in both your briefs. So there's a lot of questionable things that have occurred up to this point with regard to the release of
Our state.
Without jurisdiction? Explain that.
Interlocutory request. Meanwhile, Ms. Winicky and I got this entire case briefed on an original action to this court in less than 30 days with amicus filings on all parties, and that was even with the judge asking for an extension of time. This gentleman had attorneys Baldwin and Rosie, who he'd been working with for over a year to develop and get ready to catch that prosecutor on their back foot with a well-developed third-party guilt strategy that was to be going now.
Wait, Mr. Leeman, we would have a full record if they hadn't agreed to withdraw, correct? It would have gone to hearing. Wait, Mr. Leeman, we would have.
I don't think we would have had a full record even then, Judge. The judge was saying that there was a coercive action, the judge. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to say these things, and Mr. Rosie presses at her. Well, what's that proceeding going to be? And the culmination of it is, that the judge says, the culmination is you're removed. So the record, I don't know, would have been any better. And in fact, it would have harmed Mr. Allen even more, because it would have put on the public record the judge's personal bias towards the strategy that he had developed, which is a strategy of these two gentlemen.
That's one of the things you have to prove with regard to the request to recuse.
Well, we believe,
Because
Your
you're
Honor,
saying there's not enough for this, but there is enough for that. There's not enough information with regard to the negligence and incompetence, but there is enough with regard to personal bias.
Correct, Your Honor. I do think I don't think
Without
those
a hearing.
positions are inconsistent. That there is no evidence of incompetence, certainly no evidence of trial incompetence, which is what the Sixth
My
Amendment
concern is getting
requires.
this case back on track. All
Yes.
right. So your argument is that you have a constitutional right to counsel of your choice in this circumstance, and you acknowledge there are some circumstances that you do not. And if this case would go to trial, if there was a conviction, it's structural error and it'd be reversed, and everybody would have to go through this again. Correct?
Yes. Judge, but I do want to clarify that this is more than just the choice of counsel case. Like, this is an interference of counsel. This is the right to counsel itself, because the right to counsel is meaningless. If a judge can say, stop all work, I know you've got a relationship going on, stop it all till you come to my chambers, and then says, you're off the case, whether we go into the courtroom or you stay in here, you're off the case.
A lot of events in this case that led up to that hearing, correct? With regard to sending information on a case to another criminal defendant, with regard to, well, there's a lot. I don't need to go through it in both your briefs. So there's a lot of questionable things that have occurred up to this point with regard to the release of discovery or letting third parties have access to discovery. Is there no line that a judge, let's say that everything was turned over and counsel didn't show up for hearings. Is there ever a line that a trial court judge has to say, listen, I know this is your court, at this point, a court-appointed counsel. I do not think you're going to get a fair trial, and you're going to set yourself up on the flip side for reversal, just like I talked about the structural error being grounds for reversal the other way. You're going to come in on a Strickland ineffective assistance of counsel and say, my attorneys were not effective. I mean, I lost, and this is because my attorneys did X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, the not showing up for hearing is a unique situation, because one is the lawyer's not being a lawyer at that point. They're
Not filing briefs, not meeting deadlines, not submitting a brief of AI that doesn't make any sense.
So, Judge, if a judge is exhausting other remedies short of disqualification, extreme misconduct will eventually fall into one of our other categories. That is, the client will object to the continued representation, that the lawyer will be removed from the case, the lawyer will eventually himself pull out of the case, or a conflict of interest will develop. And we see that in some of the other cases across the country. And so, like, if a lawyer in one case was obstructing justice, he was literally going behind the scenes, talking to co-defendants who were represented, trying to manipulate their testimony. The judge at that point just proceeds forward with the law on conflict of interest. It says, calls forward those witnesses, said, did this lawyer try and obstruct justice? Did he try and commit a crime? And then at this point, a conflict of interest occurs, because then the lawyer can't advise the defendant to take a plea, because for fear he might himself be more criminally culpable.
But you believe that all conflicts are waivable. Am I understanding your position right?
I think there are rules that an actual conflict of interest is unwaivable when you sue one party versus the other. And shockingly, that seems to have happened in one of the cases in Indiana. But other conflicts are waivable conflicts, and other than that one rare exception of.
And I'm still a little confused with the exchange with Justice Slaughter about the waiver. So let me ask it this way. If we grant you the relief you're requesting, we reinstate counsel, and Mr. Allen's convicted, can he pursue through PCR, post-conviction relief proceedings, a claim that his counsel were ineffective for the very same reasons that the trial judge here found?
So the trial judge here found that he can't, it depends on what record the court would build regarding those, but no, I'm going to change that yet, just no, because these issues have nothing to do with effective representation at trial. So I don't think he could pursue them on those grounds. But so I don't see how these three violations, the inadvertent disclosure of pretrial discovery, that the press release over a year ago in direct response to press that the government was putting out, I don't see how those issues affect his trial. So I don't think he gets a post-conviction relief through that, because those issues don't affect trial strategy.
But you're saying he would lose on the merits. You're not willing to concede that it would be waiver. And it seems odd that he could have it both ways, that he can say, you can never remove my counsel over my objection. I object, but then still have available to him the argument later that, well, even though I objected, it was still ineffective.
If the judge exhausts, I think the judge can take care of that. The judge can call, say, let's have a hearing regarding that pretrial publicity, and somehow establish that that might be affecting his trial, and that fully and fairly advise him that that's a repercussion. But when he's fully and fairly advised of that, the repercussions of that judge's subjective belief that there was somehow some sort of ethical violation there, I think that he would be waiving it. So
Well,
yes.
Counsel, are you arguing that the record doesn't support a finding of ineffectiveness by the trial judge? Or are you saying if the judge finds it, she still can't remove him?
Both. This record does not support ineffective assistance of counsel.
But even if it did,
No, sorry. The reasons that she advances aren't reasons to find a lawyer ineffective. Now, if this court was to say those are reasons that a law that would constitute ineffective assistance of counsel for a Sixth Amendment violation. So if we were to get to that point and he was fully and fairly advised of the potential repercussions of those violations on his trial strategy, then you could have a waiver issue. But the reasons that she cites for doing what she did had nothing to do with trial. But let's assume for a moment that she cited a reason that there's an intimate relationship going on. And she pulls them in, goes into the chambers and says, listen, I understand that there's an intimate relationship occurring between the defendant and you. Do you understand that's a conflict of interest? That's a violation of the ethical rules, that there's a disciplinary proceeding that I'm going to be referring for him. Do you want to go forward with this representation? And the client says, yes. I think you've got a waiver of ineffective assistance of counsel on those grounds, but I don't think that the judge is absolutely precluded from injecting herself and saying, well, that in that case would be a conflict of interest. So we're struggling to find a situation where there's an ethical violation that affects the outcome of trial, where there's a situation where the defendant says, I want to go forward, I've been fully and fairly advised of it, and the judge somehow has a role, absent a conflict of interest, injecting herself into that. And I do think that you can waive an ineffective assistance of counsel claim. That's well-established case law. It's just none of these things the judge cite have anything to do with ineffective assistance of counsel. These are purported ethical violations, and not every ethical violation necessarily, even if it was established, has anything to do with trial strategy and whether a defendant receives a fair trial. And these are examples. These are good examples of that. In that the inadvertent disclosure of pretrial discovery the alleged violations here would have nothing to do with the trial strategy that attorneys Baldwin and Rosie developed with him, and would have no impact on that case.
Mr. Leeman, let me just sort of ask with respect to the line of questioning, if we were to agree with you and find that there was inadequate reason, at least on the record, to allow for the removal or the refusal for counsel to reappear, nothing would stop the trial court from making a more complete record and going through a different process if in fact it believed that there were sufficient reasons to remove them. They just weren't adequately reflected in the record.
Judge, I think a court has broad discretion on how it conducts proceedings in the courtroom, but none of the reasons that she cites in her brief would allow would even if found would substantiate the removal.
But if the court were nonetheless worried about the finality, the eventual finality of the proceedings, and wanted to nip a problem in the bud, is there anything that would stop her from conducting a proceeding on remand or similar to prevent that from happening?
I think if there's a concern, say for example, the pretrial publicity, the press release, if you say, listen, I think because the violation says it has to affect the fair trial. So, okay, you're going to have a hearing. The judge could have a hearing. Let's provide proof or get some sort of sense as to how this has affected the jury pool or what prejudiced the jury pool. I assume the judge could conduct some sort of proceedings to investigate that. But if the client is fully and fairly aware of those proceedings and still wants to proceed forward with these clients, then the judge has an absolute duty to accept or to act on his wishes.
Counsel, Mr. Leeman, is it your belief that if we deny the extraordinary request that you've sought today, and if the case goes back to trial with a different set of lawyers that this defendant just does not want, that there is built into that record
Structural error.
at least fundamental error, maybe structural error that's reversible?
Trials for show. It's a practice only trial, Judge. I think, and that's why we came here as fast as we could, because if we do not get something done now, the victims are going to be hurt. The public's going to be hurt. The entire Indiana judiciary is going to be harmed because this trial's been pushed off till October. And when the judge said it in October of 2024, one of the lawyers, I believe, even represented, he didn't think they were going to get that date either. Everybody's hurt, and we're going to delay things.
And you think the Gonzalez-Lopez precedent of the U.S. Supreme Court would dictate that outcome?
I think it's structural error, yes. So, and that this trial is going to be for practice only, and we have built-in error, and the only way we can fix it and address the speedy trial problem, because that was an intimate part of the trial strategy, is to get attorneys Baldwin and Rosie back on the case and get this case set for trial in a time frame that's as fast as our law allows, which is 70 days. And that's what the relief we're requesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, counsel. We'll hear from you again on rebuttal. Mr. Gutwein.
Chief Justice Rush, and may it please the court, I am Matthew Gutwein, representing respondent, the Honorable Francis Gull. This court should deny the petition for 3 reasons. First, the trial court's decision to remove Mr. Allen's counsel was an exercise of discretion, and this court has uniformly held that a writ of mandamus will not lie in matters that rest with the trial court's discretion. Second, Mr. Allen's remedies on appeal are not wholly inadequate. The United States Supreme Court and Indiana's appellate courts have regularly resolved Sixth Amendment claims, such as those that Mr. Allen raises here, through the ordinary appellate process. And third, on the merits, in removing Mr. Allen's counsel, the trial court did not abuse the court's discretion. The trial court has significant latitude to prophylactically prevent a violation of Mr. Allen's constitutional right to effective assistance of counsel.
Counsel, is that really what's going on here? We don't have a great record before us on which to make these judgments, but reading what we have, I'm left with the impression that it's quite possible that 2 different concepts, ineffectiveness and insubordination, are being conflated here. There seems to be a great deal of concern by the judge that these lawyers were flouting her gag rule and that they were insubordinate. But where's the evidence in the record that they are constitutionally ineffective? I mean, the order seems couched in that language that we're trying to protect the defendant from his own lawyers. But it's hard to look at this record and not get the impression that perhaps rightfully so, the judge was exasperated with their conduct. But these are two different things, aren't they? Insubordination and ineffectiveness.
Under the United States Supreme Court decision in Wheat, the trial court, in exercising her discretion to remove counsel, does not need to find constitutionally defective counsel. It does not need to require ineffective counsel. Rather, as in Wheat, there just needs to be the possibility of ineffective assistance
But I'm really
of counsel.
struggling with that. I'm, butting that up against the Sixth Amendment constitutional right to counsel, and particularly when they filed the second petition of filing as private counsel of their choice, that's structural error. And I agree, it is. Okay, you can shake your head, but I'm reading the Justice Scalia and taking him for his word on what that is. And how do we get this case back on? So we have that hearing. You have issues with regard to, well, you gave a press release. Well, the gag order was after the press release. You've got, well, we don't like, what you filed in, I think it was in June, with regard to conditions in prison. Well, most of those were wrong, but that means some of them were right. We have in the record now, because we can take notice, there's a new motion to transfer Mr. Allen filed by his current attorneys. So we don't have a hearing. We don't have findings. You've got a constitutional right to counsel. And he's choosing this counsel. You have a constitutional right to say, I don't want an attorney, correct?
Under Wheat as well as Lotta, this court's precedent, he does have a constitutional right to select counsel, but that constitutional right is highly limited, and that right may be outweighed by any number of interests.
But counsel, you're a very, and I'm quoting Chief Justice Shepard in the Knox case, saying a judge has a very limited right to tell someone who their attorney can be. They just decided not to go the parameters there because there was an agreement to withdraw.
Wheat says the opposite, Your Honor. Under Wheat, the trial court's discretion, when faced with the balance between, on the one hand, counsel's right to select counsel, and on the other hand, counsel's right to effective assistance of counsel. What Wheat says is the trial court is to be given substantial latitude, is to be given wide latitude. What Wheat says is that decision is best left for the intuition and judgment based upon the experience of counsel in weighing those competing rights. Wheat says, in a highly deferential standard, that the issue of whether trial counsel should be removed must be primarily resting.
And I don't read Wheat, and I looked at Wheat several times as strong as what you're doing. And I think what you're doing is you're butting right up against a constitutional protection, and you're doing it at your peril, and this court would do it at this peril with regard to a case possibly having to be tried twice and having everybody going through that again.
That exists either way, right? In other words, as this court has already identified, if the trial court, if Judge Gull does not remove counsel, then counsel has the possibility of raising an ineffective assistance claim.
But isn't that a really good reason for us to just go ahead and address the merits? I mean, I'm a little confused why the respondents don't want us to address the merits. I mean, I realize you think there was no mistake, so why not ask us to just say that? And you're certainly right that we have plenty of cases saying in original actions, we don't review discretionary issues, especially not issues of first impression. But I think I found at least 4 cases where we went ahead and did exactly that. We've looked at attorney disqualification issues, including issues of first impression. So why isn't it in your client's interest to just get an answer from our court one way or the other, whether this was error?
Well, I do think that it would undo enormous amounts of procedural law on original actions. I mean, this case has so many procedural hurdles that Mr. Allen cannot scale based upon the procedural requirements. And I don't see how this court could exercise a limiting principle that somehow it's perfectly fine to grant the writ when this is a matter of discretion. The court doesn't grant writs for matter of discretion. There's a remedy on appeal. The court doesn't grant writs for remedies on appeal. They never specifically even ask for this relief in the trial court. The court doesn't grant writs. So I think you would be doing structural damage to your original action jurisprudence, and frankly then open up the floodgates, because these kinds of pretrial claims of constitutional violation are extremely normal. They are extremely rare. And if this court wants to get in the business of addressing the merits every time a criminal defendant raises a pretrial constitutional violation, you will be flooded with these kinds of actions.
So
Well,
your
tell us why you
solution,
think that Mr. Leeman's argument that no meaningful appellate right exists is just wrong from your perspective?
Well, that is absolutely wrong. And Hannah reflects that. Hannah is an interlocutory appeal on a claim for a violation of the right to select counsel. And on that interlocutory appeal, the Indiana Court of Appeals found there to be a violation and restored counsel. There can't be any serious question that these kinds of claims for Sixth Amendment violations of the right to select counsel are resolved on the ordinary appeal process. In fact, every single United States Supreme Court case to address the issue of the right to select counsel made it to the United States Supreme Court through the ordinary appellate process. And the Supreme Court had never so much as even hinted that the relief on appeal is somehow inadequate for a Sixth Amendment
And just so
violation.
I'm clear, what you're talking about in the ordinary course would be a final judgment. He goes to trial with different counsel, he's convicted, and then you go up and appeal in the ordinary course?
No, not necessarily. I mean, here, there are interlocutory appeals, there are emergency interlocutory appeals, there are appeals after final judgment, there's appeals on PCR. And we have examples of all those cases. The absolute fact is that the ordinary appellate process offers a wide array of avenues for Mr. Allen to seek relief for his constitutional violation, and he has availed himself of none of those avenues.
What about our 1982 precedent? So State versus Tippecanoe County, the shoe was on the other foot. It was the prosecutor's office that was disqualified, and the prosecutor sought a writ in our court. Now, we denied the writ, but we said that it was an issue of first impression. We reached the merits, and we gave the state the answer that it wanted through an original action.
Let me answer that in 2 ways. First of all, you've already identified this court denied the writ in that case. And second, there is no discretion for a prosecutor who has a conflict to prosecute a case. And in that case, the trial court had no discretion, had an absolute obligation to remove a prosecutor who has a conflict. That is not the case here. Under the United States Supreme Court's jurisprudence in Wheat, the decision to remove counsel based upon the possibility, based upon the potential for there to be.
But it has to be done, there's a way that you do it, and it does not appear this was done the proper way. You're supposed to have a hearing. The court did it sua sponte, which means on their own motion. There was a hearing in chambers. So did she exceed her authority by the manner that she presented them back in chambers, saying, you're either out or I'm going to publicly out you?
Well, there's certainly no U.S. Supreme Court case law or Indiana case law that says there has to be a certain amount of
So
procedure.
there's no process involved at all for taking a judge, no hearing, no, I have the suspicion that this is going on. I think you're incompetent and you're out.
Well, the trial judge was prepared to have a hearing here. A hearing was scheduled. Counsel had notice of a hearing. The prosecutor was there ready to present witnesses. And the counsel in this case made their own strategic decision to withdraw rather than go out in open court and have a hearing. And that was their choice. And they made that choice, I'm sure.
Having read the transcript, was it a full and free choice?
Well, these are very experienced lawyers. These are highly competent lawyers in other contexts. And they had notice that the judge was considering disqualifying them. They had notice on October 10th when the judge told them that she was considering disqualifying them. They were leaning in that direction. And between October 10th and October 19th, an awfully lot of lawyering occurred. On the 11th, Mr. Rosie got together with their client and drafted a letter. On the 12th, Mr. Rosie filed a highly detailed letter with the court offering his defense and asking not to be disqualified. Sometime before the 19th, Mr. Baldwin hired outside counsel. On the 19th, outside counsel filed a brief. They had oral argument. There were 9 days of an awfully lot of lawyering that occurred in that period. And at the end of that, what both counsel elected to do was state their intent to withdraw. And Mr. Rosie said, I've got a life outside of this case. I've got a life outside of this courtroom. I have a family. I have a law practice, and I'm going to withdraw. And that is his choice. That is his decision to do that. But if they had wanted, they could have filed for a continuance. They didn't do that. They could have gone out and had a hearing and presented evidence. They didn't do that either.
Would any of those actions have been non-futile? I mean, I thought the judge made clear that her mind was made up. She had prepared a script. She'd already made the decision. If they wanted a hearing, they could get it, but there was no opportunity to persuade her. Did I misunderstand?
We'll never know, right? Because there wasn't a hearing, because counsel elected to withdraw.
You do know, because she said then at the hearing on the 31st, what's changed. So, which means.
Well, we won't know what would have
that.
happened at a hearing that never happened, but you're right. I mean, I certainly acknowledge that she probably wouldn't have changed her mind.
Counsel, I appreciate you looking out for our original action jurisprudence and our potential future caseload, but as long as we're here, what can you tell me, what can you point to in the record that supports a finding that these lawyers were ineffective to the point where they needed to be removed to protect the rights of Mr. Allen?
Again, under Wheat, there doesn't have to be a finding that they were actually ineffective. What there has to be a finding of, and this is under Wheat, that there is the potential to be ineffective. And here, it is not within the norms of the profession to negligently and repeatedly allow the unauthorized disclosure of highly confidential material
Can you help me
work product.
Can you help me understand how that hurt Mr. Allen's defense?
Well, believe Mr. Rosie. Mr. Rosie himself said the likelihood of public backlash is significant, and this leak serves no legitimate public purpose. The reality here, as we all know, is that we already have a polluted jury pool because of the inordinate pretrial publicity that this case has garnered. And the further disclosure of highly confidential inflammatory material further pollutes that jury pool, making it that much greater to have a fair trial for Mr. Allen. And the trial court is rightly and appropriately able to exercise under Wheat, and I quote, intuition and judgment based upon experience, to find that if counsel is capable in the pretrial stages of making this many mistakes, what manner and magnitude during trial Is counsel
I keep
capable of
getting
making?
back to it, and I understand what you're saying, but I keep getting back to, if a criminal defendant has a constitutional right to say, I'm going to be my own attorney, well, that's fraught with more than just what we're talking about here. He wants these attorneys. And so we're spinning and spinning and spinning on this, saying delay and this, but he wants these attorneys. There's not been these findings with regard to incompetence. There's a lot of words out there, but let him have his attorney to get this case back. Let him have his attorneys. He wants to privately hire them. I'm really struggling with why he can't make that decision that that's in his best interest and get this case moving again.
Let me answer that in two ways, Your Honor. First, again, in Wheat,
This case moving again.
the accused in Wheat, Mr. Wheat, knowingly and intelligently waived the conflict in that case. And there was only a potential conflict. Wheat
It was
waived
a
that
major
conflict.
conspiracy with lots of different people playing, in the Wheat case.
Wheat
I don't see
himself,
Wheat as tucked as neatly as you find Wheat. So
Wheat
go
him-
outside Wheat and give me something else.
well, but again, Wheat himself claimed that this conflict was highly remote, highly unlikely to occur. Very small chance that the conflict will ever occur. And he waived the conflict, and yet the trial court found, based upon the court's intuition and judgment, based
But
on
where can you point to me saying, with regard to saying somebody is incompetent or negligent? That's like, we have a string of cases. So these conflict cases have come up before with disqualification. Where are we on this?
Well, again, it is certainly not consistent with the norms of the profession to negligently and repeatedly allow the unauthorized disclosure of highly confidential material that will pollute the jury pool. And here we already have a jury pool that is polluted.
Does that rule apply both ways? Because one of the things defense counsel said in their letter to the court was that they believed that the state had allowed the dissemination of information regarding the crime scene. So can a judge disqualify the prosecutors too?
Well, again, the judge certainly could disqualify the prosecutor. We don't have any evidence in the record. We have Mr. Allen's counsels asserting that. There's never been a hearing on that. There's never been a finding on that.
I'm just trying to understand the scope of the rule and how sharp of a double-edged sword that this might be, that any leak of crime scene photos or anything like that can lead to the disqualification of counsel on either side, I think is your position.
Well, Your Honor, our position is under U.S. Supreme Court precedent, as well as this state's precedent, this court's precedent, the trial court is vested with discretion. And even Wheat said that faced with the same facts, one court might find disqualification appropriate, another court might find it not appropriate. But because two courts could reach exact opposite decisions in matters that rest with discretion, doesn't make one right and one wrong. So I'm not suggesting, nor is Judge Gull suggesting, that there's an absolute rule here that every time there's an unauthorized disclosure, that gets into the discretion of the trial court.
You would agree the practical effect of the position you're advocating today will cause significant delays in this case going to trial?
Yes, I agree with that.
Does that have to be a factor in the consideration when exercising discretion?
It doesn't have to be a factor. It certainly can be a factor, right? The trial court, in exercising its discretion, is allowed to consider the totality of circumstances. And again, Wheat went out of its way to say this decision can be based upon intuition and judgment, based upon experience, which requires less detailed findings. And it's a highly deferential standard.
Mr. Gutwein, I guess more to the issue before us, when we're deciding whether or not the regular appellate process is wholly inadequate, how should we weigh the delay, especially when it's been asserted that Mr. Allen wants to exercise his speedy trial right?
Well, again, Justice Goff, as you already recognized, counsel never filed the necessary paperwork to exercise that trial. So that issue is, I would say, not appropriate to seek relief because it doesn't satisfy the basic threshold condition precedent for seeking relief here.
Whether we give relief through an original action or we're concerned that there should have been more process afforded in this issue, a more full process with respect to the issue of removal. What possible harm could there be if we were to go do it the right way? I mean, if we're concerned about the eventual finality of these proceedings, everyone having to go through and do it twice, whether we reinstate counsel or we remand with current counsel and say you need to go through this process, wouldn't that save time in the long run?
Well, let me, perhaps, we don't know, but let me
Wouldn't
offer
that
this.
protect everyone's interest in finality in the long run?
We really don't know what Mr. Allen wants. And it was not necessary for the trial court to hold a hearing to judge his wants because she was removing counsel. But if this court were to consider reinstating counsel, then the trial court would absolutely be required to probe his interest and make sure that he understood that counsel in this case had engaged in conduct that was detrimental to his interest, as counsel himself has already acknowledged it, and then see if he has a knowing and intelligent interest in having counsel continue that clearly on this record has engaged in conduct that's detrimental to his defense. I have exceeded my time, and so I will yield the remainder of my time to my good friend, Ms. Sanchez.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwein. Ms. Sanchez.
May it please the court. There's nothing clear or absolute about this case, the record, the proceedings that led us here today, the legal issues before the court, or the nature of the rights that Mr. Allen's counsel today seeks to vindicate. There are means through the trial court and the appellate process to untangle complicated questions. This court has repeatedly stated that those are the methods that are far more well suited to such complex issues. The appellate process, for example, would allow a full record in the criminal case, which we do not have here. It would make the parties to the underlying action the actual parties in this case, unlike here where the Attorney General's office is in the nature of something like an amicus, wherein the party of interest is the court, forced to act as advocate in defense of itself. What
would be the harm if because of the necessary delays in backing up and going back through again, reinstating counsel, and if the judge is correct, then that will weed itself out and there'll be a hearing and it'll be done a proper way in the trial court and then come back up?
The state shares the concerns, most especially the Attorney General's office, given our role in original actions, about this court's caseload and the increased use of that. But putting that aside, as Justice Bassett suggested, there are other concerns here. In this specific case, we agree that if any form of relief were to be given that included putting these attorneys back on, it would absolutely be necessary that further proceedings were had. On October 19th, when the judge warned the counsel of her intentions and her concerns, they chose to withdraw to avoid a hearing at which the state was prepared to present evidence that may well have been about an active investigation, evidence that may well be relevant to a full understanding of the conduct that is of concern to the judge. Of course, the summary proceedings in chambers don't allow full challenge, full understanding and elucidation of the concerns. So a complete assessment of what is at issue here and the risks. The risk not only to Mr. Allen's representation at trial and his interest, but the entire risk to the process. Trial courts are not just tasked with protecting the defendant's right to effective counsel. They're tasked with protecting the entire proceedings and the fairness of the proceedings for everyone involved, for the integrity of the entire system, for the reliability of the truth-seeking function, and for the fact that everyone will believe.
Do you agree that with under U.S. Supreme Court precedents, Gonzalez, if there's this mistake made at the front of this case with regard to a defendant's constitutional right to counsel of his choice, that you can go through this entire process and have to do it again if there's a conviction.
Their state is concerned that if you look at what happened on the October 31st, and that is a very ambiguous series of events there. If someone were to conclude that what happened there was in fact Mr. Allen, it's a personal right to choose your counsel. He was in fact exercising it, and that it was wrongfully denied to him. That would be structural error. It is a concern for the state that if those things were to be the way that record was. Now, what's happening that day is itself another unclear and ambiguous thing. Counsel comes and files these appearances. On the face of them, they both purport to be pro bono, but also reassert the resistance to the rejection of the prior waiver and the desire to be reinstated as public defenders, a contingent willingness to be pro bono counsel. Of course, the only knowledge we have of Mr. Allen is, or what he wants, what he knows, what he understands is, of course, secondhand. The choice of counsel is a unique aspect of the Sixth Amendment right. It's completely separate from the right to assistance of counsel, the effective representation, which protects the fair trial right. The choice is about your autonomy and independence. It's a personal exercise. And we need to know that Mr. Allen is in fact the person who was making that choice, that he was in fact competent to make it. There's been many consistent allegations about his mental state throughout the case. And then of course that he has the information he needs to make that as a knowing and intelligent exercise of a constitutional right under the circumstances, including the concerns about his counsel, the other options that he has available to him that he's choosing against, and so on. So, of course, none of that happened in this case.
Should we at least start with a presumption in favor of the continuity of counsel?
There is presumption, highly
The default
significant,
rule,
weighted.
something like it?
At the end, the desire of a defendant, the state agrees, to either retain his counsel that he's had is a factor a court has to consider and give weight to amongst all of the considerations at play when deciding how to balance all of the concerns for a fair trial, for his representation, to all of the other issues of efficient.
And then are you aware of any Indiana cases where attorneys have been disqualified on grounds similar to this?
No, Your Honor. In fact, there's a wide variety of cases around the country for various conduct that could be contumacious, violation of court orders, behavior during court proceedings, or ethical violations. The trick here is that we find few cases that involve multiple different types of allegations, which appear to be what the trial court is raising, a pattern of behavior. But again, it's not fully explained because of the abbreviated proceedings below. I think it's reasonable when looking at if that is in fact what the judge means. I think it would be reasonable for a trial court to have concerns greater about the prospective performance of counsel and the effect of their performance on the proceedings looking forward if what the court was recognizing was a pattern of conduct that violated the rules, that tried the case in public, that did not follow court orders, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But where any one of those incidents in itself might not be
But there's
sufficient.
no other case out there where a judge sua sponte on her own motion disqualified based on her belief in incompetency and gross negligence.
There are cases of disqualification based on the court's own motion, and even in.
But for these reasons, it could be conflict, it could be conflict, it could be.
The wording the judge chose is unique in itself. Another point that would help with the larger record to explain exactly what the judge means, because of course we presume we're inferring from that choice of words and the particular things cited by the judge, what she meant by analogy to the use of ethical rules, the ineffective assistance of counsel cases, and so forth. But it's not the typical language.
Just so I'm
in
clear,
these cases.
you've acknowledged the risk of structural reversible error if this defendant proceeds to trial with the new counsel that are now representing him. Despite that, the state's going to double down and say, no, that are no relief today, representing it, right?
No, we don't think it's a writ. There's no order, there's no absolute duty for anything to be ordered by this court. That said, the state does acknowledge that there are proceedings that can continue to happen. If Mr. Allen, in fact, is trying to exercise his rights, there just isn't prevented from doing so, even now.
Tell us more about that. What do you envision? If we go with the state's view and deny the writ today, what do you envision that might happen going forward that would minimize or eliminate the risk that we're talking about?
I see that my time's up.
Say by the bell.
You can answer that.
Well, no one wants more proceedings. There's no barrier to the filing of further motions. There was no barrier prior to bringing the original action, whether it be motions to clarify the prior orders and then to seek appeal from that, whether it be a motion seeking to exercise and specifically exercise his right to choice of counsel, and then, if necessary, appeal that. There is nothing stopping further actions and motions in the trial court and proceedings in accordance with that. There never was.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Leeman, rebuttal.
Am I at 7 minutes now? So we don't know. All right, I'll go with it.
It should.
Justices, I would like to begin by correcting the record. The judge says that we don't know what Rick Allen's wishes were, and the Attorney General says nothing is clear. On October 11th, 2023, Rick Allen filed the following. Dear Judge Galt, please accept this letter as confirmation that I have communicated with my attorney, Bradley Rosie, regarding the circumstances regarding the leaking of sensitive information in this case. I am aware that the images of crime scene photos and other related documents were taken by a friend and former employee of Attorney Baldwin at Attorney Baldwin's office. I have discussed with Attorney Rosie the potential impact that the distribution of these documents could have on my defense. Attorney Rosie has also communicated with me that the prosecutor has requested that the attorney be disqualified from representing me in this case. I do not want this to happen. I want Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie to continue to represent me until this case is resolved one way or the other.
We have that letter. We have that letter.
Yes, it's on page 221 of the record, Your Honor.
Counsel, what if we end up agreeing with Mr. Gutwein with respect to court-appointed counsel, but we end up agreeing with you with respect to volunteer counsel? I just want to make sure I understand the parameters of your requested relief. Are you only interested in having them reinstated as court-appointed counsel, or do you have an alternative request for their participation as pro bono counsel?
Our obligation is the defendant. The defendant wants attorneys Rosie and Baldwin to represent him, and he could not be more clear despite what the other side has tried to represent. But to do a half measure is to credit the judge and the attorney general for allowing this to happen. And because Mr. Rosie and Baldwin were the ones who had an absolute duty to protect their clients' wishes, and they did everything they could to do that. To put them back in the case to say you're working for free or that Mr. Allen needs to pay you is to punish Mr. Allen and Mr. Rosie for doing what their ethical rules require them to do, which is to do zealous advocacy for your client. And those gentlemen, when faced with a real tough call, financial tough call, career tough call, they showed up on October 31st and said, listen, our client, he's been clear what he wants. And this is what we're willing to do in order to protect his rights. But to say that they need to go back in and work for free or that he needs to pay them is to miss what happened here, which is the judge had an absolute duty to act, and that is to accept his letter and his representation of what his expectations were, and that I want these gentlemen to see this case to its end. The Attorney General and the judge want to create ambiguity where none exists. We don't have records like this in other cases. This gentleman could not have been more clear on October 11th. There could not have been more clarity on October 19th. There could not have been more clarity on October 31st. And if your court looks at the new filings where he also is waiting for this court to rule because he's confused as to who his lawyers are, we have some clarity here. And to do anything short of putting them right back in where they were when the rights were violated would be a half measure, Justice. So we'll accept whatever the court's ruling is, but I think that that alternative there falls short. With regards to Wheat says, where a court justifiably finds an actual conflict of interest, that's when the discretion kicks in. Conflicts of interest are different than these rules that the judge is citing here. Because a conflict of interest, the judge is complicit in the ethical violation because she has two appearances representing both parties in front of her. And they're different because we know that that's a situation where the lawyer hasn't fully and fairly advised the defendant as to what the repercussions are on proceeding forward. Absent a conflict of interest, we trust these letters like October 11th from these defendants. We trust that they understand what's going on, that they have cooperated with their lawyers and developed a good trial strategy and tactic to catch that prosecutor off on his back foot on a trial that was supposed to happen in January, and to have a well-developed strategy of third-party guilt. These lawyers knew what they were doing. They had articulated in 100-some pages of briefing. Here's what we see in this case. We're ready to go forward with trial. So conflict of interest doesn't apply, and that's what WEAK is clearly about. Conflicts of interest are different. And this court would be one of the first court in Indiana for sure, if not the first court in the nation, to say that we treat all kinds of ethical violations like pretrial publicity or the inadvertent violation of a discovery order as something on the same level as Wheat's conflict of interest. That's unheard of, and this court should not be using the original action to create new law like the judge wants us to say here. Justice Masson, Justice Goff, and Justice Slaughter, you'd asked me a question about ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm clouded sometimes by my judgment because the rules that the judge cited here aren't ineffective. But absolutely, a defendant could waive a claim of ineffective assistance of counsel on the record, and that's what our conflict of interest case law establishes. If you pull the gentleman in and you explain to him what your concerns are, what's going on, and make sure that he knowingly and voluntarily knows what's going on and wants to proceed forward, yes, you can waive an ineffective assistance of counsel claim. So if a client wants to represent himself, he can waive his right to effective assistance of counsel if he knowingly and voluntarily says, I want to go forward and do this on my own. So my troubles with answering that question is I feel so passionately, and Mr. Allen and attorneys Rosie and Baldwin feel so passionately that what the judge is talking about here is zealous advocacy, defending the rights of their client and trying to get this thing to trial quickly. And the reasons that the judge is stating in her brief, which are a little different than the reasons on the record, but none of those are what we see as being relating to ineffective assistance of counsel, or would even, if proven to be something wrong, aren't going to meet the Strickland prejudice prong. So, but yes, if these things could ever arise to ineffective assistance of counsel and justices, I'm not conceding that, but if they could, hypothetically, yes, you can bring the defendant in and he can waive those rights, but that's not what we have here. In the end, your honors, the judge exceeded her jurisdiction and refused to accept Rick Allen's wishes when she had an absolute duty to act upon them, and there's an emergency that exists. I think when those things are before this court, there should not be a question as to whether original action exists. And there is more clarity than we see in records across this state as to what this gentleman's wishes are. They are undisputed. And I think that the judge had an absolute duty to recognize what he wanted, go forward with trial in January, and this case should be heard in Carroll County today rather than before the Indiana Supreme Court. But I appreciate your time and consideration. We ask you to grant the relief we requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you, counsel. I want to commend
And we're back, I believe. How was that? That was interesting, eh? Excuse me. Can you guys, yeah, my mic thing is moving. I'm guessing I'll double check. Okay, I hear myself.
October 11th, 2023, Rick Allen filed the following. Dear Judge.
Cool. So how was that, guys? That was pretty interesting, eh? Now, that was this. Angela Sanchez was, damn, was that ever much easier? That was really good. And then Fishy, if you're still around, thank you so much for saving that. Well, not saving it, but making it better, as you always do. And because when we started to listen to the first one I found, and 10 minutes in, the audio was kind of not so great. And Fishy came through with a good link for Court TV. And I didn't get a copyright strike. I guess that would have happened, right? Or can it still possibly happen? Hope not. Because I totally altered it myself. You saw the extra work I put in by putting my face was on there twice and highlighted comments, and boom, the chat's on there. My browser shows other tabs. Man, I completely modified this to look at this. I completely modified this video to make it my own, I believe. Fair, and all was that fair use, right? So that was actually great. Yeah, the hand signals, eh? Now, is it possible that people just do that too because it feels like a good stretch? I mean, I'd like to think so. As part of it, possibly, because when you do that, it feels nice. But also, like making that little, I didn't see them. Was it the little diamond shaped thingy where their fingers are putting? Holm does it all the time. But so, I got used to just kind of sitting there. I went and I took my garbage out. I fucking got I was listening all the time, and I warmed up a bowl of stew. Oh my God, I heated my coffee back up because it was a little cold. Wow. It was so much easier. Man, I did a great job there. Absolutely. By allowing Fishy to send me the link and hitting play and sharing my screen. So what do you guys suggest? How about this? We go and continue what we were doing. Was there anything that we missed where we could have watched more video like that? Because that's a great way to do it. Or to maybe read stuff or kind of go over stuff and then just watch the video, because if it's the Supreme Court like that, I can do that. I think obviously with it being the Supreme Court, it's nobody can probably copyright strike it, I'd assume, but I don't want to. Like, I'm not going to start watching people's videos, like, but that was great. Like, look at this. This is it here too. ABC 7, so I could have watched them. And this is the one we were watching that sounded shit. But I bet you this one sounds better. That was great. I enjoyed that. Because I remember watching it at the time. And it's just to see that Gutwein fump for around and kind of fumble. Yeah, the gestures and socks in the background. And what else was it? Oh, that guy. What was his name? I wrote it in earlier, right? Mark Leeman. Yeah, I forgot how competent he sounded and well of a speaker, and or just getting your point across, and in that type of situation couldn't be easy. Like, you can tell he's obviously anybody who's in the right mind would be a little not nervous, like, but also he did well. So I'm sure he probably dropped a bunch of fucking whatever that relaxing medication is. I'm just kidding. But it was great. So, okay. Oh, what did you see when do you want me to go pause on it? Do you want me to play it? Where do you want to check out the gestures? Do you guys remember where? Do you guys remember what time it was at? I can find it. That was it, because I didn't really see it. It couldn't have been them, because this is Rosie and Mata. So they're just, maybe he's trolling. If this is Rosie here, right? Yeah, and this is Mata, I bet. Or vice versa. I think maybe Bob had the socks. But this feels like just, So right before the end? Like he's stretching his hand, it looks like. I mean, I want to bust chops as much, but also it does feel nice to stretch your hands when you're, oh, is this it?
For your client. And those gentlemen, when faced with a real tough call, financial tough call, career tough call, they showed up on October 31st and said, listen,
Or
our client,
it's them in the background,
he's
right?
been clear what he wants.
Oh,
and this
is that it there?
is what we're willing
I think
to
a lot
do
of guys
in order.
So, but I mean, there's no way they're dropping it. Yeah, because it feels nice too. Like, I mean, I would do that kind of stuff, and I fucking have no clue. But it's just stretching your hands, like especially if these guys this morning, if they fucking shoveled their driveway, or you know, who knows what they were doing, right? You swept your shop this morning and then came here, your fucking hands will be stiff. I do that all the time because if you're a working guy, you got to use your hands too. Or even if he was just writing a bunch of shit. I'm not saying, but this is the defense guys. This is Auger, and one of these is Mata, and I believe one is Rosie. So I can't see them.
To protect his rights.
Like,
but to say that they need to go back in and work for free,
oh,
or
Paula,
that he needs
hey.
to pay them, is to,
Good night, Paula.
is to miss what happened here, which is the judge had an absolute duty.
Have a good sleep, Paula.
Act, and that is to accept
See you tomorrow night
his
if
letter and his representation of what his expectations were, and that I want these gentlemen to see this case to its end. The Attorney General and the judge want to create ambiguity where none exists. We don't have records like this in other cases. This gentleman could not have been more clear on October 11th. There could not have been more clarity on October 19th. There could not have been more clarity on October 31st. And if your court looks at the...
You know what? You're right. Because isn't the defense on the right side? Maybe that is Nick and Holeman, right? Do we know? Fishy, Dave, smarter people than me. Everyone say goodnight to Paula first. Nighty night, Paula. Sweet dreams, girl. Pop culture Paula. Signing off. Getting her beauty sleep, right? Everyone say goodnight to Paula. Maybe it is, eh? Is this Holeman in McClelland? In his fucking little tight pants? And because the defense is on this side. I think you guys are right.
New filings where he also is
Mike
waiting for this
Moonman.
court
Look
to
at him.
rule because he's confused as
No.
to who his lawyers are.
Oh, shit.
We have some clarity here.
That's
And
fancy,
to
Nick.
do anything short of putting them right back in where they were when the rights were violated would be a half measure.
Definitely does that a lot.
So we'll accept whatever the court's ruling is. But I think that
Yeah. Look at how
alternative
tight his
there
pants
falls
are.
short.
And you know
With
he's stuck
regards
in
to
his
Wheat,
pants. It's got to be
Wheat
Nick, right?
says where a court justifiably finds an actual conflict of interest. That's when the discretion
Oh,
kicks
boy.
in. Conflicts of interest are
Fuck there,
different.
yeah. Did you see that one? What time was that? 101:23. So around 101:22 would be perfect. He really did it good there. That has to be Holmes. He fucking does that all the time. Or I could be wrong, but it feels like it might be
Conflicts of interest.
that one. Because he's not stretching, right? I think if somebody seems like they're stretching, I would give him, but he's not stretching.
Are
That's like-
different than these rules that the judge is citing here. Because a conflict of interest, the judge is complicit in the ethical violation because she has two appearances
Who's
representing
this?
both parties in front of her.
Diener?
And they're different because we know that that's a situation where the lawyer hasn't fully and fairly advised the defendant as to what the repercussions are on proceeding forward. Absent a conflict of interest, we trust these letters like October 11th from these defendants. We trust that they understand what's going on, that they have cooperated with their lawyers and developed a good trial strategy and tactic to catch that prosecutor off on his back foot on a trial that was supposed to happen in January, and to have a well-developed strategy of third-party guilt. These lawyers knew what they were doing. They had articulated in 100-some pages of briefing. Here's what we see in this case. We're ready to go forward with trial. So conflict of interest doesn't apply, and that's what it's clearly about.
I agree,
Conflicts
yeah.
of interest
I had it
are
wrong for sure.
different. And this court would be one of
Those
the
shoes are
first court
definitely
in Indiana,
McClelland shoes.
sure,
And this is definitely
if
home.
not the first court in the nation, to say that we treat all
The
kinds
defense
of
over
ethical
here.
violations
Right.
like pretrial publicity or
Hey,
inadvertent violation
Ja
of
Rule,
the
what's
discovery
up, bro?
order is something on the same level as Wheat's conflict of interest. That's unheard of, and this court should not be using the original.
There's a good one too, eh? Yeah. He's fucking for sure not stretching his hands. Like, I mean, I would do it, but I would I wouldn't.
Action to create new law like the judge wants us to say here. Justice Massa and Justice Goff, excuse me, and Justice Slaughter, you'd asked me a question about ineffective assistance of counsel. I'm clouded sometimes by my judgment because the rules that the judge cited here aren't ineffective. But absolutely, a defendant could waive a claim of ineffective assistance of counsel on the record, and that's what our conflict of interest case law establishes. If you pull the gentleman in and you explain to him what your concerns are, what's going on, and make sure that he knowingly and voluntarily knows what's going on, wants to proceed forward.
Is that considered it? Seems to be doing it a lot.
Or yes,
I didn't really notice. I was
assistance of
kind
counsel
of doing
claim.
other things.
You can, so if a client wants to represent himself, he can waive his right to effective assistance of counsel if he knowingly and voluntarily says, I want to go forward and do this on my own. So my troubles with answering that question is I feel so passionately, and Mr. Allen.
Was he wearing, are you saying Nick was wearing the same skinny jeans and probably the same stuffed underwear and those pretty boy man bun shoes? You know, Nick would be the perfect guy to have a man bun, eh? He should, I bet you he's the type of guy who definitely had one. On those little man bun ponytails, or
Allen and attorneys Rosie
go
and Baldwin
perfect
feel
with this
so
outfit.
passionately that what the judge is talking about here is zealous advocacy, defending the rights of their client and trying to get this thing to trial quickly. And the reasons that the judge is stating in her brief, which are a little different than the reasons on the record, but none of those are what we see as being related to ineffective assistance of counsel, or would even, if proven to be something wrong, aren't going to meet the Strickland prejudice wrong. So, but yes, if these things could ever arise to ineffective assistance of counsel and justices, I'm not conceding that. But if they could, hypothetically, yes, you can bring the defendant in and he can waive those rights. But that's not what we have here. In the end, Your Honors, the judge exceeded her jurisdiction and refused to accept Rick Allen's wishes when she had an absolute duty to act upon them, and there's an emergency that exists. I think when those things are before this court, there should not be a question as to whether original action exists. And there is more clarity than we see in records across this state as to what.
I should put it back. Were they doing it the whole time? I should put it on 2x speed and just mute it while we're talking, because they were probably doing it like crazy, eh? Because it's going to end any second now, so it's. Yeah, well, there we go, double. We got a double. So what are the odds that they're fucking doubling up at the same time doing that? Definitely. I just paused it there. It's at 10, right at the very end. So they know it's going to end. They probably see the clock countdown. They want to get their little quote. Oh, he's giving a heart too. He's doing a love sign to his daughter, hopefully. Or if he has kids, probably has kids everywhere. Probably has kids he doesn't even know about. So guys, that's it. Wow. So what I can do is, where do we think they were doing it the most? Wouldn't that be interesting? I'll keep it on mute and just talk, and I'll put it on 2x and I'll blast, see if we can, it'll probably look crazy. Their hands will be going fucking wild. Just for fun for a second or two. Is that, how about this? I'll leave it running because I'm looking on another screen about the stuff we're going to kind of read next. And I can't find, oh, TJ, I can't find, was it only towards the end more? So I'll kind of skip through when I see them. How about that? We'll just kind of, yeah, it did feel like more towards the end, eh? So I can see if I can skip through and catch them. Definitely nothing there. So look at the little pinky. Did you see McClellan's little pinky? Ooh. What was it? 34, 38. So watch that. So 34, 38 round. So 30 right around here. Watch McClellan's little pinky finger under there. It's on 2x speed though. Okay, guys. So, but I mean, he's really giving it a pinky. Like you ready? Watch that pinky. Watch Nick. And it's a little pinky gang sign. What? Here it comes. Oh, no. Is that his pinky? Or maybe it's not his pinky. Could be one of his. It was funny. Yeah, it's too bad we didn't have that up a bit more, eh? We'd probably see a whole bunch of shit. Because they also do that one where Carter's always touching the top of his head and kind of leaning forward, like he's doing a touchdown salute or whatever. But remember, this is 2x speed, guys, so it might seem like there's more touching of the face. So this is double speed, muted. Yeah, I was disappointed with you, Judge Rush. I really thought she was going to kind of hand it to him a bit, because in the very beginning, she sounded like, you know, like if a defendant says he doesn't want a fucking lawyer, he doesn't have to have one. He can represent himself. So who are they to pick people for him, right? Because he can choose nobody if he wanted. He could choose the fucking the guy he met at the bus stop yesterday if you want. You know, like it would be ill-advised. But what's going on here? This is the United States. It should be let you have your choice. Yeah, exactly. You're talking about Rosie and Baldwin. Because why else would they want him off so badly? Obviously, because oh, fuck, you cannot. A guy should not do that. That means you have tiny balls. Nick, what are you doing? You can't. I could never do that. My legs won't allow me to do that. Right? My gigantic balls will only, I could only put my leg out like, you know, how you make a 4, you know? Nick, stop. Your little fucking dumb socks, striped socks, and your little Obama pose. That's how Obama sits. Tiny balls, for sure, eh? Yeah, you agree? Yes. And his little Temu underwear. Oh, you know why? Because he stuffs his undies, and it doesn't hurt him to do that because it's just squishing an old pair of socks exactly. I read your mind. TJ's thinking that. I feel it. Right? That's why he can sit like that. For me, I'd be just be uncomfortable. Might as well put him in a vice. Yeah. It's the jeans. Those are the skinny jeans and Temu underwear. Guys don't sit like that. Girls won't like that. It's like Obama sits. And Obama could probably do it because he's so skinny, right? I guess. But this guy here, he's not. He shouldn't be sitting that way. Those pants are too tight. Come on. This is definitely Jerry, but I think over the last few years, Jerry has probably gotten better shape. I mean, at least just losing some weight. Doesn't have to get bigger, but, you know, I'm pretty sure. Has to be Jerry. I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking, but this is the defense on this side for sure. And I was thinking this was Auger, but it's probably the Diener girl, right? Well, that was great, guys. Anything else you want to do? Want me to keep scanning through to look for the gang signs, or shall we move on? Let's find a couple more good ones. Look, oh, there he goes. That's a good one. I don't know. We'll have to find out. How about I do that? Because they must have showed some pictures of them at the Supreme Court. I'll check on my other screen here. So TJ, I'm searching on my other screen, Richard Allen appeal update. And I set it for the last hour, nothing. Last 24 hours, and I don't see anything. So do you know exactly what they were talking about? Want me to look for something more specific? Oh, I'll go check all lies. Maybe she's updated it because I will refresh and check. I would think if anybody's going to put it, it's going to be her, right? Oh, Baldwin file. So where would one find that? Okay, so Baldwin. Okay, so I'll do that. Yeah, Nick probably gets, Frank Meister's got it in for sure, especially now. So sweeping the knee like, Karate Kid. Yeah. Sweeping the knees. I know what you're saying. Oh, you think this he means district? Yeah. I think that definitely means you got tiny balls because I couldn't do that comfortably. You know? I'll admit it. I got gigantic balls. I'm only kidding, guys. Or am I? Oh boy. Yeah, Sweep the Knee like Karate Kid though, too. That was a great movie, eh? Didn't you tell him? And Daniel San was he was in the crow and he was hurting and it's like sweep the knee. And he fucking jumps and he tries to sweep the knee and then does the 1 foot kick and lands on the same foot. What was it, the crane kick? Everyone's seen Karate Kid, right? Wow. All right. So how about this? I'm going to do that right now, TJ. How about I just, we've had enough of this. I'll do it here so you guys can see. All right. So I'll put this back to just in case we ever have to playback speed. We'll go back to normal. Screw them, not just in case.
Of the concerns. So
again, what were you thinking? So I'll try Baldwin. What Baldwin files against Baldwin court filing, and I'll put McClelland to see what happens. Or Delphi. Is it Delphi related or? Andrew Baldwin, Nick McClelland filing court paper today. There is no public record. Andrew Baldwin or Nicholas McClelland filed. Oh, maybe it was a different day. Says, these guys are talking murder sheet. This will probably be a good one. Am I allowed to do this? Click on and kind of read Reddit stuff through and show you guys too. This isn't like bad, right? I don't know if I'm doing anything wrong. Let me know. Part 1. Oh, I'm not going to try listen or watch. Yeah, this is it. Baldwin's complaint. So we can at least read up on it. So a thread. Yes, here it is here. Oh my. Good call, TJ. This has to be it, right? Motion. No, this is the stuff we looked at the other day. So it's just this stuff here. This seems like this is the one. So this is the new one right here. This is the newest one. Delphi murders, Baldwin's complaint. The murder sheet can now exclusively report. Oh, this is them. So I'm allowed to read this, right? That Baldwin filed a ridiculous complaint against McClelland this past summer with the Indiana Disciplinary Commission. A body tasked with disciplinary complaints can now, is there more? Oh, yeah. Disciplinary complaints against lawyers. Baldwin's complaint dismissed on its face. So it was dismissed, but we can now share that this was not only frivolous complaint. I kind of remember something like this, no? Reading the Delphi murders. We got one too. So they're just rehatching something. But they're talking about it now. So it's not new. Sounds like. But that must be it, right, TJ? But good call, good call. It was excellent. It's always good to just in case check up. So how about I put I can kind of call maybe All Eyes would have it. She said earlier this summer, right? So let's go back and look for something that Baldwin files. The murder sheet. May I go back because it said something about when it was, right? This summer. The murder sheet McClelland against McClelland this past summer. Okay. Let's do this. So when is this past summer? It would be 2025 summer, right? So I'm here. I'm going to do it on a different one. Because this is where we wanted to be. This is where I was looking for stuff. So I shouldn't move this one. Because that's where we were kind of finding all the good stuff. I will go open a fresh one. And I'll check. I'll copy it. I'll open a whole fresh one. And I'll look through this summer. That could be it. Is that good? Who's talking to who? Oh, sorry. The judge with white hair is also a Mason. Which one is that? The judge with white hair. So how about this? I'll go to, if I can get the thing to come up. How do I get the damn page thing to come up? I just kind of hit my keyboard until it pops up. Oh, there it goes. Sometimes, it's probably down lower here. So I was on, so this summer would probably, let's go to 100, see what we're at. You guys having fun with this? There's 22 people here. The beard guy. Nick and Holeman, elderly judge, white hair, responds with gestures. Who you think? Yeah, it's possible, eh? Imagine we had like camera full time of them all, and we could kind of, hey, at 12 minutes she's doing this, we can kind of see the other person from another angle and say, oh my God, look at 12 minutes and 10 seconds, they're flashing this back. Imagine that. I like it. Sounds good to me. I believe it. I'm in. So July, so this is summer. So wait, I'll go back. When does summer start? Officially, like June-ish? What? I forget. April, May, sometime. Spring, June? So here at May. So let's find anything. Baldwin files. And was it about Delphi or separate? Hey, Jocelyn, welcome. Just in time. I'm 5 hours and 5 minutes in, and I'm about to start the program. I've done my fishy intro. It's going to be called forever now, the fishy intro. And I'll dedicate no LOLs to V and stuff like that. So welcome, Jocelyn. Very nice to see you. Welcome, welcome. If you, we were just kind of covering the contempt hearing stuff, and if you ever want to go back, we just watched the whole hour-long. Do you remember the whole wheat thing back in whenever? So it was before the March 18th contempt stuff, right? It was in January, one of these, where they were talking about the motion to leave, and they went to the Supreme Court and Wheat was arguing about wheat stuff, and so we kind of just watched that. Oh, I can even just show you what we were watching. This is what we just watched. So if you ever want to go back or watch, watch it yourself, would you like me to put the link in? I can do that too, and you can watch it there, or watch it here. Give me the numbers. If you want to watch it, watch, because I played the whole thing.
Representing the relator today, we have Mark Leeman. Good morning and welcome, Mr.
This was before they went to the March 18th contempt stuff. So Mark Leeman, Kara Weinecke, and I forget this woman's name.
Mr. Leeman, you'll be arguing the case. At council table, we also have Kara Weinecke. Good morning, Ms. Weinecke, and Bernice Corley. Good morning and welcome, Bernice Corley. Representing the state of Indiana, at council table, we have Angela Sanchez. Good morning, Ms. Sanchez, and welcome. You'll be arguing first, correct? Second, all right. You're just listed first on the appearance. Got that. So Matt Gutwein, representing Judge Fran Gull, and you will be arguing first. And
he's going to argue wheat and piss you off in about a half an hour, Judge.
On behalf of the respondent, correct. Good morning and welcome, Mr. Stake and counsel. Counsel, as we've been conducting oral argument.
I was talking a little bit there. So this again is the Supreme Court talk just before they're going into the March 18th stuff. It's this one here. This is what I was going to read it. So the state of Indiana, Richard M. Allen, Carroll Court, and the Honorable Fran Special Gull, because the writ for mandamus probably, this is it. I have it here. So the writ for mandamus in prohibition. It must have been, it was right around here. It was January something. One of these. This is it here, probably. Indiana Supreme Court. Yeah, that's it. So that's what we were kind of covering. This one here. So Critter, you here? Where? Did Critter sneak in? Good morning. Are you one of those weirdos that sleeps at nighttime and kind of gets up early? Ugh. You're not a night owl, are you? You are like don't tell me you're a morning person. Oh my God, I'll be so mad if you're a morning person. I'm not. I'm a definitely night owl. So what we were doing was we covered this. So do you guys want this? I'll put it in just in case. Instead of assuming that maybe you do or don't, whatever. This, I'm dropping it in chat. Kada boom. Here she comes. That's all I cite. So basically, what we were doing is, how do I get that damn page thing to come up? Oh boy. I don't know how I get it to come up, but I just do. Oh, so I hit my space bar. So I'm on page 54. So basically we're covering from page 37 and now up to 54. So what we're getting into is page, I think, 67. So on 54, we're just going through these contempt type things to make sure we're ready to jump into the case, which was the actual March 18th. It drops. It really starts right. 2024, yeah. So was it 87? No, May, that's May. No, it's March. Sorry. Right here. It's going to be like 67 it was. Sorry. I'm almost there. Fuck it. Sorry. This will be it here. No? Ooh, here it is here for sure. So hearing held. So this is the contempt, big time. This is big. This is huge. So now TJ, hey Dewey, what's up? Look at all you weirdos getting up and saying good morning. Ugh, you and your good morning. Damn you all. Damn you all to hell. And your good mornings. I'm only kidding. Good morning. How's it going? Critter and Jocelyn. Welcome, guys. Look at you. 21 people here for little old me. I'm so flattered. So TJ, here, you're good at this. Like I like reading, right? This is, but I mean, it was also neat watching. Is that on video too? This is a big thing. Nicole in that, like 171 pages, and there's females here. And do you guys, you want me to read these type of things when we get to it? Like, so basically we're going to do that, right? Like, I mean, that's next. Honest to gosh, I really, like, we scrolled along here, right? So we don't need this one. Yeah, because we're basically here around 55, going through these and just, finding stuff. And so we just wanted to make sure we just didn't forget anything right before we get into this contempt, because it's a big deal. So we're here. We must have been, yeah, this is where we were. I'm just kind of going through these to make sure we didn't miss anything big. Is that okay with you guys? And then, I mean, if I just get through this, maybe there's nothing else good. Baldwin and Rosie. Motion to withdraw. Librato. Oh, yeah, get rid of them. State's motion to compel discovery on the 27th. January 27th. Like, we're like a month away. State's motion, nothing huge. Richard Allen's affidavit saying he wants his attorneys. Like, 22 pages. Wow. Judge interviewed with Richard Allen. Mr. Allen's case, which is inferred. This seems interesting. Although this is one of the ones we can kind of, if we do the contempt hearing first, we can always kind of, in the middle of the contempt hearing, if they talk about the affidavit, we can come and read these things too, which also is a good thing. But I did like watching that. I mean, I like the reading for you guys, and I know people enjoy, people being read too, and I enjoy it. And I was joking the other day that it kind of like, I'm 52 now, and like you sit around here and I just like, I kind of work, I work, but I work on cars. I work on RC car toys, and I do security, and I'm watching, and, and so, I mean, it's not like I have had to think too hard, right? My kids are 30 and 32, and they haven't lived with me for, 15 years, 10 years, whatever, 15 years. And so it's like reading this all stuff is kind of like that limitless pill, like I feel like, boom, all these areas of my brain that were senile and maybe rotting away are kind of like, boom, firing back to life. And I feel like I'm at least let's say I'm usually around, I'm probably a 98 to 100 IQ. I feel like I'm at least 102 IQ. And instead of being 52, I swear to you, I feel like easily 49 and a half years old again. Like it's amazing, amazing. And I'm just kidding. You know what I'm saying? But just this reading is great. And some of these words alone, I don't even think I've ever said them in my life, some of them. So here's the Hobson's choice. You know, the in-camera meeting. So that's a lot. So so let's find something. And if there's something we could watch again, I really did enjoy that, because I forgot that this Supreme Court stuff, there's likelihood that it's on video. So how about we do that? If there's anything that's in this, like the trial stuff, like a pre-trial before, well, maybe watch it, the next one, and then get right into the contempt stuff, because I think these are all, like, especially if we have to read the contempt stuff, when stuff is happening, we'll come back and look at the official one. So like if they're talking with this in the contempt hearing, we should kind of maybe pull it back and read it ourselves and stuff. And I see us. These are all great, but so if anything, you guys think of anything, I'm almost there. Just do hearings. Yeah. The hearings are good, eh? Especially here in the Supreme Court. So that's what I'm looking for. Help me. Do you have this open? Are you looking? Like, I mean, dude, yes, I agree. I'm totally with you. I know you're not, but I know you're just saying, like, I'm not complaining, but if you guys, I dropped that link. That's where I'm at. I'm around page what? I don't remember what page I'm at. So the motion for continuance, but I hear you, girl. So motion, like, will some of them say that it's a hearing? So should I look for the word hearing? I mean, I feel I should click on motion to vacate hearing. So this is about it, right? So you'd think they held more hearings, right? Hennessy, fucking love that guy. Hennessy is filing, is like, boom. These nuts, right? Hennessy's a great guy. You can just tell, you know, he knows his shit. Just a regular kind of dude, but also experienced guy. One of those guys that's just destroying evidence. Ooh. So when you said trial, like, you like it when TJ, when they do like it's Gull and then Rosie, and they, you know, how they speak to each other? Because I'm not sure they had a contempt hearing before the Supreme Court. What do you mean? There was a different contempt hearing? The March 18th is the contempt hearing at the Supreme Court. So there was a different one, are you saying? Because the March 18th is the contempt hearing at the Supreme Court. So if was there a different one beforehand? See right here, March 18th. This is it. I know it was on March 18th. It was I just remember it specifically. So there was something else before, which is what I'm looking for. I mean, I understand. Also, I think V pointed out too that I think I'm a little bit ahead of you guys. So I kind of, if I type or say something, I'm saying it now, but you guys don't get to hear it for a little bit. So I should take that into consideration. It's probably what V pointed out, rightfully so. And that's probably where part of my frustrations are, because I feel like I'm talking to you guys real time. But if I were to listen to my YouTube, I bet. But if I were to listen to my to YouTube, I bet. But if I were to listen to my I'm going to do that. So I'm going to count. So you guys are I'm going to say this to myself here. I've muted my YouTube. I'm going to say 1, 2, 3. And then when I hear it, I'm going to say that. So when you hear it again, you'll know how far away I am. All righty. So I'm going to say, and when I hear it on my YouTube, I'm going to say 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say 3, 4, 5. Okay. So 1, 2, 3. I'm going to say 3, 4, 5. Okay. 4, 5,
1,
yeah. Oh my God, that's confusing. What am I doing? Oh my God, I heard myself too. So oh my God, that's crazy. Okay, so there's a delay, and I feel like that's part of my problem. And V pointed out that maybe half of my frustration is that I'm kind of way ahead of you guys, and I'm thinking, oh, so yes, exactly. But no, I don't, no, I know I'm doing fine, but I'm trying to understand because it's like I'm talking to you now, right? But you're responding to it 10 seconds after, or so I say it. So I should give you guys more of a break. Yes, it's me. Oh my gosh, I know it's me. Oh, I'm a silly man for sure. Fucking neurotic. I'm nuts. I'm definitely on a few spectrums too. I'm not worried. I just like to understand things. I weirdly like to understand things, even if most people wouldn't care. Like the fact that I want to know how much delay I am. It's not for any reason, but because I'm curious. I don't know. I've always had this curiosity. So it's like, now that I'm thinking about it, that's right. Like, so I sit here and I'll sit here. If you guys weren't here, I'd do this myself, and I would figure out exactly how far I am behind. So what I'd have to do is then mute myself, mute this browser, and listen there. Yeah, I'm weird like that. Oh yeah, it's totally me. So we can move past that. So you guys, how about this? How about I won't get distracted and I will move on because we're almost there. But you're talking, so I just don't want to miss anything. That's all. Because I know there must have been some things happening. And if it's only one page, they just want to use their phones. Subpoena. Mitch Westerman subpoena, the Principe. So we're like 1 month away from the trial. Not the Richard Allen's trial, the contempt hearing trial about removing Gull in them. So I have to just look, because I swear my mind, I totally know it's me. It's not you guys. My mind will not stop thinking about it if I started something. And the weird thing is if I don't cover it now, if I do what we're going to do, this won't be as interesting to me later. So it's totally me, guys. But this is my process, I guess. So I'm upfront. I'm transparent. I do this weird stuff because if I don't cover something, and then we read the March 18th, it's like, what good is it? I don't want to read it now. But if I read it now before I do it, it's like, much more interesting to me. And then I'll share it with you guys. So there's that. I know it's me. You feel free to tell me it's me anytime. You might need to remind me it's me, because if I forget, I'm only kidding. So, ex parte pleadings. No. So, like, we're almost there. Orders, because you'd think a more prepared person would do this beforehand, but look at, here's all the official, what are they called? Credentialed media. Ooh. And Judge Gall would treat these people differently, and there is no distinction. She should be a civil rights violation for you American citizens. Your civil rights are being violated when she treats public companies different than you, and there is no distinction. You have just as much right as any of the biggest 60 Minutes corporations, and all of them. Don't ever let them fool you differently. Boom, this looks big. Third-party records? Tell me, is this a big thing? Third-party records. This looks something. Does anyone know what this is? Oh my gosh, this is his tip. Because he gave his this is his tip. He was at the bridge. This is Doolin or whoever wrote down his tip. Holy fuck, he told him a lot of stuff, eh? Interviews were conducted with wowza. So they were found deceased. Interviewers. So these are all the witness stuff. So Kelsey talking about, dropping them off. Interviews were conducted with the 3 juveniles. They said, any of this interest you, or do you just want to be able to read this yourself? Do you want to see the hand signals again? The ones we just watched? Oh, I'll do that. Yeah. Near the end? That's a request for TJ. Do you want the audio, or do you want to hear the audio too? For you, TJ? Yes. The answer is yes, girl. So, TJ, let me know. And while I could do this stuff and look on another screen too. So how would I do that? While I'm farting around looking for stuff, I'll take it to the, where was I? So that was this one on Richard Allen affidavit right here. So I'll take this to another screen on March 6th. So I'm going to take this over here, and then I can do it on another screen. And you guys want to see hand signals? That was fun. Yeah, I'm down. So I got that on another screen. Start earlier, like what time? Like, so right now you can see it, right? I'm in regular speed and audio. Oh boy. Tell me where. So it's around 54 minutes now. Right here is near the end. So, and it goes to it's 1 hour and 5 minutes long. So do you want me to go back to like what, 55 minutes, 50 minutes? Because this whole last bit looks pretty good, eh? How about that? And then you can update me. How can I zoom it?
Far more well suited to such complex issues.
Let me see. Do you want me to try?
The appellate process, for example, would allow.
I'm going to try. Okay. Do you want me to mute it? Do we care what they're saying? Like,
it would make the parties to the underlying action the actual.
Do you want to hear them too, or do you want to hear me? I could try my Zoom on my computer. I don't know if that shows up for you. I'll try it right now. And if I get stuck there, I might have to zoom back out. Okay. Here we go. Oh, what do you see? I can't see shit. Oh boy. Are you seeing that? Oh my God. I'm going to have to open up my iPhone because all 3 of my monitors. Holy fuck. This is crazy. Holy shit. This is nuts. Oh boy. It's got to be way over here. Oh, I'm going to have to shut this down. And do you get, okay. So I shut that down. Did you see Zoom? Just me. Okay. It would be good if I could hit one of those ones that, the hovering ones, because this is Windows 11. But remember the old school when it would show like a magnifying glass? I don't think I can, TJ. Oh, wait, maybe I can if I make my browser bigger. So let's try this. How about if I go like this? I'm going to try to spread it across all 3 browsers. No, that just sinks back. No, it doesn't really allow me to do that. Because I have 3 browsers. Like when you see me here, right, I can go down and I'm on my other screen. Then when I go this way to the right, I'm on my other screen. But then it just kind of, it doesn't allow me to do that as much. So, So, okay, do you want regular speed or 2x? Oh, Lola, hey, what's up? I had it, but I tried to, but when I let go, it kind of, it fixed itself. I don't know how to say. I was trying to make it bigger, but then it kind of corrected itself. Only if I held it with my, I'm not going to sit here and hold it with pushing the button and holding my mouse. 1.5 speed. Oh, geez, TJ. You're worth it, girl, but you're pretty demanding. You're pretty demanding, but I'm on it. I could use the structure. I'll say hi to Lola. I know, you guys are having fun. Oh, no, yeah, we can see good. Yeah, but I mean, yeah, it would be nice if I could get that, the other one where it's like a magnifying glass, and then I could hold it here and it would like magnify, but this is good. So I will look on the other one for stuff. So Lola just coming in. We are looking at, this was I'll read it to you here. I have it on the other screen from January 19th. This is sorry. I can't see it. Sorry. The Supreme Court argument about them deciding if they should hear, if they should remove Judge Gull and or remove the attorneys. And this is before the trial, deciding which things they'll allow that to try and do. So it turns out, I think there were 3 things here on this day. One was to give Gull shit for filing a bunch of stuff not properly. 2 was to remove Gull, the defense to remove Gull. And 3 was the Gull to remove the defense. So it turns out they say, okay, well, Gull has already fixed her mistakes. Like the bank robber, they robbed, but they returned the money. So they didn't want to give Gull shit for anything, for all that improper filing. But they did hear, so there was a possibility, this next court hearing on March 18th, they agreed to do both. We're going to consider removing Gull, and we're going to also consider Gull being able to remove the defense, even though it sounded like they weren't going to hear. So they're deciding that. So this is the January 19th, like 2 months right before the real contempt hearing. So, which is what we're going to do next. But I'm kind of we're looking at Mason signs now. We believe this is Holeman here. Ooh, can you see it? Yeah. Yeah, we believe this is Holeman and McClelland here, and they're throwing their little gang Mason signs. So we're watching that now on mute. We're not listening, so there's no audio. And I'm going to talk you through. I'm looking through on another screen. Just anything to make sure we're not missing anything important before we do the March 18th contempt hearing. And then we're going to do the full trial. So I hope that makes sense. I know if you're new. So do you understand that, Lola? Do you understand the because just so you know, I'll put it in the simplest, the cheat terms for somebody who's fresh to Delphi, which I think you're maybe a little bit, but you've been around a lot. I know you are. I'm not saying you're new, but so in October of 2023, there was a whole photo leak. Gull wanted to remove the defense, right? So the defense got Hennessy to fight for them. So then they go to the Supreme Court and argue about those 3 things I just said. Does Gull get in shit for doing the removal stuff? Well, she didn't get in shit, but they did agree to, in another month or 2 after right here, right now on screen, they will hear 2 separate things, which was A, does Gull get removed? And B, does the defense, is she allowed to remove the defense? Turns out neither of them happened. So, but it was really interesting because it almost did. I remember at the time watching this live thinking the defense, I thought for sure the defense couldn't be removed because of all the shenanigans from these 2 gang signs guys here, literally talking with YouTubers and, violated a gag order 10 times more and leaking their own stuff. Like they're here sitting there trying to remove the defense for leaking when Rosie had nothing to do with it, and these fuckers leaked 10 times more. The Odin report, Babs McDonald had the Odin report. Fig had the fucking bullet info before it was out, and so much crap happened with them guys. So I'll skip ahead because no, okay, it starts again. So that's what's happening here. This is January 19th, and so TJ, do you know if the March 18th contempt hearing was on video too? Because I can't remember. If that's the case, we'll just watch that too, right? So I'm kind of just scanning through, and I'm in February. I don't see anything. Verified motion. What would this be? The defendant's verified motion. So if I see any trial stuff, TJ, I'm looking on my other screen, that whole dialogue, the trial, I will show you. So just know that I'm doing that while you guys are, I don't see anything. Judge Go did February 14th. Nothing. Almost there. More stuff on February 14th. She put out nothing. So, what's snow? What's doing snow? Oh. I'll let you guys talk. So just know, I will read the March 18th stuff. But I think if we could watch it, wouldn't that be fun? More Richie Davis's letters. Oh boy. He's got nice handwriting, that's for sure. Oh. Did you guys read Richie Davis's letters? I have them. I'll leave that open on my other screen for now. A booking photo from Pendleton? No. That's no good. From Forum 7. Richard transferred to Pendleton? Nope. So I'm almost there. It's like, boom. I feel it. Oh. Limited appearance by Baldwin now. Verified request for hearing. No. I guess. Just know I'm doing stuff on a whole other screen for you guys. And this, while you're just getting to watch the Odin signs or whatever. Or Freemason stuff, I guess. So state's response. So right in the beginning of March, February 28th, the state, they start filing crazy stuff. But I'll only find something if there was a hearing about it. I'm not even sure. So March 3rd, Twist Media. Oh, there's 16 pages, but so Twist Media filed a bunch. For all the, oh boy, I'll leave that open. It's for all the, oh boy, every single, it's just a list of like, it says day 1, the drone video. Oh boy. A Snapchat photo of the girls on the bridge, which they could never find. Day 2. So these is a list of all the things media was trying to get a hold of. And day 2 was the map of the area, drone footage, mark copy, 9 minutes, this aerial photographs of the line, digital diagrams, SA kits, Deer Creek stuff. Oh boy. DNA reports, swabs from the lab, SA collections, trace fibers. Oh boy, I'll have to show you that in case you want, but I'll skip it. So then March 4th, Richard Allen's verified. Oh, that's, it's a filing, not a court hearing type of deal. But it looks interesting about roll mine. I'll tell me when you're done with the hand sign stuff and I'll show you what I'm looking at. It's pretty much done. I think we're done with that, eh? You know what? Do you guys want want me to put the link for this video so you guys can watch yourselves? Or how about this? I will. So that was the Baldwin stuff. And so I got to remember that. So in the summer, if we see anything that talks about Baldwin filing stuff, right, in the summer against Nick, right? Was it against Nick? Does that show up? Yeah, do you see this? So this is what I found here. I'll put the link in. But if you want to watch it here, you'll give me more views. But how about this? You do what you want. If you want to support Court TV, I think you should because we kind of stole it from them. So watch it there. I'm fine. They need to lift the views. Look, they've only got 2 million subscribers and 19,000 views. Don't watch it on my channel. I'm just kidding. Whatever you want. There it is. That's the one we were watching. That's Fishy gave us the good link. That's the good audio. And there's that. If any of you are looking, if you see the March 18th stuff, like we can just watch that now. If you want to just watch the contempt hearing, watch it and then go through the filing stuff. I don't know. I'll do whatever you guys would like because to read this will be a lot. But I will This is the March 18th contempt hearing. It's basically, unless you guys are interested in stuff like this, Richard Allen's verified reply, because this is before. This is before from, this was filed March 4th. And then, so it talks, I saw Ron Logan's name, and I saw a lot of interesting stuff. Letters, so they're talking about all this stuff here. So this seemed interesting. Richie Davis letters, and they're just talking about a whole, exculpatory evidence. I'll just briefly click through. So, yeah, do you want us to see if the March 18th contempt hearing is on video? Why don't we do that? So what was it called? I'll say it into Google. I'll say record of proceedings. You know what? At hearing, I'll say March 18th, Indiana Supreme Court contempt hearing, and see if there's maybe it was on video and we could just watch it. I don't know. That was kind of neat watching it. And then we can read it afterwards. No? Did they only cover that one? Not the, let me just double check. So March 18th, 2024, Indiana Supreme Court. What was it called? Motion for contempt. So March 18th, 2024, Indiana Supreme Court motion for contempt, Richard Allen. So there was January 18th. So the one we just watched, I think, so that's January 18th. The one we watched was around that, right? The 19th. So I don't feel there is. Let me fix this up. I'll take out Richard Allen because maybe that confused it. Man, that's a lot to read, though. Oh, my gosh. I'll do it. Oh, man, that's a lot. I guess I got used to just playing that video was kind of neat because I got to run out and take my garbage out, and I had a bowl of stew. But I'll read it. Hey, is these where? Huh? Hey, unindicted, welcome. Welcome. So you definitely sure, TJ, that they didn't show the March 18th contempt hearing at the Supreme Court? I'll just get rid of this. Last chance. Contempt Supreme Court. How's that? Let's see. There's got to be talk about it. Unless I changed my thing to, no. I'll put, because it would be long, right? It would be hours and hours. So all. I'll pick all. On March 18th, the U.S., no, not the U.S., I said Indiana Supreme Court. Yes, it did. You noodlehead. This thing's not smart. AI, dive. No, I don't want you, AI. You just suck. I said it. March 18th, Indiana, February 8th. So they released their opinion on that, what we just watched. Should we find that? That's what I should find. Because remember what we just watched, they released an opinion. Yeah, TJ. We can't jump. We have to find the opinion. I'll get it right now. Because they released their opinion like a couple of weeks after. And they decided, and then they went and had the hearing. So where's that opinion? Well, I'm looking for it now on another monitor. So, let me see. Notice of completion. That opinion must have came out, right? Appearance May. Oh, I'm on the wrong year. Sorry, my fault. How could I be on page 1? Sorry, guys. Oh, I was on 2020. Oh, my fault. My fault. I somehow switched screens. So 2020. That's why I wasn't seeing stuff. Sorry, guys. Definitely, I'm hard at work. You know, I'll do it on this screen so you can at least watch me fumbling around like a bozo. I was on page 130. So no, I'll just bring this over because when I grab it, I was trying to do it on other screens, but that showed up, right? Page 130. So I'll show you what I was doing. So September must be around. A lot of stuff is happening. I just feel weird jumping into the contempt hearing if we didn't cover the important things. So if there's any other hearings in between, I'll read them. If not, we'll go right into the contempt hearing in any minute. So here's what we're going to do, right? And here's what I'm going through these to make sure we're not missing a hearing. So we need the conclusions. This might be it. So let me just double check where I was. Look at all these. Additional witnesses. Oh, this is the YouTube stuff. Oh, for sure. And we also did read stuff. Remember yesterday? Here's all the YouTubers. Boy. So, Fig's letter. Oh boy, did we read that? Yeah, we read that the other day. Fig's silly letter. Mr. Pretentious. So obviously, imagine that. Like, he's so unworried about getting in trouble. He's fucking shooting his mouth off to Judge Gull about getting his hands on information. Oh, he doesn't even bring that up. He acts like the defense is just accusing him of certain things, but he doesn't mention the stuff about the bullet. Like, why not, dude? That's what they're calling you out for. Fig tries to make it sound like they're calling him out for certain things, but they were also mentioning the bullet stuff that he wasn't supposed to have. But he says nothing about that in that letter. So he's a fucking idiot. Yeah, this is where, so is there any hearings in between here? So the list of additional witnesses for the contempt hearing, a motion for specific findings. It's like we're 7 days away from the hearing now. So we need motion to stay ancillary proceedings. Comes now Hennessy Baldwin. Currently pending is a hearing. Yes, the March 18th hearing. Questions of contempt. Verification. Okay, so it's like, it's getting serious here because it's like, boom, like a week, not even. So motion to, no, I just clicked out. So object to change of venue. No. Boom. Verified petition of recusal. Court inquired. So how are you guys otherwise? Enjoying yourselves? Everything okay? Trust me, I'm going to get into it. Maybe it is almost 5 a.m. So I have a couple more hours. We can definitely get started, or we can at least plan how we're going to go about this. Or if we could. So we're sure the March 18th was that the only stuff from the Supreme Court on video? I feel like it was, I guess. I don't even remember anymore. There's so much. Oh my. So this is Hennessy. Oh, yeah, this is the YouTubers, right? I just saw Rick Snave's name. Yeah, this is something. Kevin Green. So this is about the photos, photo leak. Holeman goes out to talk to fucking Fortson, and Fortson commits suicide, and then these people, and then, oh boy. Facebook groups, Reddit groups, McClellan. So what's up with you, Dewey? How you doing? Where you been? Did I miss anyone? So Sunflower, UCC, unindicted, sorry. TJ is still here. Thank you, Kelly. And is Jotan here? Yager? Ja? Critter's still here. Oh, Court TV. Yeah, that's the one that we just watched. So if you want, why don't you just rewind back and watch it on my channel here while you stay here in the chat, if you want, or just watch it on mine because I'll get the views. It's the exact same thing. I just played their video, but do what you want. If you want to support, they only have 2 million followers. They could use it, and I have I have, oh my gosh, I feel maybe you should help them out. I've got 212 subs. And they've only got 2 million. So I think really, if you want to help anyone, go help them. I'm just kidding. So there's this. So this is about the photo leak and everything about the photo leak. So I could read that. Oh boy, this is talking. Yeah, these are their usernames. The Lordless Warrior and Fortson, and I definitely haven't read this. And, MRCs here, and money going to the Wish Me Fund. This would probably be something to read. Screenshots, and Holeman believes this, and oh boy, there's a whole lot of stuff there. So that's an option. That's only 6 pages because that's before. It's like the days before. That's days before here. So this is days before, because the thing is a lot of that is evidence of so there's the photo, right? But there's also Hennessy wants to talk about, hey, if they violated the gag order, then how all these guys that had talked to the YouTubers, because YouTubers were talking to McClellan about stuff that he shouldn't have been. So he violated the gag order. So how can you throw them off when these guys violated it? And there's other YouTubers saying they talked to Jerry Holman, or they talked to Becky Patty, or they talked to Dave Vito, and they talked to a guy at fucking Nick McClellan's office, all after the gag order and before this, in probably mid to late 2023, early to mid 2023, before the photos got leaked. They're fucking violating the gag order with YouTubers, the prosecution. So that's what's going on there too. Hennessy's like, hey, how can you fucking throw these guys off for that when these motherfuckers are doing 10 times more fucking gag order violations? And he has proof of it. So, Richard Allen's third Frank's notice. So if you guys see anything here, I'm almost at it. Findings for fact conclusions. So there's no hearings, but this is the third Frank's notice. No, I don't think there's anything else. So thank you for bearing with me, because there's no way. The jury questions. Anybody care what jury questions? Is that the jury for Richard Allen's trial? Yeah. Oh, it's canceled. Yeah, right. Yeah, because they got to do all this shit. Duh. No, it doesn't. I see Dewey. What do you mean? Your commentator route's not coming up. I see Dewey. You saying why doesn't the other one come up? You have to switch this one because they're going with these ones now. This is your handle. Everyone has a username, which is your commentator route, I believe, and your handle. So if you're on iPhone, when you get to your page there, you click on your main page and you see your photo, click the little pencil. It's like edit, and you'll see username and handle, right? So your commentator route is your username, but YouTube is switched to handles. So if you ever want to, I mean, Dewey's cool. I think you should stick with this and I think by now, because when you click, if people check your page out, they'll still see commentator route on your YouTube page if they go and check you out. But everyone's going to see this name. So either change this to Dewey commentator or Dewey route or Dewey commentator route, and then stick with the Dewey, and people will know your commentator route. So it's your handle. You'll have to go and find and change if you want. And I bet you that with that long name, you'll be able to keep it. So if you kind of like everyone calling you Dewey, go Dewey commentator route, and people will like, oh, fuck, that's commentator route. And they'll probably just keep calling you Dewey. Up to you. But I kind of like the Dewey stuff. And I had to kind of dig in to make sure, because it took me a while to figure out, like I clicked on your name to go see, and I'm like, oh, fuck, commentator root. Everyone, we've been talking for years with that name, right? But yeah, so like, at least if you feel like it, if you find the one that says Dewey, OX, if it allows you, if you want to keep the commentator root on your username channel thing, change this to Dewey commentator root or something, and people will know, I'm sure. And like, so YouTube has switched to handles, and I believe they're going to stay like this. And it's weird how they kind of went back and forth the last year, because about, say, 6 months ago, it's like you show up at chat and they're using handles. And you're like, what? Who are all these people? Then YouTube switched it back. So this isn't what we're doing. The creators can't choose. I can't choose. You can't choose. YouTube was doing this. And we've seen it in the last 6-7 months. We just showed up at chats and it's like all these weird names. And then it's like, So luckily for me, my name is identical. I made my username and handle are both exactly sweet_dude_shibby. And I kind of just got lucky. I don't know why I did that. And a few people are recognizable, but some people are totally different. That makes sense. So, but I like the Dewey thing. So I think you should find a Dewey commentator root might be available or something. If you want to kind of people remember you from who you were, totally your call. But yeah, it's weird. But they're doing that because those handles are specific. Like you can't, there's only one person has your handle. So they said, I think when I Googled it, they said they were doing it for anticipated defense costs of money. Yeah, so let's just go into the contempt hearing because we're there. State's motion for protective order. There was no other hearings. So how's that? For TJ, we're there, girl. Thank you for putting up with me. Because honestly, it's me. I know it's me. I could not, in my right mind, start this major contempt hearing in my petulant, tiny brain, thinking I skipped over all that stuff and we didn't at least cover something. And actually, it was good because we did cover that. We got to even watch that hearing, so it's good we did that. I think. So, for as much trouble as I am, if you stick with me, I'll cause angst and trouble, but say 10% angst, trouble, 90% is magic, humor, laughter, love, entertainment, educations, and just so trust me, I know it's hard to believe, but if you just give me a chance, I'll eventually say something right. I know it. So we're there, TJ, girl. Now, we're sure this is not on, how about that? Are you going to listen? So TJ, how about we just, I'm going to take a tiny break to get a drink and that. And so it's 6 hours in. Oh my gosh. But it's 5 a.m. my time, East. So 4 a.m. Central, 3 a.m. Mountain, 2 a.m. Pacific. So my time is 5 a.m. Eastern. I work another 2 hours. So we'll get this started. And I'm going to timestamp when I'm starting this at the 6 hour mark. So that's perfect in 2 minutes. So I'll take a quick break. I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And I'm going to, at the 6 hour mark, hopefully start reading this. And it's dedicated to love and light for all. This is a little ditty going out to TJ. And Bezo Jones is showing up. Bezo, welcome. All right. So we're going to read. This is what we're going to do. I'm doing it right now for everyone. The contempt hearing of March 18th, 2024, deciding in the Supreme Court of Indiana, should we remove Judge Gall? Should we remove Baldwin and Rosie? Still up in the air. Nobody knows the answer. All right, guys. So give me 2 minutes. Would you guys like me to at least put that little bit of music on quietly? I'll put it on really quietly, just that nice song. I won't play my weird stuff. So I got this Daydream. It's on quietly as to not disturb, right? And so literally give me 2 minutes. And I'm going to start around this soon. I could have been back probably by now. Oh boy. All right. 2 minutes, quick break. Freshen my drink up. Drain some other stuff. And I'll be right back. Thank you. Please hold. And we are back. Back streets. Back. All right. Everybody, grab a body. So, hey, I'm back. So I'm going to write this down at 6:06. I'll put 6 a.m. I'm starting, but just so I can, when I go back and timestamp it, you'd think you'd remember easy, but trust me, it's not as easy. So at 6, I'll put 6:05. So people, if they do hit this timestamp underneath the video later, is when the contempt, sorry, yeah, the 8th, the March 03, 1824 starts. All right, perfect. I got everything done. Drank my coffee, which was getting cold, but I chugged it. Put some fresh lotion on. My hands felt dry. Put the manly Nivea lip balm on. One sec. Cleared my throat. Blew my nosy. What else did I do? Oh, well, I did go to the washroom. So there's that. Okay, so let's do this. For TJ, we're going to start reading. Just see how far we get. All right. Oh, I didn't see chat. 1 second. All right. Yeah, she lives near me. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Am I in trouble? I showed my security cameras. What are you going to drive up and down the streets since you might recognize what road? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. If I get someone banging on my door at 3 a.m., I'm going to... Is that you, Lola? Dewey's here. Critter's here. Anybody? Let's do this. Let's do this. Critter's pumped. I feel you pumped. Critter's excited. Look at that. Emoji. Yes, Dewey emoji. Like, that's awesome. Who? That's respect right there. See, Lola, it's good. It's good. She gets the emojis after, right? Awesome. But I mean, who? That's a compliment. That's like you're starting out with an emoji. That's. I mean, I don't ever see that often. So that's wonderful. You start out. You're like, oh my god, I need to give an emoji first and then an emoji after. I'm just kidding. That's awesome. All right. Stuffed animals attacking you. Oh boy. Boy, I hope you're okay. You're probably rolling around, sleeping on, using them as pillows. All right, let's do this. For TJ. The contempt hearing starts right now. Alrighty? Yes. It is kind of sexy. Keep these girls entertained, Dewey. Dewey, short form for Dwayne The Rock Johnson, right? Dwayne The Rock Johnson is in chat, everyone. This is the real him, right? Dewey, keep them entertained, right? Ladies, I'm going to have to leave you here. My friend Dewey, show him some love. Dewey, commentator root, Rock Johnson. Oh boy. Okay, here we go. All right, thanks for being here, guys. 19 people. I'm honored. We're beginning right now, 6 hours into the show. So for Fishy, you're 6 hours and 8 minutes, 6 hours and 9 minutes exactly. Your intro. So this will be the Fishy 6 hour and 9 minute intro. The show begins now, 6 hours and 9 minutes in. Let's start the show. The record of proceedings at hearing on the motion for the contempt held March 18th, 2024, 171 pages. If there's a lot of voices, I'm not sure. I'll see how it goes. I don't mind doing them. I just don't want you guys to not like it. So I think I'll just stick with the... that's going to be the easiest for me. Hopefully there's not too many witnesses. I forget, and there's going to be, but... So the deal is the court and any law enforcement officers will be, the regular Judge Gull, Tobe Leesenby, State of Indiana, that rough, gruff. So the attorney or anybody, Miss Diener or anybody on the prosecution side, McClelland or Stacy will be the McClelland voiced. Yes, Your Honor. Okay. And the court again, the attorney. So the court's gonna be gruff. The attorney, Diener or McClelland. I'll try to make Diener sound a little feminine, but it's gonna be the judge. The state is filed, and that's prosecution. And when Rosie comes in, it'll be my sweet, nice, sweet dude, Shibby, nice voice, So Rosie, Baldwin, or anybody who is nice. So that'll be the judge. We have no objection. All right. That'll be the nice voice. Okay. I know you guys, just in case you're listening and you're not watching, the court is a gruff voice. Prosecution will be a kind of country boy, arrogant, and then the defense will be sweet and lovely. So the proceedings start. The court. State of Indiana versus Richard Allen. We are here on multiple pending motions. So, the court would be, and this is the Supreme Court, guys. So this isn't Judge Gall. Sorry. What am I reading here? Why is McClelland? So he is? Oh boy. Let me just kind of make sure this is the, wait, is this the right one? March 18th? So they got up and did talking of their own, I guess. I guess, yeah, they're allowed to, it's on their behalf, but I mean, they're fighting for themselves. Sorry. I guess Gull doesn't get up and speak, right? But Rosie, he's the one that they're trying to remove, and he's there talking himself. So I remember. And Hennessy has to show up. I'm sorry, guys. Here, yeah. The Hennessy's, yeah. So Rosie does kind of start at the beginning, but it definitely, yeah. Okay, so Rosie jumps in, but then sits down. I'm sure Rosie feels weird being the defendant himself. Like, he's always the defender, right? So Rosie shows up and has to throw in some stuff. But this is all about, I think this might be the first one where they're going to I think they handle them separately. So I might be wrong. I think the first one is about the defense. Well, we'll find out what they're talking about. I don't think they conflate the two. There's two separate ones. And maybe afterwards they do the one where they talk about, should we remove Judge Gull? This is the Supreme Court of Indiana they're talking to. And then either before or after they talk about removing the defense, Andrew Baldwin or Rosie. Okay. And the other third thing that they deemed it not worthy to discuss, I guess, about, I don't know, it was early trial and also about giving Gull or setting a trial date. I forget what exactly was, the early trial argument. They were kind of, both sides were kind of bluffing each other with dates. I don't know. And the fact that Judge Gull did like 180 filings improperly, and Judge Rush said, we're not going to worry about that because the bank robber returned the money. So there's been no biggie, right? So you got caught fucking doing something. But hey, they're just, if you rob a bank and if you return the money afterwards before they try to give you real trouble, then everything's fine, right? So Gull didn't do anything wrong. And here we go. Yeah, he's fucking sitting away, rotting in prison another holidays. And this time it's like, this will be his second Christmas because he got convicted at the end of 2024, right? So this will be his second Christmas as like they're treating him differently, right? At least before, when he was on pretrial detainment, there was most likely they were probably afraid to do stuff to him, right? But since November 11th or whatever, the sentencing, 130 years, man. He's I can only imagine. I hope he just stays alive. I don't know what to say. I'm sure, I don't know if we'll ever hear stories, but they must be treating him different. So great point. Yeah. Think of what happened to him before as a innocent citizen on pretrial detainment. So, and think of that first few times they got him in there, right? Or maybe not the first weeks or month, right? Like after the trial, but now 6 months, eyes are kind of off. What's really happening to him? I can only imagine. I feel horrible. And I hope to God something happens soon for him to get that appeal. If it doesn't happen in this case, we're all screwed. Us in Canada, around the world, especially in you guys in USA, if this case doesn't get to at least be heard on appeal, with all the fucking crap that's gone on, boy, are we in trouble. Everyone, we're fucked. So let's move on. So, State of Indiana, we are here on multiple pending motions. So they're doing multiple ones. Maybe they're doing most. So the first motion I set was, I should have just read, the amending charge for information. And now, yes, Your Honor, before we get started, I'd like to introduce the court deputy prosecutor, Stacy Diener. We brought her on board to help assist us with the case and try the case. I was notified today that a tradition, at least in Allen County, to enter the appearance for the deputy prosecutor. So I'll follow up with a written appearance today, Judge, after the hearing. Okay, good morning, Miss Diener. Why do I feel like why? This isn't Gull, right? Is it Gull? Because she's the one that, this can't be Gull. This has to be the Supreme Court people, right? When they say court, it has to be. I'm going to go on. Because this is about removing Gull, right? Oh boy. And it's the March 18th. Yeah, this is it. March 18th, 2024. So, good morning. Judge, the state has filed an amended count or an amended to add counts and would like to add count 3 or 4. Oh, so they're just doing their, I think they're just, sounds like this is just when he wants to change to Gull. Oh boy. I'm going to keep reading. No, that's a whole other thing. Oh boy. Oh boy. It is. It does feel like it, doesn't it? Feel like, so this is, if this is the March 18th stuff, why am I reading a hearing on a motion for contempt? So this is a hearing on the motion. Oops, the motion, right? So this isn't the March 18th hearing. Maybe it's not. Like, am I? Oh boy, I'm going to double check. So I'm going to shut this down. I'm not, trust me, we're good. Everything's good. Did I click the wrong one? No, record of 171. I had it open twice, so I'll close this one. It's the same one, right? Record for proceedings at the hearing on a motion for contempt. Yeah, so it's the same one. I got it from here. Doesn't sound like it, though. Exhibits, testimony. What's this one? Sorry. Didn't sound like it. Record to proceedings at hearing on motion to dismiss. Like, we'll know by the names, right? I should look at the names. So this is the one we were looking at. Sorry. So McClellan, Luttrell. Where's Gutwein? Defendant? Yeah, they're being represented by Hennessy. So this sounds okay. But why do I feel like they're talking to Gull? See, she's the reporter. So something's up here. I don't get it. Or is it the beginning? Because she's the one I thought they were talking about removing. She's not there. This is supposed to be the Supreme Court stuff, no? Does something change here? I'm sorry, guys. I really thought this would make... Something feels wrong here. And if you guys can see what I've done wrong here, because you figure once they start getting to... It should be the court. You'd think they would say if it's Judge Rush speaking, because it's not going to be... When it's just a court, it's got to be Gull, right? Because I have a feeling if there's a Supreme Court, they'll be saying the court, Judge Rush, or the court, there's 4 other guys there. Correct? So, I'm sorry, guys. I mean well. Something's not right. I'm going to grab a drink while I'm figuring this out, okay? Right, but so am I on the wrong one, TJ? Shouldn't it be Supreme Court stuff? Or does Hennessy not do that? Oh, okay, so Hennessy doesn't do it, and so Gull is there, right? So this one's probably the first one about having the defense moved, and Gull is there? So I may have it wrong, guys. I most likely do. Because I remember now, yeah, Hennessy was dealing with Gull, right? And then Click comes up and all that stuff, and Yeah, but TJ, I know, but I need to understand before so I know what's going on. So I know you mean well, but just trust me. I can't just read shit and not know what I'm reading. So I know you mean well, but please, if you you guys have to understand what's going on. Okay. I'm not going to know, you guys. I'm going to just shut this down if you guys keep being nutty. You must understand. I know it's me. Do you guys understand? Can you just explain what's happening then to me? And if you guys don't understand, why would you want to go on until we know exactly? Because I know this case well. So as soon as it dawns on me what exactly I'm forgetting or what. I thought the March 18th. So the March 18th thing is Hennessy, right? So this must be the first part where he's fighting with and Judge Gull is on the bench, and she's still trying to remove the defense, right? And then what about the part where it's about Judge Gull being removed? It has to be the Supreme Court, no? Like Judge Gull can't be on the bench doing a thing where Judge Gull and deciding whether Judge Gull gets removed, no? Or did they decide to not even do that? I know it's me, guys, but I'm just telling you right now, if I don't. So when they went, did they decide not to at the Supreme Court? And where was that? That was a hearing. Or is that what, did they decide that? And all we have now left is this about whether the defense gets moved. Like they decided not to, she's on the case. Yeah, this is, okay, thanks guys. This is it. Okay. Right, TJ. You can say it as many times as you want. I'm just trying to understand here, guys. And what I think I'm understanding is they decided not to remove Gull. They decided to keep, but now they're having this separately as to say the defense would throw on, right? Because so when they went to the stuff we just watched, so they went there, right? And they did those three things. And one of them was to say, hey, no, we're not going to throw Gull off. So this is Gull back. Gull's not being thrown off. They're here. And now she gets to carry on trying to remove them. Okay. That's all I wanted to, that's definitely it. Right. So I know you guys mean well, but and I went through all this and I know it very well. And I mean, it's a lot. It's been a while. I just kind of like to be clear what we're doing. Sorry, guys. So does that sound right? So after we watched what happened on January 19th, they decided, no, we're not going to remove Gull, but you're allowed to go ahead with this and try to kick these fuckers off. And so she's doing it again, like trying to do it properly. Yeah. That starts sounding right. Okay. Sorry, guys. It's totally me. Take two. The show begins. I'm sorry, guys. Honestly, I'm not cranky. I really love to completely understand, and it's totally my fault. So let's do this. So Gull has not been removed. This isn't in the Supreme Court. But it's Hennessy. Right. It's my mistake. Yes. It's Hennessy representing Baldwin and Rosie. And he's going to throw some shit at Gull to say, hey, you can't remove these guys because look at all these motherfuckers here doing all this with the defense, prosecution, all these YouTubers saying this and this and this and this. Right. And then Click comes in and there's a whole bunch of shit. All right. Take two. Sorry, guys. State of Indiana versus Richard Allen. This isn't the trial. No. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. We are here on multiple pending motions. I think the first motion I set was the state's motion for leave to amend its charging information. Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, before we get started, I'd like to introduce the court to Prosecutor Stacey Diener. We brought her on board to help assist with the case and try the case. I was notified today that a tradition, at least in Allen County, was to enter the appearance for the deputy prosecutor. So I'll follow this up with a written appearance today, Judge, after the hearing. Okay. Good morning, Miss Diener. Good morning. Judge, the state has filed an amended count of an amendment to add counts and would like to add counts 3 and 4 The state's going to make an oral motion to dismiss 5 and or they're just, oh, that's what it is. That's why Rosie stands up, because they're dealing with one thing and then they're going to deal with more than just one thing. So they're doing this first, and then I remember. I'm an asshole. I know it. I think there's an argument to be made that those are allowed to be filed outside the statute of limitations. But given that we are past the 5-year mark on those, Judge, I think it's appropriate to dismiss those 2. And so the state's not going to go forward on counts 5 and 6. So the amendment is just here to add counts 3 and 4. Judge, we believe that's allowed, and we believe that's appropriate at this time. Those counts better match the discovery that we've submitted to the defense, and better match the probable cause that's been filed with the court. We did that when we filed those counts in plenty of time for the defense to prepare for trial. We believe it's allowed under the statute, and we'd ask the court to grant the same, allow the court leave to file those 2 additional counts. Judge, Mr. Rozzi, Mr. Baldwin. Judge, we have no objection. Then I will show without objection counts 3 and 4 are added, and I'll grant the state's oral motion to dismiss count 5 and 6. Do you waive initial hearing on the added counts, gentlemen? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That takes care of that. The next motion then that was set by the court, and I don't know if we want to take this up or if it's what everybody's position is. The state filed a motion for all future pleadings and filings to be sealed for the court's review before being released to the public. Judge, that motion was filed, I guess, prior to the last hearing that we held back in October. I can't remember the day, October 17th, I think. My pants are so tight, I can't think straight. And at this point, Judge, the state's going to withdraw that motion. I had forgotten that it was filed and still pending. Judge, I apologize. Okay, that's fine, Nick. That's fine. You want some more baby powder on your tushy? Here's some baby powder for your tushy. No problem, Nick. I just wanted to make sure we're clean on the record and your booty. So I'll show that as being withdrawn. I know that the defense in the contempt proceedings filed verified emergency motion. Did you get those orders to them? And the court reporter says, yes. And okay, so you've got the orders where I've denied the verified emergency motion for continuance, the supplement motion for continuance, and I think that was it. So that's been resolved. I'm not sure, Mr. Hennessy. Yeah, Hennessy's going to hand her ass on March 12th. You filed a motion to stay in all ancillary proceedings and get this case to trial. I'm not sure, and I know the state filed its objection to that. Did you wish to be heard further on that? No, Judge. That just makes perfect sense in my mind. It just what? I'm sorry. Sorry, this is Hennessy. I'll be cool. I'm sorry. You said it makes perfect sense. Yes? Anything further on that then, Mr. McClelland? No, Judge. Just note our objection. We've continued this hearing once before to give the parties ample time to prepare. The state's ready to proceed forward, Judge, today, and so we prefer to proceed forward today, Judge. And we will proceed forward, so I'll note the motion denying it without hearing. I understand that you've indicated, sir, in a paragraph 4, that this hearing will last at least 1 day and probably 2. I have scheduled this for 1 day, so you'll need to conduct yourselves appropriately to make sure that it gets done. Yeah, well, defense has also filed a motion for specific findings of fact and conclusions thereon. That's obviously going to be granted, and I will make findings. Defense also filed an objection to change of venue. I've noted your objection, Mr. Hennessy. This is to the change of venue. Yes, sir. Okay. Would the court be inclined to identify any exceptional circumstances that's referenced in this rule? Nope. Okay. I've noted your objection. It wasn't filed until March 12th. This matter has been pending since, I think, January, when the state filed its verified motion information for contemptuous conduct, January 29th. I set the first hearing in February. That was continued to today on defense motion. That was continued without objection, so I don't find it's timely at this point. Based on your concerns and your objection, all future hearings, if there are any outside of the trial, will be conducted in Carroll County. Just reminding counsel that y'all have agreed to conduct jury selections here in Allen County with an Allen County jury. And then the final motion that I've pending is a verified petition for recusal for the prosecutor from contempt proceedings. So yeah. So Nick won't be able to be involved, obviously, because that would, be wrong for them to let. So that prosecutor, Nick, try to be involved in getting them off. Yes, thank you. Oh, wait. I think he's a necessary witness, and I've explained to him that, and I've explained why I think he's a necessary witness. In particular, we're going to have evidence that there's a Gary Baudet that goes by Fig Solves and a few other handles, that he and Mr. McClellan were exchanging communications and information. We'd like to know what that was. So there were leaks that were investigated and have become aware, and we're not investigated. And those leaks are more substantial than the allegations against Rosie and Baldwin, like fucking 10 times more. Just the fucking YouTubers alone. What? It's so wild that Baldwin and Rosie are there fighting for their lives over a fucking Mitch taking photos and giving them out and making Baldwin a victim, and also Baldwin sending the email and including Rosie's lumped in. And yet these motherfuckers have done, oh my God, 10 times the amount of sketchy shit. For instance, there was 2 leaks of probable cause affidavits. Yes, the sealed probable cause affidavit that was submitted in support of the charging information, which had details of the investigation. Then there was a leak of the affidavit for probable cause to search Mr. Logan's property to murder sheet. Yeah. Which neither of those could have come from the defense, and it was way before their defense were even on. And they were more substantive than what's alleged against the defense attorneys, and McClellan was on the ball then, so it happened under McClellan's watch. So right there alone, man, so fucked up. So there's others of those that Mr. McClellan knew about and could have directed investigations. Yeah. Fucking see Holeman there screaming and yelling at the people. Why isn't Holeman there yelling and threatening murder sheet? Like he did Fortson. Fucking guys. And we'd like to know why not. Yeah, why the fuck not? Because I intend to show that this is a targeted prosecution for criminal contempt. So I think he should recuse himself, because he was also intimately involved in the investigation. For instance, when Sergeant Dick Holeman was interviewing Mr. Fortson, he told Mr. Fortson he was going to call the judge, and ended up calling Mr. Bossman McClellan, and then reported back to Mr. Fortson some additional threats about jail and contempt and obstruction of justice. Yes, this is where we find out how Holeman treated Fortson before Fortson decided to commit suicide under suspicious circumstances, in my opinion. So that's a conversation that was during the investigation, connected to the investigation. So I believe that he is a legitimate witness on that basis. Yeah, he's going to start calling them as witnesses instead of and there's other involvement in the investigation and other knowledge of other leaks. Oh, fucking tons. And then we believe that the prosecution is going to allege that Mr. Westerman took 9 photographs without permission in the conference room of Mr. Baldwin's law office. But we don't believe that all 9 of those were taken by Mr. Westerman. And we will have evidence as to why they could not have been. So that's why I think that Mr. McClelland should recuse himself from the contempt. As you can see, there are 2 other lawyers for the prosecution here today, and with more experience than Mr. McClelland, and they could easily handle the proceedings. Thank you. Mr. McClelland, Judge, a couple, I guess, different objections to make to Mr. Hennessy's motion. I'll try to make them in order that he recited them to the court. In regards to the communications with A. Gary Baudet, and then other leaks that the defense believed or can fucking prove, you dipshit. In this case, I'm not sure how that evidence is. Oh, you're not sure how? Oh, you motherfucker. I remember this. This is going to drive me nuts. So he's not sure how the accusations against him are going to help in this case about his accusations against the defense. And they're not only comparable, you are trying to remove them for doing for 10 times, well, for 1/10 of what they know you did and can prove. So you motherfucker. I'm not sure how that evidence is relevant to what we're here today to do, Judge. Has nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Oh boy. In the state's mind, we are here for a very narrow we only want to focus on the defense, what they did wrong. Not, the 2 things they did wrong, and not the 20 things that we did wrong. That is to present evidence that supports how communications between I and another person violating gag orders and giving out sealed bullet information and shit, and then other leaks the defense believe occurred, have to do with anything with the allegations out. Oh my God. Did he really stand up and say this? Because I know this. It's so weird reading it. The nerve. How could you get up and say this? You must be so shameless with the allegations outlined in our information against Mr. Rosie and Mr. Baldwin. So I don't think that information is relevant or even pertinent for the court to hear in support or in denial of information. So I'm going to stop right here and grab a quick drink. 1 sec. All righty. Anybody new showed up? Have anybody left? If ever you guys leave and I don't say goodbye to you, just know I'm saying goodbye. Belated but goodbyes when I realize you've gone. So we guys see what's happening here, right? This motherfucker is there saying, like, don't worry, like he's so confident, just like Baudet sending letters into Judge Gull about, my leaks and the stuff I got under seals, no biggie, He's saying, hey, it's no big deal. I know I did all this stuff, but they're not worried about, obviously, there's nothing that's going to happen to Nick. And if you think about it, if Rosie gets removed for email and the pictures that had nothing to do with him, then why isn't the whole double-edged sword from the ISC, that one court said, like, why? Like, if you think about it, if it's in ratio, if it's equal, right, then why isn't Nick up on his own little trial? Why isn't, after this, then we have a trial and let the defense present all the shit Nick's done, and then Gull should fucking want to get rid of Nick too, right? But he's not even worried about it. He's like, oh my God, I did 10 times worse than these motherfuckers, and you guys can prove it, and we all know it. It's on TV, it's on YouTube videos, and all these fuckers are admitting to it on their own live streams. Yeah, I ain't worried, because Gull ain't gonna fucking hold me to account. So let's just worry about the 2 defense. Motherfucker, eh? Excuse me, guys, sorry. Hi, Steffi. What's up? Good morning to you. Good morning, Steffi. How are you? Great to see you. Here we go. Critter, Dewey, and unindicted and Steffi. Anybody else? Mm-mm-mm. Oh boy, the hip hop, sweet ditty. Hey, Four Pits, what's up? Yeah, did you sleep for 8 hours? Oh boy, that's good, eh? I did the same too yesterday. I slept for 8 hours and 45 minutes. I think I woke up once or twice, but I mean, I went right back to sleep. I was like, when you wake up and you think, I can go back to sleep. So I did. And I use an app where I set my old iPad on my bed and it can tell if I'm bumping around or making noises and getting good sleep, and boom, I slept literally 8 hours and 45 minutes. Have I been running on your thing? Oh, great. That's the main thing. Yeah. Sleep as much as you want, guys. Just leave me running. Okay. Good morning to you. I hope you got some great sleeps, and yeah, thank you kindly. Thank you. Yeah. Cause basically what I'm saying is, leave it running so I look more important than I really am. Thank you. Awesome. Because YouTube keeps sending me shit, and all I'm doing is reading this ridiculous stuff and cracking some jokes. And I guess you guys like it. If anything, I enjoy seeing you guys have somewhere nice to chat and have fun with each other and talk about your day. And look at Steffi's waking up and she's all excited, and Four Pits is going to get a new motorcycle. I saw those photos, bro. You got something? You're going to play with it all winter and get it ready for the spring? Boom. Talk amongst yourself. I'm going to keep reading, guys. Glad you're here. And away we go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, all you normal people waking up. I'm here to entertain you until I go to sleep all day like a weirdo. So again, rule 401. So what am I reading? This is Nick, right? Yeah, I stopped it. So this is Nick, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's McClellan being a pretentious ass. Like, forget all the shit I've done. Even before the fucking defense was on the case, this motherfucker should be thrown off for all the stuff they've been up to. Oh boy. And he's not worried. He knows Gull's not going to give a fuck. She accepts Holeman lying in sworn affidavits. She accepts fucking Walla admitting on the stand that she fucking was checking up shit on people and talking in YouTube groups unethically, and then those confessions should be thrown out because she's not trustworthy. And then the other doctor is fucking saying Richard Allen's faking, yet they're fucking force feeding him Halidol. And the guards are fucking wearing patches and tattoos on their face against policies. And Gallipoo knew about it. Gallipoo also knew he's on the stand admitting to fucking knowing that these suicide companions are talking to him. And oh my God. It's so wild. Like, if they were held to account, they'd all be in jail, or at least fired or thrown out. But yet, Doolin and them, they fuck up so bad. Where's Doolin now? Doolin's the goddamn captain of the Department of Natural Resources. He fucked up royally, and he's a captain. Oh boy. So I'll quit bitching. Again, Rule 401 says, for it to be relevant, there has to be a tendency to make fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence. That's not the case here. The defense seems to want to say that, hey, we leaked information, but it's okay because the state leaked information, that is. Do you hear that? That's his goat. That's what he's saying to her. He's saying, they want to point their finger at us because we did the same thing. Yet, he's thinking, like, what a bullshit excuse for them to say, hey, look, they did what we did, and yet you did exactly what they did. You did 10 times worse than what they did. You did it way before they did. You did it like 20 times more than they did it. I mean, oh my God. Here's Nick saying this. The defense seems to want to say that, hey, we leaked information, but it's okay because the state leaked information, that is, in their mind, more important. No, it's equally important, yet if we're doing this properly, yours is 10 times the amount, way before they even existed, and to many more people. So, okay, why aren't you being fucking held to account? And this motherfucker's so smug, he's up there standing there complaining about it. He's able to, imagine the defense was there. saying, yeah, fuck, we leaked the features, so what? And Nick was getting in trouble for his shit, and they're like, ha ha, we're not getting in trouble. Like, it's so weird. So weird. And I just don't see how that's relevant. He just doesn't see it. Oh my God. I can't take it. I'm going to take it. I'm doing it for you guys. I'm doing it. So that's the first argument in regards to Baudet and the leaks. If the court does find that it's relevant, again, if the court finds it relevant that I did the exact same shit, we're trying to remove them for 10 times more with more people. And for fucking the last 4 years, god damn it. The rules seem pretty clear that only in extraordinary circumstances can an attorney be called as a witness. So he doesn't want to go and speak. Mm-hmm. If the court takes a look at Chapman v. State and Matheny v. State, those are both still good causes, and they say that the general rule is that counsel is not subject to being called as a witness unless it is required by a compelling and legitimate need. Well, yeah, that's everything. All these laws are so ambiguous. Like the law is written. So if they wanted to be there, right? If this judge needed to use a compelling and legitimate need to do it for the defense, they could just so say it, right? But now that it's for the defense, it's for the prosecution, like for Nick, Judge Gall says, I just don't see a compelling and legitimate need. You know, these laws are fucking ambiguous. Like the discretion is unreal. They just get to choose. I apply it with you, but not with you. So it's right here. Wild, eh? All these laws are crazily written, man. Like, oh, the whole fucking jaywalking bullshit. Like if a cop watches a guy jaywalk, you know, hey, it's my buddy from high school. Fuck, dude. Hey, man. No problem. But I mean, if it's some fucking asshole he hates, you know, it's like fucking boom. He can put him up against the wall and fucking give him a ticket and fucking handcuff him. Oh my God. These guys are assholes, man. They should change that. So, where the hell was I before I started crying? Compelling and legitimate need. Where the evidence is easily available from other sources and absent extraordinary circumstances. Extraordinary circumstances. Another absent, you know, so if it's for somebody, something they want, they can just easily declare extraordinary circumstances. And if it's something that they don't want, if they want to protect Nick, then Judge Gall says, those extraordinary circumstances, they were absent. They're absent. I don't see them. An attorney who participates in a case should not be called as a witness. Mm-hmm. And again, so it's an attorney, right? But for Baldwin or Rosie, it's a different, you know, because they're attorneys. But for Nick, technically, I guess he's like an attorney, right? But it won't be applied to him. So, and again, that's under Matheny 583. Judge, here, if that evidence is relevant and the court does not allow it in, they're able to get that through other means. They could call Gary Baudet. They could call other people they might have to, because is fucking Jerry Holeman busting down Gary's door and yours to find out what you said to him? No, but he'll gladly fucking bust down Baldwin or Rosie and question them and put, you know, or all those people, Fortson and West, you know, where's Gary Baudet's threatening interviews to find out where he got all that bullet information from? Huh? Did Holman go shake him down? No. So you fucking asshole. Yeah, they might have to, because you guys didn't do it. They could call other people that they believe are involved in the leaks. Yeah. The ones that we liked that we didn't investigate. You're going to have to call them, because we're not going to tell you, because we like them. They lick our boots. We don't want them in trouble. It's just the ones that didn't lick our boots. So it isn't necessary for me to testify on those matters, Judge. In terms of the Westerman photos and how many photos were taken by Westerman, again, they can have Mitch Westerman here to testify to how many photos he took. And so that information is easily accessible through other witnesses. Yeah. Why wasn't it should be easily accessible? Because why didn't Fig get charged for anything? And he have a court date. And then, yeah, it would be easy to get if you fucking investigated those guys. But you didn't. Because they licked your boots. The state believes this is an attempt by the defense to derail, oh boy, the hearing today. Knowing that I'm the one that's prepared for the hearing on the contemptuous information, Judge. You know, Hennessy should have just pwned this guy and said, hey, okay, fine. You want you run this, because he's probably going to fuck it up. The other two would probably do it better, but he's got such his pride is so much that he's like, he wants to be the one representing this, and even though it's about him, because some of those complaints are YouTubers were contacting him in his office, and you know, he's the prosecutor under charge of all these other people. So all the leaks on his side should basically, if they're going to hold the defense accountable for anything that happens, and they hold Nick accountable for anything that happens. And a whole lot has happened on that side. But I think it would have been funny if Hennessy said, okay, fine, stay there. You handle this, because you're a fucking idiot. You're going to fuck this up. But, you know, and the other two prosecutors seated at this table haven't prepared for that, even though they're more prepared, they're more capable than you'll ever be. And so I think it's an effort by them to derail this hearing. Yeah, because I'm the superstar and they're afraid of me, and they want to derail this because they want me sitting on the sidelines, and I could be up there fucking throwing damn touchdowns because I'm the greatest motherfucker in the world. 1 second, please hold. And we're back. So I think it's an effort by them to derail this hearing. And I know they're scaredy cats, because I would ask the court to deny their dang motion. Anything further? Thank you, Judge. This is clearly an information for indirect criminal contempt. The law, in that respect, gives the accused, the defense attorneys, all the rights of any citizen accused of a crime, including the right to present evidence, including representation. Yeah, with regard to the relevancy, Judge, since it is an indirect criminal contempt proceeding, there are two issues. One is their contempt. Two, if the court finds contempt, what is an appropriate punishment? The fact that, and Mr. McClellan, misspoke, they didn't release anything, not once. Right. They didn't post anything publicly. It requires public dissemination. And so when that accusation is false, fucking Hennessy's pissed here. Yeah, motherfucker. They didn't. Baldwin accidentally sent an email. It's not like they posted it, you know, so like Big posted a fucking video of his bullet shit that he should have known about. That was under seal. And then he accuses me of having their ulterior motives, which is also false and not appreciated. Yeah, he's fucking warning him right here. Dude, you know, fuck, this is Hennessy, man. You're out of your league, Nick. You should just bow down and pretend it's because he got you off, and because you know you'll be better off. They'll be better off having the other two represent you. But don't say that, or that's what's going on here. Yeah, he wants to look like he was fighting, but he knows he's better off not being able to represent himself, I guess. But on those two issues, whether they're in contempt or not, other leaks are relevant and probative on that issue, because it requires a willful conduct. Now, all these other leaks were purposeful. The people that posted it and leaked it, and keep in mind, it was more substantial information than what they're accusing them of. Right. The attorneys of that was willful. So that's a perspective. With regard to punishment, the fact that 2 probable cause affidavits were leaked had details of the investigation. They alleged crime scene photos that were stolen by Mr. Westerman were those crime scene photos were going to be in evidence. Eventually, there's just no way around it. The probable cause affidavits, no. And they had more details. They had specific details. They posted information about the bullet and the gun found in Mr. Allen's house. That was not from the defense. And that was far more damaging in terms of leaks. So that's why it's fucking relevant. With regard to having Mr. Westerman here, I also wanted to ask Mr. Boss McClelland what he did to get Mr. Westerman here, because he listed him as a witness, scheduled a deposition. He didn't show up. And with Gary Baudet, we can't get him here and wanted. That's another reason when I'm going to renew my motion for a continuance. But since he says no, since I can get other people to say what his communications were, he shouldn't have to testify. He's kind of trying to shift the burden. So if the court's going to buy that, then I need time to do what what he wants me to do. And we'll have to ask the court for some money to do that. So he's here. It's not my fault that nobody else got prepared for the hearing, because he's known for weeks. Yeah, scheduled hearing. Yeah, he's prepared for, that's funny. McClelland's not prepared for this hearing, but he was prepared for the hearing that wasn't scheduled. The one that Gull told him about. They were going to ambush the defense on October 19th. He was plenty prepared that day. He looked upset that he didn't get to fucking unfold his little weaselly, greasy plan. I told him early on when I got on the contempt proceedings that I intended to do that, and I've never changed that position. With regards to, and the other thing, in the clean hands doctrine, I think it gives us relevancy, and with regard to his testifying and then get Westerman here. What else did he say? Oh, also another thing that we would want him to testify to is, after the court issued the gag order, there was an in-chambers off-record conference with the attorneys, and he participated in it. And basically, that was modified informally to allow the defense to share some information with regard to strategizing and preparing for trial. And he was present for that. And I believe we'll have testimony that he didn't object. Right. So he had a chance at the time and he had no problem, right? And so that's another reason he should testify. Yeah. So for all those reasons, it is relevant. The other leaks are relevant, surely, there's more than what I've laid out for the court here. Oh yeah, he's got shitloads of info, which will be, and there's evidence as we go through the hearing. So those motherfuckers saved the defense, because with all that evidence, there's no way Gull could remove the defense after she learned of the evidence on just Nick and them alone, of all the fucking shit they were doing. Well, while I'm not conceding that anything from outside sources is relevant, if it may be relevant, then I suppose, but I see she sees no compelling reason, none at all, to have Mr. Boss McClelland called as a witness to tell that she protects her little boy and will deny your verified petition. Mr. Boss McClelland is he's out of you can't question him. He's above you motherfuckers. Are you ready to proceed on your information for contempt? I'm sorry. I'm speaking with Mr. McClelland. Oh, I didn't know. Yes, Your Honor. Do you wish to make any preliminary statements or just get right into the Your Honor? This is funny. He's having trouble hearing, I think, because he's an older guy. And testimony. If I may, I have some preliminary matters I would like to address. Please don't interrupt me. I'm not done speaking with Mr. Boss McClelland. Yeah, so it's like she's kind of mad at him, and so she realizes this is the only way she can really talk down to him, because if he's, he probably was wrongfully. She's right that he may have interrupted her, so she takes this opportunity, in my opinion, to kind of show her authority, right? Because when it comes down to the legal stuff, she's out of her league. So she's taking this as, please don't interrupt me. I can't refute your arguments. So now you're a little older guy and you have trouble hearing, and if you make a mistake, I'm going to jump on you. I'm not done speaking with Mr. Boss McLeod. Did you wish to make any preliminary statement or just get right into the evidence? Judge, I prefer just to get right into the evidence. I think my information outlines that we intend to present here today, Judge. Mr. Hennessy, I have some additional preliminary matters, if I may. Sure. Thank you. First, I would like to supplement Mr. Osbrook's filings, which I'd like to have marked as Exhibit A. If I may approach the court reporter. You may. May I? I'm sorry. I said you may. Thank you. Mr. Hennessy? Yes, sir. Oh, thank you. So, Judge, Defendant's Exhibit A is a publication, a bench note from the Indiana Supreme Court that was updated on January 1st, 2024. That lays out the procedure for the various types of contempt proceedings. If I may approach? Is there any objection to Defendant's A? Judge, I don't have any objection. Show Defendant's A is admitted without objection. Do I give it to her or you? To the court reporter, please. Thank you. And then I would like to renew my continuance, as the court knows, in my verified supplement in my verified original motion. The discovery that I was receiving from the state was delayed. And I'm not alleging that. I'm not alleging anything improper in that regard. It just affects what I've been able to do. For instance, the original Indiana State Police report regarding their leak, the one that was regarding their leak investigation, did not have the attachments because someone clicked on the wrong button. Oops. We investigated ourselves and we found a bunch of shit, but when we wrote it up, or we wrote it on the wrong, we wrote it on Word 2.0 and not Word 0.2 or something bullshit. We wrote the wrong format. We used the wrong font. And if it was for us, we could fucking easily say, hey, we'll just use it or retype it. But for you guys, oops, sorry. Oops, they clicked on the wrong button. Who am I reading for? This is Hennessy, sorry. We discovered that both Mr. Boss McClelland and I on March 1st, and then I didn't get them until, because of some kind of e-discovery glitch, I didn't get them until the next Tuesday, and it went from 33 pages to 272. And so I was only able to go through that late last week, and there's a lot in there that I would want to follow up an investigation on, and I need more time to do it. Mr. Moonman Mullins recorded Mr. Brandon Woodhouse's YouTube, and with regard to Mr. Woodhouse, from the framing of the pleadings on the contempt proceedings, it would seem to be the accidentally misdirected email, which only had an attachment of an outline organizing discovery. And then I have not had the time to watch the entire YouTube presentation of Mr. Woodhouse. But it appears that he also had photographs which could not have come from the defense, and there was no connection between him, Mr. Westerman, Mr. Fortson, or Mr. Cohen, or anybody else that claims to have received them. So I got the recorded interview taken by Sergeant DIC Holeman late. I listened to them. I've taken notes. But I didn't have time to get them transcribed, which would simply make the ability to use them to cross-examine any witnesses more difficult, but not impossible. Mr. Snay contacted me within the last 3 or 4 days and shared information that he had about a shitload of other leaks, which I would need to investigate and try to track down. Fuck yeah. We received additional screenshots from unknown people. And I need time to investigate that. Also, just in terms of adequate organization and making exhibits for presentation in an adversarial hearing. I need more time. So, according to, I cited the case to my motion, and I've identified the court that will need more time to do. So I renew the request for their entitled to adequate representation. See, right here, I would have loved to see, and we received 10 or 15 amazing, well-written emails from a one sweet dude Shibby who pointed out and watched hours of video on these motherfuckers' live streams and wrote down timestamps and downloaded video and wrote down the dates and wrote down little bits of what they said. And the timestamps alone were enough to help us motherfuckers nail you. And so we'd like to thank Mr. Sweet Dude Shibby in Canada, because I sent a whole shitload of stuff, which I would love to have heard my name mentioned by Judge Gull. But hey, just knowing they weren't able to remove the defense and all those people tried to help is very good enough for me. And maybe they didn't even get mine enough. I don't even know. I sent a shitload of stuff. And away we go. As I indicated, it's indirect contempt, all the rights and privileges of any citizen, even a Canadian, even a dopey Canadian who barely squeaked through high school, accused of a crime are present, and that includes the time necessary for adequate representation. Thank you. Mr. McClellan, Judge, I'll try and take these in order again. I tried to jot them down because, I couldn't jot them all down because I really don't give a fuck because I know I won't be held to account. So in terms of the ISP report, it was made available that Friday. Mr. Leadpipe Hennessy didn't want to drive to Delphi to get it, so we attempted to deliver it through e-discovery. We attempted 3 times. We attempted 3 times, and then he got it on Tuesday. I can't explain why he got it on Tuesday and not that Friday, but that's true that we tried it. Oopsie daisy. Yeah, we tried to get it to him Friday, but we could only get it to him by the Tuesday. Oops, sorry. We did it on e-discovery only because he didn't want to drive up to Delphi to get it in physical form. Why would he if you can fucking send it to him, asshole? And so we're attempting to get him to accommodate his desire not to drive to Delphi. Moonman Mullins, recording of the YouTube channel, my information is that he's got that. He's had that time to examine that. The recordings from DIC Holeman, they are not transcribed. I don't know that matters, Judge. We can still question DIC Holeman about those today. If he's got notes on those, then he should be ready to go forward on those. The other leaks, again, Judge, the other 30 leaks that are related to me and my team, I'm not sure how those are relevant to today's hearing. We are talking about the information that the state filed with the court and not about other leaks. Oh, right. Yeah. Let's only talk about what we filed about them and not what they're alleging about us. Exactly. Yeah. What a fucking asshole, eh? Just read this sentence. So we're here today talking about the information that the 2 things that I want to use to get these motherfuckers fired. But we're not here talking about what they are alleging that I've done even 10 times worse and with 20 times more people and for at least 4 or 5 years before they were even here. Oh boy. And so I'm not sure that's relevant. And then the screenshots. I'm not sure which ones he's talking about because there's so goddamn many of my fucking wrongdoings. I don't know what he's talking about. He did provide me with some screenshots and I didn't really even fucking look at them. I threw them right in my garbage can. Oops, did I say that? If they're the same ones he provided me with, again, I'm not sure how they're relevant because I didn't look into them. Yeah, to today's hearing. Well, I'll tell you how they're relevant. They're proof of you fucking doing much worse and the exact type of insinuation or they're accusing you of exactly with proof that you're doing what you're trying to remove these guys for. Even worse, more. Oh boy. But he doesn't see why it's relevant. Well, wouldn't you love that? To just the defense walk in there and say, I don't see why your evidence against me is relevant. And you know what? you can't use any of your evidence against me. Yeah. So you're relevant. I don't see why it's relevant. So you can't use it. And judge going, okay, that's a good idea. Yeah, we won't use Nick's evidence. Let's just use your evidence against him. Like, what the fuck? Judge, to today's hearing. So the state would ask the court, deny their dang motion. Anything else? Well, I appreciate Mr. Boss McClellan believing that I should be ready, but I'm not. And that's the key. And the key is if I provide the court with specific reasons, and I've done that. And it's just a matter of fairness and justice. Thank you. All right. Your supplemental motion for a continuance is also denied. Anything else? And then, thank you, Judge. I would like to, well, I'll take that up another time. At another time. I also had filed there. Oh, wait, Your Honor, I need to interpose an objection to the lack of a special judge. It's clear that the information for contemptuous conduct was filed pursuant to all these big numbers, provides, 1 second, I forgot to take a drink. My throat is a little dry. 1 second, sorry. And we're back. 7 hours and 11 minutes in. Oh, hey guys, Fishy, when'd you get here? 6 a.m. It's 6:12. You've been here 12 minutes, girl, and I didn't say hi to you. I'm sorry. You're probably gone or back falling asleep, right? Ethics violations. It's only the defense ones they see. They don't see the ones against them. Like, we looked into it, man. We investigated ourselves and we found no wrongdoing. So please, let's move on. Well, if I missed anyone morning, or you're probably going to sleep over there on the West Coast. So good night, Fishy, I bet. You're going to sleep. I feel it. Nighty night. Dewey, wherever the hell you are, thanks for being here. Critter, you too, girl. Four Pits, where the hell are you? Steffi, good morning, Steffi. Four Pits, he left it running. Oh, I remember, that was a long time ago. Well, thanks for being here. Whoever's here listening, I shall carry on. I appreciate you. And away we go. 7 hours in, the intro is over. The fishy intro is over. I'm ready to begin right now. Baritone, Michigan. Cool. Michigan's cool. I think any of those northern states. I'm up here in southern Ontario, so I could probably drive. We're probably like an hour to 2 hours away from me, maybe a bit more. How long would it take you to get to Niagara Falls? Take me, say, depending on which car. If I drive my Camaro, I could probably be there in an hour and a half, I think. If I have to drive my shitty Escape, it might take me 2 hours because they don't get respect on the road with that Ford Escape. I just put the cruise control, 120. And in my Camaro, I drop it in 6th gear and fucking set it for 130, and people are just fucking diving it on my way. Boom. Love it. Love it. Fucking put at nighttime, I kind of just make it so my yellow lights come on more and the fog lights, and fucking put it 130, 140 kilometers an hour, which is, how much is that? Let's say 160 is 100, so probably 75, 80 miles an hour. Set the cruise control, and with my Camaro, they fucking jumping out of my way. And let's do this. So what I was trying to say is, any of those northern states, I would love, if I had to choose, from the East Coast right across, any of the northern states, I would love to spend time or live in any one of them. Wisconsin, Michigan, any of those, I'm sure I would look exactly like here. I just have to fucking start packing and carrying some heat, and I'm sure I'd fit in perfect. You wouldn't even notice. I'm a kooky Canadian, unless I told you. All right, let's do this. provides, who's speaking here? Sorry, this is, I think, oh, it's Hennessy. So Nice Voice Hennessy. Provides that indirect contempt requires a special judge for any part of the allegation that are not alleged to be a violation of direct order of the court. So they've alleged the press release, which was, the press release, which was before the gag order, which was a day before the gag order. So it cannot be directly connected to an order of the court. But Judge Gull is so butthurt that they got that out. Ooh, she just wants, she knows she can't do nothing about it, but the reason she's doing all this other shit is partly because stuff like that she can't get them on. So when things come up like, you didn't hear me proudly, she's like, ooh, what'd you say? Like, you know, in my opinion, they allege a failure as if there was some obligation to notify the prosecution and the court that there was a misdirect email that was accidental and that Mr. Baldwin followed up with the wrong recipient within the hour, asked him to delete it, you know? So he had every reason to believe it was clear, but there's no direct order of the court that applies to accidentally misdirected emails. Right. The conversations that they got out of Westerman's iCloud account, that's not a direct order. The failure to secure evidence and discovery materials. There was no order from the court that they secure any such materials. Not being completely honest with the court, that involves, one, it's false, but two, that involves evidence away and apart from. So for all what numbers says is says is that for all the items not related to a court order, including any claim of contempt based on acts cumulatively taken, a special judge has to be appointed under IC blah blah blah, lots of numbers, C. And that's also in the bench note that was issued by the Indiana Supreme Court. So I request a ruling on my objection for the lack of a special judge for the contempt proceedings. Mr. McClelland, Judge, let me powder my nose 1 second. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Little key bump. I think the court takes a look at Section B under that Indiana code. It states this section does not apply to pretentious prosecutors and indirect contempts growing out of my willfully resistant, hindering, delaying, or pretentiously disobeying any laws because I'm super special, the process or order of the court. And so I think that allows this court to proceed over this information that the state has filed, that I can't be held to account for anything. Well, I would find that the February 17th, 2023 order that was issued at the state's request for a protective order governing discovery, it wasn't the 17th, it was the 13th. You fucked up, woman. I know it was either the 13th. Yeah, it was the 13th. Go check. This bitch fucking got it wrong. Fire her. I know for a fact it was on the anniversary of, because then that's when all the talk of all those fucking YouTube guys, I won't say any names, but there's at least 6 of them running around talking about people 6 months before the photo leak of Mitch Westerman, talking about crime scene photos of the girls' bodies at the crime scene. And then all of a sudden that stops near the end of January, beginning of February. And at the second week on the 13th, I'm near positive, 2023, Nick McClelland files his protective order governing discovery, and basically all this bullshit saying, how much trouble the defense can get in is an actual order. Mr. Hennessy, your objection is noted. And then I'd like to, this is Mr. Hennessy, sorry. And then I'd like to, you've not ruled on it yet, but I did file for a judicial recusal, and I would like to have it marked and admitted into evidence your email from October 8th, 2023, and your Exhibit B, and then your email May 2nd, 2023 as Exhibit C. If I could approach the court reporter, you may When was that filed? I'm sorry? When was that filed? Oh, the recusal petition? Excuse me. Oh, the recusal petition? Yes, I'll have to look. Judge, it was filed the same time all the other motions were filed. March 12th. The motion to recuse? Okay, I found it. Should have been all filed on the same date. Thank you. Is there any objection to whatever it is? No, Judge. Sorry. Oops. I didn't know the court was waiting on me. I apologize. No, that's okay, that's okay, Nicky Poo. I don't know what your exhibits are, sir. May I approach? Have they been marked? Yes. Okay, what are they? It's your email from October 8th, 2023, and this is when she asked, because she said, and what is the exhibit number, sir? B is the October 8th, 2023, and C is the May 2nd, 2023. All right, I'll show without objection B and C are admitted. And then with regard to the judicial recusal, I would like to call Sergeant DIC Holeman for some brief testimony. If you'd like me to sum it up, I would. Why don't you just sum it up? I'm sorry. Sum it up. Okay. When he interviewed people, he invoked the power of the court, and he would tell them that the judge is very adamant that they delete the photos or give them to him. He indicated that you would issue contempt of court, and with Mr. Fortson, he said he could call you, reach you immediately, and see if you wanted to issue that order of contempt. So what he puts in the minds of other citizens was that the court was deeply involved in the investigation, ready at a moment's notice to send them to jail. And I would like to have his testimony in the record in support of the judicial recusal, so it's in the record. Is this an offer to prove? Well, no, it's, I want to call him to testify. Any objection, Mr. Boss McClellan? Judge, again, let me, I guess, address exhibits B and C. I don't think that those exhibits show any bias on the court's part. I'm familiar with those emails that, and again, don't show any prejudging by the court or any bias towards anyone involved in this hearing. In regards to the testimony of Sergeant Holman, I guess I'm not sure how his statements show that this court is not appropriate to preside over these matters. So again, I don't think it's relevant in terms of this motion for recusal. Judge, and so the state would object to that. Well, in your motion, sir, in paragraph 10, you indicate that the court conducted its own investigation. I did no such thing. I directed counsel to cooperate. I directed counsel to get to the bottom of what was going on. Your request for recusal is denied. And did you have any other preliminary matters before we get to, or any other complaints about my conduct that I can deny and tell you to get lost? I'm looking because you've made some really fucked up mistakes, and I'd like to call you out on them all, but I know you're just going to deny it. So some rulings just here today. I need to take it off my list. No, ma'am. You're the queen. You're untouchable. You'll investigate yourself and think, I found no wrongdoing because you're perfect. Mr. MC, so it's Mr. Mook. I would do a brief opening statement, if the court would allow. Go ahead. Thank you. As I pointed out, Judge, there are two issues. One, whether there is contempt, and two, what an appropriate punishment would be if the court does find contempt. With regard to the contempt, the information, it is not properly filed. The information should have been filed in a separate action. It fails to give adequate notice of what exactly they're alleging was contemptuous conduct. What I can glean from the filing is that the the press release of December 1st, and there was no order prohibiting that until December 2nd. And then they say that misdirected email, that was not willful. There was no duty or obligation to report it. And when it was discovered that Mr. Woodhouse had been dishonest about deleting it, both Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie were open, honest, and completely cooperative. And then, as I indicated earlier, the perspective, the alleged leak, and this leak, and then so I don't know what else they're alleging. Oh, Westerman. But they charged him with conversion. So if somebody breaks, and they're apparently saying that violated one of the court's orders, but it has to be willful. If somebody breaks into my house and steals embarrassing photographs and then puts them on the internet, that's not my fault. I didn't public disseminate any embarrassing photographs. And that's exactly what the allegation regarding Mr. Westerman is. They admit that they were taken without authorization. Both Mr. Baldwin and Mr. Rosie cooperated in the investigation. So, on the facts and the law, after all the evidence, there is should not be any finding of contempt. Thank you. Did you wish to make any statement, Mr. Boss McLean? I'm sorry. Hennessy thought she was talking to him. I'm sorry. So McClellan jumps in. Judge, again, I think the information and testimony we have today will speak for itself. I think I've outlined in my information that, from the evidence the state's gathered, we believe it's more than just Westerman breaking into the office of Mr. Baldwin. From the evidence we've gathered, it looks like it was continuous and ongoing leak up until the leaked crime scene photos. And so again, all this is outlined in the information. Judge, I think it's necessary to regurgitate it all to the court here today. And so the state's ready to go forward with evidence, Judge, and jump right into it. You may call your first witness. Judge, before I call my first witness, I would ask the court to take judicial notice under Rule 201 of the gag order that was filed by the state on November 22nd, 2022. In this case, and then the court's order granting that gag order on December 1st of 2022. Wasn't it December 2nd? Wait, the state, and then the court's order granting that gag order did they grant it on the 1st? But it was for the 2nd? Because it was December 2nd. And then I'd also ask the court to take judicial notice that I'm going to have marked as State's Exhibit 1, which is the press release from the defense on December 1st. So he's trying to slip that in, that they did something on the stand or wrong, but dude, you meant to say December 2nd right here, because they did it the day before, not the same day, motherfucker. All right, I would take judicial notice of the motion filed by the state of Indiana for an order prohibiting parties, counsel, law enforcement, etc. The gag order that was filed November 22nd of 2022. I will also take judicial notice of the order that this court entered on December 1st of 2022. Why they said the day they put it in? I don't know. It was December 2nd was the gag order, granting the state's motion for a gag order. You granted it, so did it start then or the next day? And State's Exhibit 1 is the press release that was issued by the defendant. They keep going with December. Yeah, so here, he's fixing. Okay. Well, first, I object to judicial notice, and I'm looking for it. Both Mr. Boss. Oh, sorry, this is Hennessy. I'm so fresh start. That was Hennessy. Nice voice. Peggy, what are you doing up? Dude, what are you doing up, waking up this early? Oh my God. Go to sleep. Rebecca, when did you get here, Rebby? Good morning to you. You weirdos waking up in the morning and having coffee and the sun is going to rise for you. You guys are weird. I'm a normal person here. I've been talking in this dumb microphone all fucking night long. Well, when did you get here? 6:29. Just a minute ago. Well, Good morning, whoever's coming in. Rebby, Peggy, Critter, you're still here? And I can just feel you, Critter. Ugh, you're all morning. You're a morning person. I know it. Ugh, I feel it, Critter. Aren't you? You're a morning person, right? Did we talk about this already? Take your morning happiness and shove it. Oh, I got to go put my garbage out sometime before. Damn, it's at the side. Oh, what time is it? Oh, I got to do it before 7 a.m. Oh, boy. Would you guys mind if it's going to take me 2 minutes. It's at the side. I just got to roll it down to the end of fuck. I have to do it. The truck comes by 7 a.m. and I'm usually the first one. So I'm literally going to run outside, roll it down and come straight back. I'm not going to do anything else. So I'll be 20 seconds. All right. I'll be 2 minutes. I have to do this. I'm very sorry. I'll be right back. 1 sec. And we're back. Oh, fucking cold out. That's a good wake up, though, eh? Going outside. What a concept. Hey, what's up, Ja? You on the beers already? Oh, boy. That's cool. Yeah, it's almost noon. I guess it's noon there. Hey, you're having lunch. If it's lunch, even 11 a.m. It's after, yeah, you're 5 hours ahead. So 6:30. So it's at least 11:30, right? Works for me, bro. Yep. Especially if you've done your work, dude. You earned it, man. Drink up. Have one for me, man. Have one for me. Have one for Peggy, too. It's not noon yet, but if you're on lunch, you can have a couple. It's all good. If anybody asks, just tell them Peggy, Shibby, and Critter, and Dewey, and Rebby said it's okay. Alrighty, brother? 11, close enough, bro. Lunchtime? Did you eat something? Did you have some French fries? Did you have a lunch? Works for me. Fish and chips over there in United Kingdom. I bet you've had fish and chips in the last 2 days, right? Answer me that. Yotan. I bet, yeah. Yes. Or who is it? I think even I hear people joking all the time. You've got one of those clocks with 5s all the way around, right? And so it doesn't have to be broken. It can work. Just it's 5 something all the way around. What are you saying? Smooth peas? Did I miss something? Smooth peas? Girl. Smooth peas. Wow. Love it. I'll stop. Thanks for being here, guys. Good morning if you're waking up. That's why I stayed up. Just in case any of you woke up and came here, I wanted to be here to entertain you. So let's continue. Well, where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah, I was about to bust him with the wrong date. So, Hennessy. Well, first, I object to judicial notice, and I'm looking for it. Both Mr. Boss McClellan and the court indicated that was issued December 1st, 2022. What the fuck? He's thinking? Correct. And the chronological case summary says December 2nd, and I'm trying to find the gag order because I've reviewed it a number of times, and I believe it was file marked December 2nd. But I would like to clarify that, so I would object on relevancy on State's Exhibit 1. What was it? The press release? I would object on relevancy because of the respective dates. All right. I show that the court granted the defendant's or the state's motion on December 2nd. I will take judicial notice of that order, December 2nd, 2022. On December 1st, I set that for hearing. Right. So it's December 2nd, correct? Correct. You caught us. You tried to slip that through. You're an old guy, but you caught us. Oops, we're sorry. Well then, therefore, I do object on relevancy because the press release was dated December 1st. So that order cannot be relevant to something that was done the day before. So you're objecting to the state's exhibit? Yeah, because it's fucking ridiculous. Why would he even have to? Look at her. She's like, what? How could you object to that? I mean, it makes perfect sense. That's my objection to State's 1. And it's also my objection to the court taking judicial notice. Under 201, it says you can take judicial notice if provided accurate information. And you were not provided accurate information. Ooh. So is Nick honestly fucking that up? Because I mean that's a big fuck up, right? Who fucked that up? Who? Right? Right. So right there, and that's worse than anything Rosie's ever done. So either he's nefarious, he's doing it purposely, trying to slip it through, which was probably not. He fucked up. He wrote. That's a huge error. This is a court case about errors. So in this, he's fucking up. So let's have a case. Fuck it. Schedule a case for Nick. Let's fucking hold him to account. And then we'll have all the other shit he's done too. So let's do it. Let's do one case. Compile all that fucking shit, the totality of everything that's been released, and hold him account, right? Get some investigations going. Get a Holeman out there to shake down Fig. Holeman will come and shake down all the fucking guys on the other side. Prosecutor's podcast, Frank Meister, Sleuth Intuition. Yeah, I'm sure Holeman will be shaking those motherfuckers down for saying that they talked to people after the gag order. Right. I can't wait to see that investigation. And the one where he collected all the photos from everybody. Right. I want to see that one. And the court accepted that assessment until reviewed at my request. So it don't fit it does not fit 201. Mr. McClellan, Judge, under 201, the court can take judicial notice of a fact that is not subject to reasonable dispute because it's generally known within the trial court's territorial jurisdiction and just look away from, and it can accurately and readily be determined from sources whose accuracy cannot reasonably be questioned. Yeah, you can't question it. In terms of the two orders, those are part of the CCS, Judge. Mr. Hennessy is right. I misspoke. Oops. Oopsie. I misspoke in a fucking court case about people fucking up. And I want this guy removed because he fucking chose the wrong email address. And this guy was fucking catching shrapnel, standing near that motherfucker when he did it. Yeah. Oops. I misspoke, Judge. It looks like it was ordered on December 2nd. Honest mistake, Judge. Either nefarious or honest mistake. I'm sorry. And so the motion was filed on November 22nd. It was ordered in December 2nd. you want to be accurate, December 2nd, December 1st. Oh, fucking, what's the difference? So I think it's pretty clear the court can take judicial notice of those because those are not disputed. In terms of the press release, Judge, again, I don't think it's something that's disputed. Mr. Hennessy's brought it up several times in his opening arguments and motions that, or remarks to this motion that he's filed. So there's no dispute that this was filed or that press release is from the defense. Yeah, there's no dispute. They did nothing wrong the day before. They're not disputing that. And again, I think the court even says in their order for the gag order that on the court's motion in response to defendant's undated press release, undated, ooh, just because it was undated, you can assume it's any day. What does he mean by that? Undated? Oh boy. And so I think it's relevant that it looks like that prompted the court to issue the gag order without a hearing. And so I think it's important for the court to know that. Again, I think the court's well aware of it, and I think that's why the court made the order for the gag order. So I think the court can take judicial notice of it under 201. May I? Sure. Thank you. The issue here, as he says, is contempt. So there would have to be evidence of a violation of a court order, which it cannot be. Right. So basically Nick is trying to sneak that in as part of their contemptuous behavior, Rosie and Baldwin, because Judge Gall didn't like it. It pissed her off. It snuck, if they got, they did something that she didn't want them to do the next day and therefore after, but they did it the day before. She didn't want them to do it. So he thinks that's, they're still being contemptuous because the next day they weren't supposed to do it and they did it today. Oh boy. So he wants to lump it in. McClellan, what a fucking dipshit. So there would have to be evidence of a violation of a court order, which it cannot be. It just can't. It's the day before. Now I understand based on discussions in chambers, some people might be disconcerted by it, but it wasn't a violation of a court order, so it's not relevant to his allegations of contempt. So what did they do? Break the scout's honor? They didn't even promise they wouldn't do anything, right? They just knew she was going to be doing a gag order. So, fuck. If anything, it would be like the board of, if there was anything wrong with that, it wouldn't be her because she's pissed, in my opinion. I will show Stakes Exhibit 1 is admitted over objection. As the objection goes to the weight that the court would give that particular exit. So she's still going to put it in anyways, rather than its admissibility. Is there anything else before we get into the actual evidence? Are you taking judicial notice? Yes, I am taking judicial notice of the court's record dated December 2nd, 2022. Over the defense objection? Yes, sir. Thank you. Just wanted you to say that on the record, so we got that on paper. Judge, state's prepared to call its first witness. You may call your first witness. Oh boy. Judge, the state would call investigator Steve Moonman Mullins, please. The witness is sworn in. Questions by Mr. McClellan. Answers by the Moonman genius Mullins, IT expert, chief of police, head investigator, chief of police again. Wait, chief of police during the most epic fuck up in all of Indiana history for criminals coming and talking to them, fucking everything up. So then he gets promoted or whatever to the prosecutor's head investigator, whatever. And then he does such a shitty job, he gets rewarded back to the chief's job. Thank you. Will you state your name, please? Steve. Oh, do I need a voice for him? Yeah, he's going to be dopey. He'll be the gruff voice. I have to stick with it. What are you laughing at, woman? I'm just kidding. Beer break. Oh my God. I like beer, but only when I'm having fun. I don't like to drink alone, so I haven't drank much lately. Uh-oh. Mullins, where things go to disappear. The Moonman Mullins. I want to know where the investigation is for him. Yeah. Just that alone, right, Peggy? Just that alone is, he opens it, like it says ex parte, and he knows he's not supposed to read those. He's not a rookie. He's not no fucking intern. Then he reads it. Oops. Like, what? That's way worse than, right. It's 10 times worse than the fucking, sending an accidental email. And Rosie was even standing near Baldwin when he sent that. Like, just because he was the intended recipient, he's getting lumped in. Like, what the fuck? It's so wild they got away with this. It's so wild. It really is. Wow. Like, how can you have a system, like I was explaining the other day? Imagine you got a football game. Pick your two favorite teams. And there's, 4 refs running around, right? And one team is fucking getting his penalties called on them and fucking holding them to account. And, this, 10-yard penalties, this and that. And the other team is just fucking doing the exact same shit and they're not calling nothing. And then they're fucking running around and scoring all these points and the refs are letting one, and then they jump around like, yeah, we won. Like, what? If you had some real referees or a real judge, this motherfucker would have fallen flat on his face, McClelland. We all know it. And away we go. So, Stephen L. Moon Mullins. And where are you employed? At the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office, on my knees, as an head investigator under you, boss, McClelland. And how long have you been employed in the capacity? Since January of 2020. And prior to that employment, did you suck your other boss off or just me? Oh, excuse me. Sorry, did I say that? Were you employed in a law enforcement capacity? Yes, I was a fucking chief. Ooh. Can you tell me about that, please? I was a police officer with the Delphi Police Department and then a deputy sheriff with the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. And I fucked up so much that they promoted me detective at the Carroll County Sheriff's Department. Then I fucked up a little more for 5 or 10 more years and they promoted me to chief of police. And then I fucked my way up right into the prosecutor's office as the head investigator. Thanks, boss. How long have you been a law enforcement officer, if you know? I figured last night, I've been fucking up for 42 years. Okay. As part of your duties with the investigator, with being an investigator in the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office, are you working on the case of State of Indiana versus one Richard Allen? Yes, I am. And tell me largely what your role has been in that case up to date. It's been mostly to take screenshots 3 or 4 years after the fact. Yeah, I'm good at screenshots, boss. Yeah. Objection. Relevancy. We're here for contempt. His investigation regarding the issues raised by the prosecutor's information is what is relevant. Overruled. Not his investigation of the overruled. Judge, I'll rephrase the question. So why are you rephrasing it, dude? She overruled him. Just continue being an asshole. So he knows he should. She overrules it, but he knows she probably shouldn't have, and he's going along with whatever. She might as well say, what is that word? Not deny, I'll allow it. But what you know what I'm trying to say. I'm okay with staying away from that. Well, why would you? She fucking overruled him. So, did I miss something there? So, I want to move on, Mr. or Investigator Moonman Mullins. 2. Are you familiar with an individual by the name of Brandon Woodhouse? Yes, I am. And how are you familiar with him? Brandon Woodhouse has been arrested in Carroll County for various law offenses over the years. And our guys, I think we beat him in a cell and busted his head up a few times, you know. Yeah, we know exactly who he is. We almost killed him too. And is it fair to say he has a lengthy history of criminal history in Carroll County? Yeah, yes, he does. Now, Mr. Woodhouse came on your radar most recently in March of 2023. Is that correct? Yes. How did he come on your radar during that time? I received a phone call from a person who identified herself as Dorina Hipsher. She informed me that there was a YouTube channel that Brandon had created. And did you go and view that YouTube channel? I did. And did you see on that YouTube channel anything you want to take screenshots of? Did you screenshot any of his videos? On the YouTube channel, I observed that Brandon Woodhouse had a screenshot of the. Ooh, is that where you learned how to make screenshots? I thought he had a screenshot of the evidence. I thought, that's a great idea. I should take more screenshots. Listed evidence in the Richard Allen case. And you were familiar with that list of evidence? Yes, I was. Have you viewed the evidence or the discovery involved in the Richard Allen case? Yes, I have. And is it safe to say you're familiar with that evidence? Yes, I am. I'm going to show you what's going to be marked as State's Exhibit B, I believe. State's Exhibit what? 2. I'm sorry, Judge. I fucked up again. Whoops. State's Exhibit 2. Investigator Moonman Mullins, can you describe that document? Yes. It's the same as I saw on Brandon Woodhouse's YouTube page. It's titled Richard Allen Thumb Drive Map. And was that the title of the document that you saw on Brandon Woodhouse's YouTube page? Yes, it was. And tell me, you told me the title. What does that document contain? It contains information concerning the Richard Allen case, witnesses, and evidence for the case. And does that match what you saw on the YouTube channel for Brandon Woodhouse? Yes, it does. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 into evidence. No objection. All right. Without objection, 2 is admitted. As your role of the head investigator, you've been tasked by me to assist in exchange and discovery with the defense for the Richard Allen case. Is that true? Yes. And tell me the normal procedure that you go through when you're exchanging discovery with the defense. My practice was to create an itemized list of the items that were to be given. No wonder it was all fucked up. It was coming from Mullins. No wonder they couldn't find anything. Were to given over to the defense. Where they be information files, whether they be information files or whether they were, and then have the defense and agent sign for the release of those items. And so you would draft a receipt for a list of items you were handing over to the defense, and then have that for defense to sign once those items were picked up. Is that correct? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 3. Can you describe that document that I handed you? Yes. It is a receipt which I drafted for a release of evidence. I titled it 1-0 or 10 Allen. And can you outline the evidence, or is that a document you drafted? Yes, it is. And does it have both Attorney Rosie's and Attorney Baldwin's name on it? Yes, it does. And did that document describe evidence that you turned over to them as part of discovery? Yes, it does. And again, that's a document you drafted. Did you spell your name correctly? Oh, I'm not sure. Yes, I did. It is. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3. Objection. It's never been provided to me in discovery regarding the contempt proceedings. I asked to enlarge the discovery deadline. The court denied it, and I object because it's never been provided to me before, and it's not been connected to the thumb drive map, and therefore it's not relevant. Any response? Yes, Judge. If the court will give me just a moment, I'm going to pull up the date the date of the email that I sent Mr. Hennessy that had that attachment in it. In terms of relevancy, Judge, I believe it's relevant for information that's going to appear later in the hearing. In terms of a continued leak by defense of information. Judge, I apologize. I'm having trouble. I sent all the attachment, all the exhibits in an email, Judge. And I'm trying to get the court a date for that email and confirm that Mr. Hennessy received it. Judge, I apologize again. I can't seem to find the email on my fingertips here that I sent Mr. Hennessy. Oops. Just trust me, bruh. I know I sent it, but it was included in an email with other attachments that I sent to Mr. Hennessy as part of the discovery for the contempt. No, he's still looking. I guess I'm not sure what the objection is that you didn't get it. Your client certainly got it if they signed for it. I didn't get it. What you ordered was to exchange the exhibits for the contempt hearing. Yes. Even if they had it, it was never identified to me for potential use in the contempt hearing. That's the kind of notice that the reciprocal discovery requires. And I would also note that the items that are listed in State's Exhibit 3 are not in State's Exhibit 2. And so 2 was admitted without objection, because it was the attachment that was accidentally sent to Mr. Woodhouse. So since the items listed on 3 aren't on 2, it's not relevant. I'll show 3 is not admitted. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm sorry. Like, he's probably surprised she agreed with him there, right? I will show 3 is not admitted. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm just not used to you agreeing with me. I think it caught him off guard there, right? Sounds like it. Because she wasn't going to admit it. He's like, what the fuck? You agree with me? Do you need an assisted? Oh, this is what he's having trouble hearing. Do you need an assisted listening device, you old fuck? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, no. I'll just try to not be shocked when you agree with me next time. Go ahead. Thank you, Judge. And so, Mr. Moonman Mullins, or Investigator Moonman Mullins, which do you prefer? Oh, whatever. It is your practice again to draft a receipt for the defense for when they picked up discovery. Yes. Okay. And you would list out the discovery in that receipt. You would list the discovery that you were turning over to them? Yes, I would. And then you would have somebody, a representative from their office or themselves, sign for the discovery and date when they received that discovery. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And that was your common practice for all items that you turned over as part of a discovery, correct? Yes, it was. I am dumb. Okay, I agree. Do you recall as part of discovery that you handed over to the defense? Do you recall there being an interview with a professor from Purdue by the name of him or her? Who the fuck was it? Oh, the mystery? Oh, Jeffrey Turco. Yes. And what kind of was it an audio, video interview? Or what kind of interview was that? I believe it was an audio interview of Professor Turco that I handed over to the defense. And would you have gone through the same procedure when you handed over that evidence to the defense of making a receipt and documenting that in the receipt? Meaning, when I say that, meaning what discovery you're handing over to them? Yes, I would. And would you have had the representative from their office date it when they picked it up? Yes. Do you recall from your memory, that when the defense picked up the information concerning the interview with Professor Turco, I believe it was September the 27th. I don't have the document in front of me. So he believes it was that date. Yeah. But he just doesn't have the proof in front of him. Okay. Yes. And so you believe, love how they throw that in, right? Why wouldn't you just say, so they picked it up, that, so they got to say, I believe. Like, it sounds like they're trying to, they want to get in the record that they believe it was that date. So if the other side can't prove they didn't get it on, it probably wasn't that date. I'm only assuming. And so you believe they picked that information up on September 27th of 2023. To the best of your knowledge, do you believe this? Yes. September 27th, 2023. I believe. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Hennessy. Thank you, Judge. So, questions, cross-examinations of Stephen Moonman Mullin. Questions by one Mr. Leadpipe Hennessy. And away we pause for a drink. 1 second. And we're back. You doing 6:49? When were you? Oh, this was 10 minutes ago. I'm sorry if you're still here. I missed it. Yes, I hope I missed it. That was a funny joke. Peggy, if you're still here, I'm LMAO-ing with you. Peggy said, "Yeah, you can. I believe I can fly." Yes. Yes. Do you believe anything else, Mr. Mullins? I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky too. So I hope they took all the electronics away from him, including the pencil sharpeners and anything, even paper clips. The fucking guy will poke his eye out, right? What are you laughing at, Jotan? You little bugger. Getting all drunk. I feel it. There's beers are kicking in. Are you going to play some darts too, you bugger? Hope you enjoy yourself. I'm not having fun or drinking. So have one for me, bro. Have one for me. And I know you're probably playing darts and smiling and doing all that cool stuff. I'm jelly. Have a wonderful day, because I'm gonna sleep like a loser. I'm just kidding. Yes, take the paper clips away from even those pencils. Yeah, like with the eraser on the end, he could still poke his eye out. He probably has. Fucking guy. When you look at Mullins, I don't like to disparage people, right? But honestly, I look at that guy and I think there's only one reason he's making it the chief. Like nepotism, family, friends, and being a yes man, and they're picking him for that type of because I can just tell. You can just tell when you look at somebody, that's not chief material, in my opinion. But maybe I'm wrong. So Hennessy's going to cross-examine Mr. Moonman Mullins. You first learned about the Brandon Woodhouse YouTube from Miss Hipshire? Yes, I was. And what she told you was that Brandon Woodhouse actually had Rick Allen's thumb drive, didn't she? Something to that effect, yes. And that was not true. No. And on the YouTube, you saw the map of the thumb drive? Correct. And that simply identified what was on the thumb drive. Can you repeat the question, please? Can you, I'm slow. You got to slow that down. Sure. The map simply identified what was on the particular thumb drive. I'm sorry. Can you speak slower? I'm just kidding. I'm not sure if I understand what you're trying to say. Okay, I'll move on, you dipshit. Do you organize discovery for the prosecutor? Yes. Do you make a list that's handy for him and his assistants to locate any particular piece of? You can see he's talking to him like a little kid here. Do you do this type of thing? You don't understand what that is, but let me see. Do you do this type of thing? Do you make lists? Do you have a to-do list of what you're going to do in your front lawn tomorrow? Do you? I create an itemized list of items that we have as I go along. Yeah, I know about those when I do it. So that would be like a map for them to go find the actual piece of evidence. I've done something like that, yes. And that is exactly what you saw in the YouTube only it was for the defense, correct? Now, he'll never say this. What I saw on the YouTube channel was what I said earlier, and the picture shows was that it was. At the title at the top of the page, it said Richard Allen thumb drive map, but it did not have any substance of what anyone said, correct? It showed a list of the items and witnesses, correct? But it didn't say what the witnesses had said, correct? So there was no substance to it. In that sense, if you want to be accurate, yes, you got me. I'm not smart enough to even fucking say, in your opinion, like Jerry Holeman would have. And then did you, and then did you see anything else on the YouTube? Mr. Woodhouse was simply talking about the items on the list of items that were on the thumb drive, or what he called the thumb drive. Did he show any pictures? No. And then did you ever contact Mr. Woodhouse? I did not. Did you interview anybody else regarding the Woodhouse document? Other than Miss Hipshire? No. And you saw the actual email. What was accidentally sent to the wrong recipient, Mr. Woodhouse? I don't believe I did. So you don't know what it was addressed to? Brad and not Brandon? I don't even know. I don't know. Why did you not look at the actual email? I have enough to look at. Oh my God. He's too busy? Too much to do? Holy fuck. Chocolate and hamburger. Perfect. No, you're not playing darts. I was like kidding. As if I'd never play darts at the pub needs extra. Oh, yeah, maybe. Nowadays, yeah. Well, you're drinking beers. That's good enough for me. And I bet you're having fish and chips soon for lunch or dinner. I bet. I'm only kidding. I know you UK people love that fish and chips. Anytime I see a video about people walking around the UK, they're always stopping for fish and chips like every other corner. So they caught a chocolate thief by you. Any luck with them catching the hamburger? Do you guys have the hamburger over there? Is he as cute as he is over here in North America? That's the question. Yeah, I have enough to look at. I didn't have time to focus on the actual evidence on any other issue other than this. And I handed my report over to the prosecutor. So you couldn't read a 4-line email, but you went through a multiple page thumb drive map. I looked at what was on the YouTube. So he's saying it too. Oh, sorry, the YouTube channel. That works. Okay, sorry. And transmitted that to the prosecuting attorney. Right. But you just told me you didn't have time to read a 4-line email. And that said Brad and not Brandon. You just didn't have time, right? Did it actually say Brad and not Brandon? Or is he mistaken? Because I thought it was because he auto-typed it. So if he typed the actual D, Brandon wouldn't be there to choose from. So I'm pretty sure he means, unless he put it in the subject, I'll have to find. It was addressed to Brad, not Brandon. Oh, so he actually did choose. I don't even know. Whatever, because I'm pretty sure for it to get the Brandon, he would type BRA, and Brandon would pop up. He would just kind of, grab that and just hit it, and kind of didn't realize it wasn't Brad. So you just didn't have time, right? I'm not sure if I understand your question. Okay, well, I'm asking you if you have just said today under oath that you just didn't have time to review the 4-line email that was addressed to Brad and not Brandon. Oh, so he did address it. Oh, so in the writing he wrote, right. So he wrote, the email says Brad. Yeah, like in the email. Right. So yeah, he didn't, I see what you're saying. So it said Brad. Here's this, and this. So obviously sending it to Brandon was obviously an accident. But he didn't have time to read that part. That would kind of look good for them. I don't know. I can't confirm or deny if you didn't really fuck up as bad as we want you to look like you did. Yes. Okay. So you, as you sit there, have no knowledge whether Mr. Baldwin intended to email Brandon Woodhouse, correct? So are they trying to make it look like he sent it to him purposely? Like, even though it was oh boy. As I said, I only looked at what I had in front of me. Right. So you have no information or knowledge that Mr. Baldwin intended to email Brandon Woodhouse. I don't know what his intent was. I'm sorry. Well, you would know if you read it. It would say it to Brad. So if you sent it to Brandon, his intent would be to have sent it to Brad, and he sent it to the wrong person by accident. You're trying to imply that's even worse? That not only did it send it to a person, that he intentionally sent it to Brandon? And why would he write Brandon in the fucking email? If that's the case, then yeah, these fucking guys are so shameless. Ugh. The question is, do you have any information? Which I'm going to object. He's asked and answered his question. He can't speculate as to what Mr. Baldwin meant or did not mean to do. Well, he's not asking him to speculate, dipshit. Well, then Mr. Boss McClelland's not understanding the question either. I'm not asking him to opine as to what Mr. Baldwin's intent was. I'm asking him if he has any information or knowledge. He was assigned to investigate the Brandon Woodhouse. But that's not the question you asked him. You asked him what his intent was, and he said, what was the objection? And I would sustain the objection. Well, no. Well, by intent, he meant to say, did you read who he addressed it to? Not who he wanted to address it. Ew. Okay. Do you have any information or knowledge? Strike that. You were assigned by Mr. Boss McClelland to investigate the Brandon Woodhouse information, correct? Judge, I'm going to object again. That's not what Mr. Moon Mullins testified to. Mr. Moonman Mullins testified that he was contacted by Miss Hipsher, that Brandon Woodhouse had a YouTube channel, and he viewed that YouTube channel. The court sustained. Ugh. Sighs. Hennessy is ugh. After you spoke to Miss Hipsher, did you have a report that to Mr. Boss McClelland? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that complicated question? Sure. After you got the information from Miss Hipsher, did you report that to Mr. Boss McClelland? Yes, I did. And what did he tell you to do? Document it. And why did you then go watch the YouTube? I'd already watched the YouTube when I reported it to Mr. Boss McClelland. Okay. And then do you have any information from anyone that Mr. Baldwin meant to send an email to Brandon Woodhouse? Again, I'm going to object, Judge. It's information, Judge. Does he have any information? Overruled. That's a yes or no question. Overruled. It's too difficult for him to answer. Do you have any information that Mr. Baldwin intended to email Brandon Woodhouse? I don't know what his intent was. That's fucking... If he's asking, do you have any information that Mr. Baldwin meant? Or I would have said, do you think he meant to send it to Brandon Woodhouse, or do you think he accidentally chose the wrong name from the auto population? I don't know what his intent was. I'm not asking you what his intent was, but can you direct him to answer the specific question, Judge? Did you have any information, you dipshit? Oh, now I can answer because she's like, okay, she's pissed. So, oh, no, I did not. Do you have any knowledge of such? No. Thank you. You've been a great help. And then you did no other investigations regarding Westerman's photos or any of the leaks? No. In your employment with the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office, did you become aware of other leaks, other investigations of any other leaks? Like, that's a great question. Yeah. Like, out of all the other leaks that you know of that came from your side, Are you aware of any other investigations? Like even when you were the chief of police before this even happened, right? I would ask him that because he hasn't always been the prosecutor's helper, or also as the prosecutor. Did you, which other investigations are you aware of where the police went and investigated a leak, that came, or other leaks, right? Because all the other ones would have been from them. Judge, I'm going to object to relevance. That's not what we're here to discuss today, Judge. We're not here to discuss all my wrongdoings. We're only here to hold the defense to account for the two things that one of them sort of did, and not the 20 or so shit things that happened under my watch, and 3 or 4 of them directly to me. We the state has outlined the contemptuous information, and it's the state's belief that the investigation of other leaks, whether or not he's conducted those or looked into those, it isn't relevant, and because those are all about us. So we're only here for them. We're only here today to nail these two and not hold me to account. Judge, I just asked, man. Only asked if he investigated anything else, and his answer no would have been a lot shorter than this whole dumb answer discourse. Sustained. And then you remember giving a deposition on March 1st? Yep. Of 2023, 2024? Yes. And you were under oath? Yes. And you recall saying that Mr. Woodhouse was displaying screenshots in his YouTube video? Yes. So you did see some screenshots in the YouTube video? I saw the display on his laptop showing what I've already described as the information contained in the Richard Allen thumb drive map. And then you took screenshots? Oh my gosh. If it's a video, what? Holy fuck. I did. That's all I have. Wait. Mr. McClelland? That's all I have. Mr. McClelland. Judge, thank you. Please get that dipshit off the stand. I'm going to have to go question his dipshit again. Sorry. Please hold. And questions. He's going back at his head investigator. 1 second. I need a drink. Please hold. Ooh, pie? There we go. Way to go, Peggy. You did it. Talking pie. Fuck it. Okay, let's forget this. Let's talk pie. You want to talk? Let's go. I'm only kidding. I did have them. I made the awesome. Sometimes when you make a meatball stew, it just fucking works out perfect, eh? I made a gigantic pot, and it's like, I want to kind of leave it sit because it's like the longer you leave it, the better it tastes. So later tonight, it's going to be perfect. So I don't have any pie here, but I made the most awesome beef stew. I didn't make meatball. I meant beef stew. Burgers are good, but yeah, look at you. I knew it. You probably eat fish and chips 3 times a week, I bet. You guys are awesome. I would fit in good over there. Over in the UK. If I couldn't live here in Canada, I would definitely go to any of the northern states. And then definitely UK would be my next stop. And then probably Australia. Or like the other ones, the other way to Greenland. There's some pretty cool places, but I'm sure I'd have fun in UK. I like beer. I like fish and chips. So I would never go hungry or thirsty. That's for sure. Yes. And answer what kind of pie, or who are you asking that? Where did pie come into this, you silly goose? Did I say something about pie? Oh, no, he says it here. Sorry. Nope. I'm doing pie and chips later. Okay. Yeah. Oh, you'll go with me? Oh my gosh. Ooh. We'd have fun there. We'd visit Big Ben. I'd get to eat pie. Oh boy. We'd have some chips and beer. Oh yeah. I'd fit in great over there for sure. I'd visit King Charles. Say hello. What's up, King? Yo, King. What's up, bro? Huh? You're my king too. I'm a Canadian. Mm-mm. Some lobster. Oh yeah. Mm-mm. Love. I haven't had lobster for a while. Mm-mm. King Charles is my buddy too. Anyways, yeah, I haven't had some good seafood like scallops. I love the scallops. I guess, when you go to Red Lobster, like, I mean, if you dip anything in that much wicked heavy butter, I guess it's going to be pretty good, but it definitely is really good. The texture of good lobster, it's like perfect, eh? You guys talk about pie and good lobster, and I'm going to read to you while you enjoy yourselves. And away we go. Investigator Moon Mullins. Who's asking this again? Oh, this is McClelland. So, Investigator Moonman Mullins, the outline that you saw on Mr. Woodhouse's YouTube, is that something you created and then handed over to the defense as part of discovery? Nope. Okay. And so have you ever seen that document prior to viewing it on Mr. Woodhouse's YouTube channel? I had not. And so it's not something that you, someone else created that. You turned over as part of discovery. Is that correct? I did not create that document. Okay. When you saw the YouTube channel, the information and the probable cause, meaning the witnesses' names, was that information sealed? Do you know? Do you know anything? Do you even know where you are today? I think so. I believe it was at the time. Well, there's the I believe, so yeah. And so the outline listed several of the witnesses, including some juvenile witnesses. Is that correct? It did. So are they going to try to say because he accidentally gave them a juvenile's name? They could, all those fuckers, eh? I don't have any other questions, Judge. Mr. Hennessy? No, Hennessy's back up to bat. Moonman Mullins is getting a workout today. His brain is going to start smoking. His ears are smoking right now. I feel it. He tries to think like me and nothing happens. What was the date of the email? I don't know what the date of the email was. I didn't look into it or even check anything on it because I'm an idiot. So I never saw an email. So you don't know if it was before or after anything was sealed or unsealed. Yeah, that would be correct. It may have been fine. What is he saying there? What a fucking idiot. You think he would at least say, oh boy, oh, the garbage truck just came. Cool. So I feel good. I heard it. Mm-hmm. And yeah, so what a dipshit, eh? It's like he's saying, oh, you taking off, bro? Good luck with that one. Oh, to talk to King Charles. I know that if I went there and I knocked on that door there, I think you guys have that door there, right? On the Downing Street or something, where all the shit happens when you're going to announce stuff and that. Or maybe I'll go to the parliament. What do you call it again? The palace, the royal palace. And I'll just say, hey, I'll knock even on one of those guards out front. I'll say, dude, tell him, sweet dude Shibby's here. And the fucker, they hardly ever move. And once he looks at me, he'll turn and run, alert them that sweet dude Shibby and Peggy are here. And King Charles will come out. And if it's not King Charles, send the son out. The bald son. What's his face? The older one. Because the younger one is just trouble. And he's not next in line. So I don't care about William, I think. The older one. He's going to be the next king. So I want him, right? Pegs? We want to meet him. Oh, yeah. Yes. Well, I'll boost you and you climb. And then I'll climb up. Yeah, they won't mind. Right. Just climb over the gate. Come on right into the royal palace. I'm sure nobody will mind. It's like the White House, too. Climb right over the fence. Come on in. No problem. Hope you got a bulletproof vest on. What was the date of who's asking? This is Hennessy. So what was the date of the email? I don't know what the date of the email was. So he's sitting there. He's not even smart enough to say, I know it was after like the gag order or something. So I never saw an email. So you don't know if it was like wrong. So you're investigating something and you investigated something and you don't know if the person did anything wrong. That would be correct. Okay. And then did you know that the affidavit with those names had been leaked by Gary Bodette before? They were unsealed and before it was available to the defense? Boom. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. So if it's so big for him, so they're trying to nail the defense. So if see, look at that. Perfect, Fig, you fucking idiot. Fig, because you released stuff with those names on it before, most likely the I don't know whose names exactly, but it sounds like if it was possibly even worse, the juveniles, whatever it was, these guys couldn't hold them to account for doing that because you fucking did it too before them. So there's another example of you fuckers saving the defense. Because after Gull looked at it, even Gull was like, fuck, I can't remove these guys. You guys she took Nick back there and said, you fucking idiot. We had them. And all your little YouTube minions fucking it up. They're out there bragging about talking to you and their live streams after the gag order. They're bragging about talking to fucking Becky Patty. I didn't mean that, Peggy. Becky Patty after the fucking gag order. They're bragging about talking to Vito. They're bragging about talking to fucking Holeman. They're bragging about talking to your assistant. They're bragging about talking to Jody. Tell those motherfuckers to shut their mouths. Or at least make a video and not put it out, on a live stream so we know exactly when the date was after the gag order times. So those guys fucking, she's looking at them like, dude, how can I can these guys when your guys are fucking obvious? It's proven, easy to prove that your guys have done 10 times as much dumb shit. That we're the exact same type of shit, even worse, than we're trying to nail these guys for. So thank you. You saved them. The other guy, Frank Meister, you saved the defense. So if you want to fucking run around pretending that you trolled the defense, well, just like when you blocked me on that YouTube channel, Fig, that day we were reading this, I'll say to you, you trolled Nick McClelland. The defense thanks you for your service. Try and block me now. Try and hide me. Fuck you. And away we go. So Mr. Hennessy, back up to bat, top of the ninth, 2 outs, bases loaded, full count. Okay, nothing further. Oh, game's over. All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. Oh, don't bump your head when you tie your shoe. Oh, you dropped your pencil. Don't bump your head again. Oh, don't trip. Oh, when you tie your shoes, you don't tie them both together. You tie one shoe at a time. Thank you. You may call your next witness. And Judge, before I do that, this has been done. The court already has this document from Mr. Hennessy. Hennessy's, I guess, preliminary motions, but I think it's important to resubmit it again in this context. Since we are dealing with the contempt now and nothing else, we're only dealing with their contempt, nothing else. Or they're presenting all this shit to refute or to prove that I've done exact same stuff tenfold. Yet I don't want to deal with that. I'm here to deal with only their contempt and not my pretentious contempt. That's even worse. And so the state is going to ask the court to take judicial notice of what I'm going to mark as State's Exhibit 4, which is the email from the court. And it's the email chain that Mr. Hennessy has previously admitted. Any objection? No. All right. Without objection, 4 is admitted. Oh boy. How many more pages? Oh my God. I'm only on page 39. One sec. I'm related to Reverend Andrew Marvel. For real? Who is that? Prince William. Is that the name? Yes. Yes. The ginger nut. Yes. Is it? What? Oh my gosh. He's not. Is he from what? He's not Prince Charles's kid? Get out. Get out. He's Prince Charles. Oh, he's King Charles's kid, right? Didn't Charles father both those kids? Of Diana's? What are you saying? That the older one's not? Oh my. Oh my. Are you breaking news here? Yotan? Cha? Are you Kelly? You guys break Kelly's here. Sorry, I didn't see you. I've met King Charles and Sophie of Wessex. So what do you think of that? What's her name? Gertrude? The other one? Oh, sorry. What's her name? Martha Mox? Who's that one that's with him? She seems nice. I'm gonna try to guess before you guys write it in. I see her. Claudette? No. No. What the fuck's her name? Who's? I give up. So, you're related to the Reverend? Who's this guy? You really? Or are you just messing? You guys are silly. Yeah, those guys probably wouldn't mess around. I know. Our Canadian guys wear cool red jackets like that too. I don't know if we wear those big moose hats, those big, huge furry hats, which are I know it's all ceremonial. No, not Kate Middleton. No, the King Charles, the woman that's been with him for like forever. So I guess there's a controversial one. King Camilla. Camilla Parker Bowles. Look at that. I got it myself. Right? Camilla Parker Bowles? Is that? Yeah, that's it. 1 second. Please hold. We'll return to our regularly scheduled royal update broadcast in 1 moment. And we're back. So Kate Middleton is William's. Yes. So is William, what were you saying here? Were you kind of kidding? Is he isn't even directly Charles's son? Like, what's up? Do you know something? Yep. Oh, you know what? I got to remember, you guys are a little bit behind me. That's true. I think as a creator, I think they gave me the benefit of putting you guys on a delay. So yeah, well, I think she's kind of proven herself now, but in the beginning, yeah, it didn't look so great. I think it was controversial then, but I think she's kind of worked her way into some people's hearts. I believe. I'm not sure. She seems pretty sweet. I don't know. She definitely started out as the mistress, right? But, yeah. No, I doubt it, because wouldn't she be queen if he married her as the king? So they probably agreed to let her be like some kind of performative role and be out there, but not. Oh yeah. I saw, yeah, there's a couple of videos on YouTube where they let the Canadian, like the royal, we have mounted police, like it's all ceremonial stuff, but we have like a whole house. Yeah. They came, where did I see that? I definitely saw it on YouTube. I was watching one day, and they let a Canadian group of guys, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, kind of look the same, I think, on their like, we have that same type of stuff too, but we don't have it, like, it's more like just for fun at like exhibitions and that. So they let them come out, and they did it was all Canadians that did the whole change of guard thing or something, or I did see that. That was great. And they were all happy. There was like, I think it was probably the first time they let a whole other country control guarding the palace front there, right? I have that something right. Yeah, that was neat. Because I don't think many people have got to do that. And they trusted these Canadian, and it was legitimate, like it was all only Canadians. They got to do the whole, I don't know when they do it at a certain time, or if it's on every hour or every 4 hours. I don't know, the changing, whatever they do. It's like a whole ceremony, and they let the Canadians do it. You'd think, right, Peggy, right. Some king, eh? Can't he just say, hey, I'm the king now? Like, fucking, I can do whatever I want. I'm the king. Right, Peggy. Great point. I'm going to leave that. Great point, Peggy. You'd think he should be able to. Some fucking king you are. I'm like kidding. I know you guys are fucking around. Yeah, they're sweating their asses off. Bless them. You guys are having fun. But that's a great point, Peggy. Can't he just change the rule? Like, what the fuck? Can't he just Judge Gull can decree stuff? Why can't he just decree it? Boom. I can marry whoever the fuck I want. I'm the king. Take that. So what is it with the other one? Is he not the son? Or is there question of the older son? That he might not be Charles's? Oh boy. I never heard that. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, because the younger one's cooler. And I think the younger one's thinking, I hope nothing happens to you, older brother, because it would be a shame if I had to be the king and something happened to you, right? Yeah, she's the king. She's definitely the king. Judge Gull has huge balls. That's right. So, and again, Judge, that shows there's an explanation there from the defense of when the email was sent, and so that clears up the date it was sent to give the court some context of when it was sent. Okay, right. But if it's so obvious, why can't your fucking guy just answer? Like, if he investigated this and doesn't read the content, like he doesn't read it. Like, that's bullshit. So he's trying to say that he didn't look to see that it was addressed to Brad and when it was sent, But hey, it's so easy because they told us when it was sent. Like, what? The state would next call, Lieutenant Jerry Dick Holeman. I think I'm going to leave it. Oh my God, what time is it? It's almost 8 o'clock. Yeah, they're there next door, so I've kind of done work. So this will be a good time, guys. I think I'd love to read on. I probably could. I was having fun. I'm at 8 hours and 30. This is wild. Oh, man. Damn YouTube. This is YouTube's fault, not you guys. Because you guys come and have fun, and I appreciate it. The younger brother took off. Yeah, right. I think he can get back in, like, especially if something accidentally happened to the older one. I think they could probably reinstate him, even though maybe his wife is probably, I won't say it, but is her complexion okay to be royal? Can you do that? Was that the problem? I don't want to sound like an ass because I think she's awesome. She's pretty and I wouldn't ever judge anyone like that. But yeah, you're right. But was it her, like, I guess they would look at her as being, I guess, part black? Like they wouldn't mind or they wouldn't allow her? I don't think they would. I think that's part of the problem, right? That I'm guessing. I don't want to be, I'm not, it wouldn't be for me. I'll tell you that. Wouldn't be for me. I'll be happy if anyone would like to spend time with me. So how about this? You're right, Yotan. I'll pace myself. I've done 8 hours and 37 minutes. There's been 21 people, 3 or 4 wonderful people chatting away, and the rest are sleeping. So I hope they have a nice sleep, and when they wake up, they rewind to the beginning of this and realize they've been sleeping for the last 8 hours. It's Prince George, followed by, oh boy, we're going to continue this later. This is getting crazy. Oh boy. You got some inside information, don't you? Maybe are you Andrew's father? Is that how you know? Diana, did you ever, Kelly, maybe before this guy met you, did you? Now, I know you're with, but you can tell us, where were you in I guess it would probably be the late 80s. Were you near Buckingham Palace? Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah, they got stories. So how about this? You know what I'm thinking about, Peggy? Doesn't Andrew look a little? I wish. Nah, I'm only kidding. I know you're kidding too. But Peggy, doesn't he look a little? Prince William kind of has that, a little bit of his look. I'm only kidding. You guys are fun. Oh boy, the Hamburglar. You guys are silly. I think I'm going to shut her down. You guys are having too much fun, and I'm way too tired. So how about this? Oh boy, I finished up here and we're going to start fresh. Start fresh with Holeman. Jerry Dick Holeman. H-O-L-E, Holeman. and I'm going to write it down now. So you guys have a few minutes to say goodbye. So if anybody's here, I'm going to be shutting her down. And you weirdos go and enjoy your day like a normal person. And I will, no, sorry, you weirdos go enjoy your day, like waking up and daylight and people. And I, the only sane normal person here, am going to go sleep for at least 8 hours, I'm sure. So I will write down this. So I put so here's the notes I wrote down. At 6 hours and 5 minutes, I have the fishy introduction was over and I started reading. And so I'm finishing right to the end. So I don't have to write the time, but I should take note of the page. So I will start again on page 40. Ooh, I should write this document exactly what it is. Oh, so I know we're on, that's silly. I know we're on the March 18th. So I know, yeah, I have that. So page 40, the whole man is where I'm going to start. Simple as that. All right, guys? So that being said, I should shut this down. And yeah, the half man. Yes, exactly. He's barely, yeah, he's half a man for sure. Because, you know, when you think about it, isn't it weird that you would have been 9 years old? I can see you looked at, you were up to shit at 9. I'm sure. No, I'm only kidding. Yeah, you're younger. I'm probably old enough. I'm sure I'm old enough. Maybe I'm too old. Oh boy. What was I going to say? What was I gonna, oh yeah, like how they hold to account. You hear it in this document, right? Like, so picture this. There's okay. So the defense. Let's say that it happens exactly as they say. Westerman takes pictures, and then he, you know, they investigate it, right? Right. They want to know, like, let's go get these. You know, this is they're investigating the photos. Holeman goes to, the Air Force Base or wherever he's scared the shit out of, Fortson, right? And threatens him and scares him and says all this shit, and Judge Gall's gonna fuck him, you know, and you know, then. So do we even have record of if he was the one who gave out the photos? Like, I don't even know, but forget that. So all the other things, like let's say like this bullet, Fig received that information, or the other the PCA things that were given to the other, I think it was Fig also. Did Holman go and shake him down and try to get all that stuff, you know? Like so that's when he asked Mullin, are you aware of them investigating any other leaks? Right? Because 2, they're attributing to the defense, and you know, they're investigated. They investigated Woodhouse. They investigated the photos, right? Holman diligently, you know, he went himself, I think, you know. But so A, like if they acknowledge, were there any other leaks? Like, do they admit that, you know, Fig had this stuff? You know, did you investigate that? Like, what exactly happened there? Tell us about that investigation. And Mullins, they wouldn't even let him answer because, you know, like, are you aware of any, you know, he's not even saying of the defense or prosecution, just are you aware of any other? And it's good he says that, because if we're attributing only 2 to the defense, if there were any other leaks, they would have to have come from that side, LE, prosecution, that side, right? The state, even judge, you know, they're all guilty. McClellan's office for talking with certain YouTubers, the law enforcement for giving Fig the bullet and stuff, and even so law enforcement, the prosecutor's office, and Judge Gull, even her assistant was doing stuff she wasn't supposed to. Am I correct? Right. So oh, you guys are royalty? Oh boy. So like, it's funny how, so we're here nailing them on this. The defense is being held to account for their 2 leaks, and they're not saying they did any other leaks. So Hennessy asks Moonman Mullins, are you aware of any other investigations into any leaks? You know, like whatever, as the investigator, and if not, like, you know, you've been the chief. He's been in this since day one. Mullins, Moon Mullins. If he wasn't the chief of police, he was the investigator, and now he's back. So wherever you look at it, are you aware in any of your roles, Mullins, if there's any other investigations into any other leaks? You don't even have to say from Nick's side or from just any other ones, because they're not blaming the defense for any other ones. And he can't say yes. And meanwhile, we're sitting here and we know, bloody well know, that they're all the stuff that they've admitted to and are, can be proven just with Fig alone. Fig alone is the law enforcement, and I think it was Jody Gull's assistant or whatever, and McClelland. Like, I mean, just Fig alone. So, man, and they can't even, and she doesn't, the fact that he doesn't answer it is one thing. I mean, that's Mullins probably better. He doesn't, right? He tries to beat around the bush. But the fact that Gull doesn't say answer the goddamn question is right there, right there. How do you win a case against a referee simping for one team or whatever? You just don't. So I'm not a big fan of people blaming the defense, because I remember at the time this defense was trying hard, and at the time people were amazed, and at the time everyone thought that nobody would have tried as hard as these guys. So if you want to say now that you think they didn't try hard or whatever, that's fine. But I was there. I was watching it all. And I thought these guys went above and beyond what any, especially public defender, would have done for their client. They were competent. They were, and 80% of that stuff that was denied in court, Gull denied. The only reason it looks ridiculous is because she denied it all. It was provided to them through the state's own discovery. Just stop and think of that. So nobody would have thought none of that would got in, because they received it from the state. All of that shit. So even if you don't believe that the Odin stuff was real, but Turco said it was present, and whether it was real or not, or asked, this guy or that guy, it doesn't matter. Was something that appeared to look like somebody who would drink anything from a horn, and was that at the crime scene? And he would say yes, because he would think those are kind of rune-like, and I don't know if they're real guys. I don't know if it's Odinism real or Asatru or the Draz or whatever they were saying. All those names, it doesn't matter. Turco said shit was present at that scene that was reminiscent, and at the very least, it was fanboys or possibly even a fake to misdirect, to throw the police off. But whatever, it was there, it was present. And Holeman said it wasn't, and he lied about it in a sworn affidavit and said it wasn't. He lied about it, saying Turco said things he didn't say, and then he obfuscated the whole they didn't even know how to get a hold of him or her, or they lost the report, all that shit they did. And why would they do that? Well, they did that because they used their lies to clear Brad Holder, right? Because Turco's basically saying the exact type of guy that would do this would be a guy exactly like Brad Holder. And that guy is the girl's boyfriend's father. He's lied about having met her, and it turns out he has met her, and all his interviews went missing. And what's all the other shit? Oh, he's posting all that shit on thing, and all the date stuff, and all the stuff after bodies, and everything he's posted on social media. And then his hand tattoo looks exactly enough that a state police officer rushed over to, so Liggett said for Boucher to take off, take your screenshots and get lost. We've cleared Holder, screw off. So Boucher goes to Winters and shows him that shit, and Winters fucking like, ooh, he's not in unified command, but he's like, whoa, I've seen the real crime scene photos, and this motherfucker's hand tattoo looks exactly like Abby's stick configuration. So much so, he calls up Hole and sets up, and then it says he went to see him face to face or toe to toe. He went to talk to him and say, dude, man, look at this hand tattoo. This guy's son's girlfriend is dead, and her stick configuration is exactly like this hand tattoo. Like, boom. So, but since he's already been cleared, they unclear him, because they think, oh, fuck, I guess we have to unclear him because this is going to look ridiculous if we don't. So they clear him on a lie, right? Because Turco didn't say all that stuff. Turco basically said Holder was the exact type of guy who would do something like this. Or, he explained it just that way. Like he says fanboy stuff, and look at Holder was like a fanboy, like half, and going to church and this and that, like bastardized version of it, not real. Like, so then Purdy and, it's the last time I was going to say this, Purdy and Lourdes, the other cop, Lori, whatever, Lowry or something, Lourdes, Purdy, Roland Purdy and that woman, forget about them, that's great. They liked each other. They were having relations, but who cares? They go to talk to Brad Holder again. Like first Purdy stops at his work and doesn't really, one sec. Sorry. Purdy stops at his work and doesn't really, he kind of checks up again just to check his alibi. Because I need to recheck up on him, right? And then they go and talk to him a couple months after that, right? After he's already been cleared, and Brad Holder tells Purdy, in his deposition at least, Holder tells Purdy that he walks through the forest. He walks through the woods and listens to the tree branches. Brad Holder walks through the woods and listens for Odin to speak to him through the tree branches. And this fucker guy gets cleared again. Oh my God. It's fucking wild. And he can't be at trial. And all this Odin, it can't be at trial. And all these motherfuckers, 8 guys jump in a van for V. 8 cops jump in a van and go down and investigate Elvis's family and all of them, questioning them, sending them off for polygraph tests and everything. And that Elvis can't be at the trial neither as a third party. Forget Odin with him at the third party stuff. And he looks exactly like the fucking sketch that Teresa Liebert drew. Oh my God. What is happening here? Is this the bizarro world? Should I just... Oh boy. It's wild. It's wild. Elvis can't be at trial. He looks exactly like Gollum, the fucking mailbox guy. Exactly. Like, who the fuck has those kind of bags under their eyes? Probably not many people, right? And, oh my gosh. So, there's that. 8:52. You know what? I might as well go to 9 hours. How about that? I'm going to talk a few more minutes. So is there anything you guys like to cover about that? Because I'm not going to read any more. Or anything. Anything. Are you guys still here? I should be reading. I'm not even reading you guys. I'm sorry. Hoffman, that was the investigator, right? Anyone still here? Anyone? Anarch. Ooh, you guys, look at you. And it's related to Shakespeare, still waiting for me. Yes, dude. Are you guys sound like you got royalty in you? Ooh. Me? What do I have? I don't know. My grandpa's from Malta. That's about it. Oh, you know what? I could possibly have some English in because my grandma on my dad's side, I believe, came from England. As I'll have to double check on that. I'll update you guys. So it's possible I may have royalty. Yes, I may be related to many of you. So, and is Peggy still there? Was she joking when she said she was related to somebody? What was it? The pastor or something? What was it? Let me find that. Peggy was related to somebody. Yeah. What was that? You kidding? Who's this? Reverend Andrew Marvel? Is he really your relations? And this was prolific. Peggy, we were talking about King Charles, like being able to marry Camilla and stuff. And you know how it was I understand how it was a thing because of how that all went down. But he always really liked her, right? And now they're, like, as the king, why can't he just say, hey, especially Queen Elizabeth's gone, he rules now. Like, you would think he would just declare that he can do whatever he wants. I guess that wouldn't go over well in today's day and age. Hmm. Oh boy, family trees. So yeah, from your DNA and that, I guess that's pretty cool. You guys have, yeah, you guys in England have like extensive history. Like, you know, yeah. I do like when I watch that show where they're digging away. I don't even know when they're digging away and they dig up like someone's property. What's that called? Something digs, right, or something. And it's usually over there in England. It's like they dig up some farmer's field, and it's like, whoa, look, there's a fucking building here and dishes and like, you know, King Hammurabi looked like he was here, sitting right here. Like, you know, they find us great stuff. So that is cool. Yeah, you guys definitely have much more history than, well, I wouldn't say much more, but much more that can be recorded and kind of tracked. Whereas over here, it's like a lot, if we go back farther, it's mostly probably the indigenous, you know. So like you guys, definitely in UK, to do those digging ones, and what do they call that again? When they dig for stuff, no. Is it archaeology? Ooh. Yeah, bro. I figured I'm this close to 9 hours. I was just going to talk for 2 more minutes. I just finished Moonman Mullins kind of cross-examination. Hennessy and McClellan were going back and forth at Mullins from the March 18th contempt hearing. So I'm on page 39. So tomorrow I'm starting on page 40, Jerry Holeman. I'm going to start right here. And I probably won't wait until the 5 or 6 or 7 hour mark to start. Tomorrow, I think I'm going to start right away. I know that'll piss Fishy off because she loves a long intro. But I think tomorrow night, if nobody goes live, I'll do the same thing. Mullins lost my vote. Oh boy. Yeah, how are guys like him so successful? Do you really think he's, you know, like if in a real world, like I can just look at Mullins and I don't want to be a jerk, but when I look at a guy like Mullins, I think, how does he even make it out of his door in the morning without bumping his head, right? Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. You've been here all night, Dewey? Thanks, bro. Or you just getting up like one of those weirdos, like who gets up in the morning and talks to people? Are you one of those people? I'm only kidding. I'm on night shifts for a little while, so I kind of like it. My kids are old. They're in their 30s. I have no big stuff responsibility like that. A couple small businesses. I can kind of do my thing. So, did he really have the courthouse? Where is that? Right. So I bet you his dad is probably one of those competent, good guys, and Mullins probably squeaked in a lot of places and stuff because of on his good wills, right? Oh boy, I don't know any of these guys. So they have lots of history, eh? You're retired V. Oh wait, I'm retired. So, oh, cool. So you get the hang, right? Yeah. Well, that's cool. I mean, you did your time, bro. If you're retired, cool. But are you one of those guys that loves waking up early in the morning, enjoying? I used to be like that. Like I can be. I could get back into that because I can be a morning person, right? But if I have to choose, I prefer night owl stuff. But I mean, if all in all, like, I mean, if I had to have routine, or let's say my kid moved back in with me and brought his grandkid, and, you know, it was like kind of that life again, where I'd have to have little kids around and stuff. And, you know, then I could kind of like hang out with the grandkids. I would definitely be normal. I could see myself getting back to like I'll get up in the morning and making you breakfast and let's walk the dog and stop at the park, you know, then get you out after school, like, you know, like by 8 or 9 or whatever. And, you know, I could get into a normal schedule and I do enjoy it. But of the two, and in my situation now, I would definitely I like being a night owl. Oh, wow. Look at this. And just in time. You guys, still 20 people. You know, honestly, I was going to say Is she? Yeah, of course. Is she the one that was with the arsonist, right? Or obviously, right? Or no, it was his dad. That's her grandma, his grandma. Oh boy. You know, Peggy, why don't we do a deep dive into Nick McClellan one time? Is that okay? Can we do that? Just nothing, not rumors or alleged, like literal history, like criminal records and like proven story types of, newspaper articles, because I'm sure they're all proud of themselves. Yeah, that would be a great idea one time. And fucking, we're going to have Four Pits on because he seems to know lots of shit. For sure. So how about this? It's 9 hours. And I thank you all for being here. Oh boy, it's 8 a.m. I'm officially done. Like they're working away next door. I'm not watching anything now. I'm officially done. We definitely will. We definitely will. And we'll have to have because Four Pits has the goods. For sure. For sure. Oh boy. I've learned more from you in the last 3 comments than I've known. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. That would be great. So write that down, Peggy. You do it. We'll get Fishy on and all these smart people, and I'll just kind of pretend I'm smart with you. Oh boy. Right. But it doesn't matter how they feel because they got no say. Because you don't, if they don't say anything, they'll get in on it, right? They'll get a good job and they'll get, that's how it works around there. It feels like Four Pits. He speaks his mind. He's not a bootlicker, right? He's not going to get all those golden parachutes, right? But I think I would rather definitely stand on principle, like a guy like Four Pits, and just be a modest whatever, live a modest life, and be able to respectfully, instead of selling out, right? And being one of those types, I can just tell, those type of guys that they toe the line and they get great jobs they don't deserve, and they're working off the doll. The people are paying great, and yep. I'm like a Delphi history book. Just ask. Well, definitely. Oh boy, I feel bad shutting this down because you guys seem like you want to talk, but it's been 9 hours. This is weird. Thanks, guys, for being here. I think I'm gonna finish. So, that being said, I'll go again tonight. Especially if nobody else goes live. Also, if Peggy's gonna do something kind of live, do yours at like I like 11 p.m. East, so that would be 10 p.m. your time. So if you like if you do something after dinner would be good, and I'll and I'll get up and call in because I kind of tried to type in, but I didn't think you guys were looking at chat earlier, but I was like an hour late because I slept. You don't have to, or anybody. If anybody else important's live, I won't really go live. But if nothing's happening, I will definitely start right here. And I know TJ will be awake, or she might be listening now, or she'll catch the replay because she's totally loving this contempt stuff. And it is interesting. It is interesting. So that being said, it's been great, bro. Have a wonderful day. And if you weirdos were sleeping half the night, catch this replay. Oh, because we did some fun stuff. We watched the whole, you know what we did? I don't know if you guys know. Peggy, do you know what we did here? I'll go back. At around, we watched the whole hour-long Supreme Court hearing. So I was the one that happened January 19th, the wheat, all that wheat stuff. Remember Gutwein and the wheat argument and how they had like it was like an hour and 5 minutes. So it says around, I started that around the 5 hour and 30 minute mark, 5 hours and 30 minutes ago. And if this is 9 hours, that means, so around the 3 hour and 30 minute mark, we started watching the Supreme Court hearing on the whole wheat thing about if we're allowed to try and remove Gull, or if they're allowed to try and if Gull's allowed to remove these guys. So we did all of that. Yeah, wheat. We watched wheat. So if you go back to, it starts around the 3:30 mark, 3 hours and 30 minutes in. because I can see it here. It says, if I go back, it's in reverse. So it says 5 hours and 30 minutes ago. If this is 9 hours, that means 3 hours and 30 minutes in, you'll see the whole wheat. And it's fascinating. And Mark Leeman and Kara Weinecke and one other woman. I didn't see her speak, but she was there helping them. And this Leeman guy, he really, you'll see him. He really, really communicates excellent. So if you haven't seen that, definitely go back and watch. So if you do that, 9 hours, if you go back to the beginning of this and watch all day long, regular speed, and just listen to me, I should be waking up around then when you're finishing. All right. And I'll come and see how it was. So, oh boy, I don't know what that means, but I'll take it. You being Lauren's love. You guys. Anyways, the fact that there's still 20 people here is wild. So thanks, guys. I'm gonna have to go because I have to sleep. All right. I've had so much fun. I will definitely continue tomorrow night. Go back and watch this as a replay. And if you start from the beginning, I'll be waking up when you've got an hour left, probably in 8 or 9 hours. All right. Bye. Have a wonderful day, you guys. All righty. No, actually, it isn't, because I think I've done. It's funny you say that. You want to see something funny? Let's check my. Let me just double check. Let's do. One sec. This is. One sec. If I go to my lives, check this out. I know I did one. So 152, 19, 750. Oh, 912. Oh, maybe I should stick around because this is almost my record. Oh, no, I can't. This one's 9. The other day I did 9 hours and 25 minutes. I thought I did one longer. So 9:25 is my record. And I don't have another 20 minutes in me. If it was this one, 9:12, where was it? This one, a couple days ago. I could have done this, the 9:12, but if I'm close, I'm at 9:07, 9 hours and 7 minutes, but my record is this one here. It looks like 9:25. And that was the first one of the Frank's hearing stuff. Oh boy. So I think 9:25 is my record. Look at these. People are loving it. YouTube keeps telling me, man, I think what people are doing is they like these, and they can just kind of put one on and like clean their house or listen. And I don't know. Or you're forgetting you have it on and falling asleep. I'm not sure, but YouTube keeps saying, dude, you're doing great. Keep it up. I'm not, all right, I'll do it. So this won't be a record stream. I'm going to finish because my record is definitely 9 hours, 25 minutes, and 7 seconds. So this could have been close. I could do it, but I'm done. All right. Yes. Later. Kelly, have a lovely day. Yotan, have a lovely day. Peggy, bye. Have a lovely day. Dewey, 4 Pits, have a great day. I want to see more photos of that Harley I saw. I think I saw you with the new bike and you were talking about it. And I think Dewey was still here. Mr. Retired Dewey. I just feel it. He's already gone back to the beginning to start listening. I'm sure. I feel it. So have a great day, guys. And if I missed anyone else, have a lovely day. Thank you for being here. And I will see you tonight at 11 p.m. East, if nobody else goes live. All right. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
25 ways to say shibby. 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 Oh, shibby. I'm so shibby. Yeah, I'm well shibby, ain't it, bruv? Shibbiest shib in the world. As shibby as shibby can be. Shibby. 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 Shibby? Shibby. Shibby. Shibby! Can we just stop on the shibbying? How many have we done? I don't know, I don't really know. I haven't counted. Me neither.